Welcome to today's regular school board meeting. This regular meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants. Please be reminded of the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the boardroom, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed the building safe to return. Thank you for your cooperation. Board Member Rupert will now introduce her school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Ms. Rupert?
With you, my colleagues, the wonderful Lions Creek Middle School and Principal Itty. So take it away.
Hello and welcome to Lions Creek Middle School. I'm your assistant principal, Dory Vega Rodriguez.
Mr. Garcia's Web Honors and Digital Design students, stand up.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated.
Thank you. That was so incredible. I really appreciate it. You guys are the best. Back to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds pursuant to section 120.525 Florida statutes that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May the chair have a motion and a second to close the agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Hickson. All in favor of closing the agenda say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
Aye.
The agenda is now closed. May the chair have a motion and a second to approve the minutes for the following meetings. May 19th, 2026, special school board meeting. June 23rd, 2026, special school board meeting. July 21st, 2026, special school board meeting, temporary DEFP. July 28th, 2026, special school board meeting, expulsions. July 28th, 2026, regular school board meeting. July 28th, 2026, first public hearing budget.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Hickson. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of approving the minutes as listed, say aye.
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 All opposed say no. Minutes are approved. As we prepare to begin our regular school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all students. As an A-rated school district, our vital task is to sustain this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Now, let's write the next chapter together. We will soon hear from our registered public speakers. We ask that decorum be maintained and civility and respect be shown during public comment. Our general counsel will assist the chair in maintaining decorum during this period. We also want to remind our public speakers of the rules and expectations regarding the agenda public comment portion of this regular school board meeting, as well as board policy. Attorney Dupree-Bruno, please explain the rules of public comment.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Public comment is governed by School Board Policy 1020 and is intended to provide input on the board's duties, decisions, and the overall operation of the school district. The school board is viewpoint neutral during public comment. Per School Board Policy 1020, public comment procedures are as follows. Speakers must state their name, city of residence, and whether they are lobbyists before beginning their remarks. All remarks must be directed to the board as a whole. The board will not respond to or engage with speakers during public comment, and no action will be taken unless the item is on the agenda. During the AM and PM general speaking time, public speakers will have up to 3 minutes to address non-agenda items for a maximum total of 30 minutes allotted for public comment, a maximum of 10 speakers. During the agenda speaking time, speakers will have up to 3 minutes per item and up to 1 minute on motions or amendments per meeting, with an additional 1 minute if a motion is introduced. A visible timer will be used and the microphone may be turned off when the time expires. Speakers must limit their comments to matters related to school board business and for agenda items must remain relevant to the specific item. Comments may not address matters that are pending litigation, quasi-judicial proceedings, active investigations, or administrative hearings. Solicitation and lobbying activities must comply with applicable school board policies. Abusive language, defined as profanity, threatening, or name-calling, is prohibited. In addition, clapping, hissing, booing, shouting, yelling, or other disruptions from the audience are not allowed. Speakers who fail to follow proper decorum in the chambers will be ruled out of order by the board chair. Failure to comply may result in the microphone being turned off or a recess being called after a warning. The chair may also direct removal from the meeting by law enforcement or the sergeant at arms. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Dupree-Bruno. The board wants to hear from the public, and we appreciate your cooperation in maintaining a respectful, orderly, and productive meeting environment. The board identified any agenda items they wish to address in advance of the meeting. The following consent items have been pulled for discussion: H1, H2, H5, B1, C1, F3, M1, and O5. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion, which are H3, H4, A1, B2, F1, F2, J1, O1, O2, O3, O4.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Thompson. Are there any registered speakers on the items that have not been pulled for discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have H4 and, H4 and F2 from Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh. Who I currently do not see in the audience at the time.
Okay, can someone check the overflow room? Thank you, Mr. Silva. All right. Any other public speakers on those items that have not been pulled for discussion?
No other speakers.
All right. All in favor of approving the consent agenda items that have not been pulled for discussion, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no. Those items have been approved. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second on item H1.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Hickson. Are there any registered speakers on H1?
Yes, Madam Chair. Once public speaker, Delvin King.
If you heard your name, please approach the mic.
Delvin King, Pompano Beach. The only thing that I'm requesting is, we keep going back and forth about this, but can we put effective dates on when these people have started, when they have withdrawn, so we know when these people actually take position? And later today, we need to have a discussion about this new position that we made available through the general counsel's office for public records. So from what I've seen, we're not going to outsource it anymore, but we're going to bring the outsource in-house to take over the public records office. So later today, we do need to have a discussion with public input on where we're going with public records and who we're going to have here, where we're going to move people around to, and how public records is going to actually work. Because I've actually put in many public records requests, and a lot of things were blocked due to investigations, but a lot of these investigations are now over, and you guys are still, the general counsel's office is still withholding information. And I do need this information for the lawsuit that Rachel Daly is bringing forth for slandering her name. So I need to show the judge that everything we said is true, and you guys have let her go due to her misconduct as in the facilities office. So if you can please release that information, General Counsel's office, and let's have that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Yes, Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh.
If you heard your name, please approach the mic.
Good morning, Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh. First off, what item are you on? H1? I think I signed up for like 10 items, so I'll skip that one for today. I'll be back.
Okay.
That concludes public speaking.
All right. Any board discussion? Ms. Rupert?
Thank you, Madam Chair. H1 and H2 were answered for me already. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just want to congratulate the 52 retirees that are listed on this item. Thank you so much for your service to Broward County Public Schools, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you. And Ms. Thompson, you said you did not need it. Okay. Any other board discussion on H1? All in favor of H1, say aye. All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to congratulate our new team members, new to BCPS, are probably transitioning into new roles. We do have a new Executive Director of Food and Nutrition who I would like to introduce, Dr. Lily Bowie. Come on up to the mic. Welcome aboard.
Thank you so much. Good morning to our school board, Dr. Hepburn, Dr. Wanza, and all of the leadership of Broward County Public Schools. I want to thank you this morning for entrusting in me the opportunity to lead your food nutrition service programs. I come to you with priorities and wanting to build and to support leadership to ensure that nutrition services are part of the educational day for children. Experience shows that children who are not hungry are well learned, that they have a greater opportunity to be successful throughout the day. I can bring to you innovations and solutions to ensure that that happens. I plan on working with staff and building ongoing relationships with the FNS team that will surely make a difference. Technology is a plus. I would like to conduct site assessments, look at finances, and of course, look at student involvement. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and be assured that I think that I might be your best candidate. Dr. Hepburn, I thank you.
Thank you. Welcome aboard.
All right. Well, congratulations to all of our new staff appointments. Your career advancement with Broward County Public Schools is extremely valuable, and we care about you and your families. Do any of my colleagues have any remarks? We want to recess to take it. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Pullman.
I have a report from the ground that the food is excellent this year and improved. So thank you very much. Already on the right track.
Yeah, everyone loves the food in the cafeterias this year. Thank you. All right, we will take a brief recess to take a photo. Thank you. Thank you. This regular school board meeting is now reconvened. Could I get a motion and a second on item H2?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on H2.
One registered speaker, Delvin King.
All right, good morning. I'm here once again. I see a few names on this list, and there are some names that are left out. And I have an issue with that. There should be some cabinet members that should be on this list, and they're not being held accountable. So driving here today, I had to give one of my good friends a call. And when I called her, I said, Fantasia, I just don't understand what we got going on here in Broward Schools. She said, King, I don't either. But she said, King, if I could tell you one thing, I would tell you this. If it makes you cry, 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 and all you do is fight. Sometimes, King, you can't get no sleep at night, but guess what? Sometimes you gotta lose to win again. I said, Fantasia, you know, I was coming down Broward Boulevard and I said, you know what? I bring concerns to the superintendent and the cabinet members, Fantasia, and I just don't understand why they're not responding to me about any of the issues and concerns. Board members are always absent, and they don't want to address the issues at hand and ask the tough questions. She said, King, you know, I wrote a song back in the day, and the song says, baby, if you don't pay me no mind, you act like you don't love me no more. Maybe you need you some space and some time. Your attitude is unpredictable. And if I don't make you unhappy, if you're not happy, then you're free to go on. Because I don't want you staying around. Listen, school board members, if I make you so miserable, and if you don't want me, then don't talk to me. Go ahead and free yourself. A lot of you guys need to free yourself from these positions. Some of you guys are already free. And Fantasia said it best. It's time for y'all to go. If y'all don't want best for this district, it's time for you to leave. So during public speaking, I'm going to bring the real issues and concerns at hand that we have neglected here in Broward Schools. And a lot of these issues are going to be mouth openers. Thank you.
That concludes our public speaking.
All right, thank you. Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm removing Elchanan Herzek from H2 as we have accepted his resignation.
Could I have a motion and a second to do? That? Moved by Ms. Thompson.
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Zeman. Public comment on the motion. Board member discussion on the motion. All in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously. Ms. Rupert?
I think I said that the H1 and H2 were both satisfied for me, so thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion on H2? All in favor of H2, say as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed, say no. H2 as amended passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on H5?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on H5.
One registered speaker, Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. So I went down a rabbit hole yesterday with evaluations, probably 10 years ago, don't get scared. 10 years ago, and probably for 10 years, periodically, I point out that these evaluation tools are not capable of assessing what they purport to measure. It has to do with methodology, psychometrics, instrumentation, all of those good things that go into making instrumentation valid. There were things in here, and by the way, it seems like you have until February to agree to this tool, so I'm asking you to vote it down, because what the chief auditor should be evaluated on ties back to statute 1001.42, which there's an internal auditor list of responsibilities. And the current tool, I had Copilot analyze it. I also had Copilot create a tool that aligns to the statutory responsibilities. In case you're wondering what that would look like, I have copies. So I also had it analyze and compare the tool that it created to the one that's being proposed, and look for deficiencies and gaps. And I have like a 25-page analysis, thanks to Copilot, taking a hard look at what you currently have. The gist of the problem is that there's too much subjectivity in the current tool. There are too many vague words, and they don't tie back to important things like, changes in the fund balance, the financial health. So there's a lot of subjectivity. One of the things that's easy enough that's in the wrong place is you have demonstrate strong interpersonal skills under competency instead of communication. So you can vote for this today. I'm advising you not to, because Copilot could literally replace, to some extent, staff, and it didn't say throw out the tool entirely. You can use the factors that staff has proposed as the framework, but you have to put in objectivity and measurable goals. And you have to know what to ask Copilot in order to get what you want out of it, which I do. And this can be repeated with your general counsel's evaluation tool and your superintendent's. And then you would have one that has objective, it ties the evaluation area to the responsibility, to the performance indicators, evidence to consider, and you would have a tool that measures consistently and objectively the performance of your 3 direct reports, if that's important to you. Because this tool doesn't get you there.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
That concludes speaking.
Board member discussion, Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. Are we good?
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I think we, as a board, need to be fair with our chief auditor and all our direct reports. One of the reasons this is on the agenda today, which is an appropriate thing to do, is that our chief auditor is performing right now in the absence of an evaluation system. And so it may be in the agreement, Mr. Magley, that we could do this up until February. That's not really fair to you. It's not fair to the board. We need to have a system in place while you're performing. I agree that over time we need more objective measures, but leadership is a difficult thing to tie to objective measures. But I like the superintendent's system a lot, and I'm going to recommend 2 changes that tie this appraisal system to align, the chief auditor appraisal system to the same that we have for the superintendent. The first one would be to change from a 75-25 that is shown uniquely with the chief auditor on slide 3, 75% performance and 25% objectives, to what we use quite successfully, I think, with our superintendent, 30% performance, 35% objectives, and 35% a measurable goal. And to me, the measurable goal of all chief auditors is % completion of the audit plan, which is something that historically in Broward County, we don't get the plan done. I get a little frustrated we even have a plan because it doesn't seem to guide our activities. And so I would like to tighten that up and make it part of this performance plan. So my first change would be on page 3 to shift from 75% performance and 25% objectives to 30% performance, 35% objectives, and 35% audit plan completion to align to the same standards that we have with the superintendent. That's my motion, Chair.
Is there a second?
Sorry.
Motion made by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mr. Severa. Public comment on the motion?
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I sort of support the motion, but again, in order to be fair, and there are handouts that I brought, which has the statutory language. The audit plan is one of the things, but if you tie something to statute, and as someone with a PhD in leadership, I absolutely disagree that you cannot tie leadership to objective measures, or else it wouldn't be an area of study. Like, I know it's been a long night, but it is absolutely possible, and this proves it. You have to have concrete. It cannot be these loosey-goosey terms. So, and the objectives, I didn't look at his objectives, but most of the objectives that the direct reports have, my cat could achieve those. Or they're so subjective that they're left up to interpretation. So I support what I proposed, and I support objective measures.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Board member discussion on the motion? Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just have a concern with 35% being about the audit plan completion, because sometimes we throw extra audits at them in the middle of the year that doesn't allow them to complete the audit plan that's come forward. So I'm not sure that I agree 35% of the evaluation should be based on something that the auditor just may not have that much control over.
Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, I totally appreciate that, Ms. Hickson. I think, I believe, that there needs to be a legitimate plan approved by the board that is guiding the effort. But in the same way that Dr. Hepburn doesn't teach students in a classroom, we still hold him accountable for his objective scores on academic improvement. And I would think that when the school board chair agrees with the chief auditor to make adjustments, that would be part of their explanation for what they got done. And so I think that we need to move, as one of our public speakers said, more toward objective measurements. And again, you can measure some parts of leadership in terms of what got done, but there's a whole bunch of other leadership that comes in terms of retaining people, inspiring people, and other things that are really about leadership, and those things are more difficult to measure than others. So I just feel like we need to have some objective measures. The plan that the board approves should be the contract with the chief auditor. It says, hey, you brought us a plan. It has 40 audits. Did you get 40 audits done? And if you didn't because we approved others through the chair, that's fine. You can still get your full points for the 35%. But I think that aligning with the superintendent is also just a really good idea, that we should evaluate our direct reports in a similar rubric.
Can make a suggestion? Don't know if you'd be willing. So what if performance was 40% and audit plan was 25?
I'm fine with that. I mean,
Okay.
the key is to have the plan.
Right. No, I don't
be the thing that we
disagree.
get.
I just don't like how big of a chunk 35 is.
Chair, I accept the friendly change.
So
40.
could you just reiterate that for the
So
record?
the shift would be on, it's shown here on the deck on slide 3, to shift from 75-25 to 40% performance, 35% objectives, and 25% audit plan completion. Good idea.
Okay. Ms. Dupree-Bruno?
So that would be a substitute motion.
Okay, so is there a second to the substitute motion?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on the substitute motion?
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I would really, really, really advise strongly that you just vote it down today. Don't try to tinker it from the dais in 5 minutes or less on a morning that I know you're all tired, and do it right. You're beginning a new chapter and doing things right and based on facts and tying things to statutes and objectivity instead of doing things on the fly should be the order of the day. You lose absolutely nothing by voting it down and bringing it back. You don't even know if Mr. Magley's on board with this, because it's mutually agreeable. I mean, I know he works for you, so he kind of has to, but I have been advising different boards over 15 years, and every time you don't consider What I'm saying, it comes back in the end because much like AI, my advice is based on facts and logic. This tool is not as designed.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, with regards to the changes and including 25% the audit plan, could we get some input from Mr. Magley as to if he, I mean, I know this is our responsibility to have the evaluation, put together, but maybe Mr. Magley may have some input that could sway some of us. So would you mind, Madam Chair, if we could have Mr. Magley speak about what we're proposing here?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Holness. We've been talking about the audit plan for a little while now and some of the convictions that have been expressed, and Dr. Zeman has expressed his commitment to the audit plan completion. I've shared that, as Ms. Hickson shared, one aspect about our ability to get things done, that those things influence that. The question I've been asking, and not so much asking as making comment to, is that when we put out a design and a plan that can be somewhat ambitious, that our goal is to reach completion with quality at a high level, both from a number perspective. In other words, if we're shooting for, say, 10 particular audits to be completed, a bulk of those have reoccurring internal commitments that we have in internal funds and our property sections that take up a large part of our resource. So we're always trying to do that. The question is, do we set a goal that says we're going to try to accomplish 5 audits? And then we do that, and then it doesn't really meet our goal for achieving the quality and as much as we want to cover, again, taking input as we have. So I certainly can appreciate all of that, and I understand everyone's perspective on it, and nobody wants to complete that audit plan more than I do, but I understand the importance of it, but there are other influences. Staffing, we're trying to rebuild some areas within the office. Retention, there's a lot of factors involved in retention of staff now and recruiting of staff. So, those are things that, we explicitly discussed even when we were talking about me taking the position, is, having staff to accomplish these things. So, whatever the board's will is, I'll adapt to it. I want it to be, I think, the community participant said, relying on the objectivity of what we're doing. And regardless of this, I'm trusting in the fact that those considerations are taken into account when you're working through whatever the tool may be, that you reflect on all of those aspects and things that are ongoing relative to the items that come off the dais. We really didn't adjust the plan last year, but we certainly had 4 or 5, some of which are still being completed, that came down, and we didn't really replace them, we just kind of left them. So that's probably incumbent upon me to kind of specifically address that going forward. I kind of inherited the last audit plan, but we just added to it. So we'll work on those things for sure, and I appreciate the comments and consideration for that. But relative to us being able to accomplish our overall goal and bring value to the district and the community, I'm as hard committed to that as anybody. So, I understand there's measurables. I understand there's things that have to be in there. Well, one of the things that I think that Dr. Lynch-Waltz had even mentioned was, our ability to, some of the communication pieces. I think that already I've hit the ground trying to create atmosphere that is not impaired, maintains our independence, but shares awareness. And that didn't require a tool for me to do that or something specifically in there. It's just what I think is right to do. So I'll try to measure to that. I want to have things that, when we're going to say measuring and scoring and doing these things, that I can measure to, but I also don't want to be fixated on that in any of the approach I have, rather than just pursue getting these things done with the most fidelity and with quality of product.
Okay, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Magley, I'm just going to ask some direct questions, and if you could tell us, because we're trying to decide basically on the factors to which to evaluate you on with this particular instrument, right? So 40% of your evaluation will be based on performance, 35% on objectives. We're discussing 25% being on audit plan. do you believe that's a fair way to evaluate you? Do you believe, and secondly, do you think 25% is too much, too low for audit plan? Do you have any input? And if you could be as concise as you can, but I just want to verify from you how you feel about the different percentages to which we're going to evaluate you on.
Well, we've already put the audit plan in play. It was approved by the board, so that's already been established as to what that is. Now, to making it a measurable, you know, what that would mean and how you would grade out. If it's just total completion of items listed on the audit plan, that I would want to know that if we're going to specify that that's what that percentage would mean.
Okay, so, Madam Chair, I believe Mr. Magley appears to need clarification as to what the audit plan would mean in terms of what is expected of him. I think that's what he's saying. So I don't know how we respond to that. Mr. Magley, do you have any direct question? Because it seems as if you need clarity on what it means, what the 25% mean. What are you supposed to be concerned about as far as the audit plan? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, is there any? I will leave it up to the board, but it seems as if Mr. Magley's not sure as to overall what it means in terms of the audit plan itself and the 25%.
I think it would be up to the maker of the motion to respond to that.
Okay. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you very much, Dr. Holness. We can get into more detail about this. I would try and use something that's, for a first year, that's very similar to a grade scale. You know, that to be highly effective, you'd be at 90% or above. To be effective, 80. Needs improvement, 70, and below that, unsatisfactory. You know, in my experience evaluating lots and lots of executives, where you have no measurable goal, you know, it's unclear what to prioritize and what to focus efforts on. There's also a saying in business that you plan the work and then work the plan. And we have a contract with you about a audit plan. If it's not the plan for the year, then I don't want to see it again. I want to see what we're going to be doing for a year. So we have a contract with each other, and you come back at the end and you say, hey, I got 97% done. And we go, great. You get an A+, and you get all the points on your score. But to me, it's a fundamental to the relationship that we have some measurable goal, just like we do with Dr. Hepburn. I would prefer to have been higher, but I'm happy to start at 25% this year, and I would do a 90, 80, 70 scale if that met your standards.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Severa?
Satisfied.
Any other board discussion? Ms. Bowman? No. Okay. Any other board discussion? Mrs. Alada?
Yes, so how does this evaluation compare to Dr. Hepburn's evaluation and the general counsel's evaluation? Is it the same, or now we're having different percentages for all three?
Ms. Parente is coming up. She can provide some details.
Heather Parente, Director of Professional Practices. So with the superintendent evaluation, it is 30% performance factors, 35% objectives, and 35% district grade. With the general counsel, it's 75% performance factors, 25% objectives, and then you're discussing the chief auditor today. So basically, the general counsel would have the two components, superintendent and chief auditor would each have 3.
Okay, I understand there are 3 different positions. I think the board should pause on this and workshop it, have a more thoughtful conversation, actually looking at all 3 and how to improve all 3 of the evaluations. I understand he doesn't have an evaluation tool right now, but this is messy. I just think this is messy, and it's not thoroughly really looking at the best way to evaluate our direct appoints. So I would vote this down and bring this back to a workshop to discuss all 3 evaluation tools.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I'm just verifying, didn't we recently have a workshop on these evaluations?
I think it was last week.
Last week. So we did workshop these already.
I still think we should workshop it because we're up here discussing the chief auditor's evaluation and what specifically, that should have been done last week then.
I brought up this exact point last week. This is not new. I said last week, we have a plan, we have an objective way to measure the chief auditor, and it ought to be in the assessment. It just didn't come back from staff that way. And so now I'm coming back and saying, I meant what I said last week. And, it's really, really important, very important that we have some level of accountability with everyone that works here. We have it with Dr. Hepburn, we have it with our general counsel, and we need to have it with our chief auditor.
Okay. Any other board discussion? All in favor of the substitute motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
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 Substitute motion passes with 2 dissenting votes from Ms. Rupert and Mrs. Aladeff. Go ahead. You have the floor, Dr. Zeman.
The last thing that I would propose changing, and it's part of the practice now, but I want it codified in the assessment. The first bullet on page 7, develop and implement a risk-based audit strategy that aligns audit activities with the identified risks and objectives. That is explicitly the school board's responsibility to identify risks and objectives. We give them to our 3 direct reports. We approve them in the strategic plan. I would just like to propose, I will move formally that we add the words school board before identified. So it would read, develop and implement a risk-based strategy that aligns audit activities with school board identified risks and organizational objectives, ... for the rest of it. The point is to identify who is it that identifies the risks and goals, because I believe if you read all statutes, that's like fundamental to what boards are supposed to do, and it's clearly what it says in the Florida statutes. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion made by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Dr. Holness. Public comment on the motion.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. So now I'm just going to read from the statute. Internal auditor. This is in Florida Statute 1001.42. I think it's L. The internal auditor shall perform ongoing financial verification of the financial records of the school district, a comprehensive risk assessment of all areas of the school system every 5 years, and other audits and reviews as the district school board directs for determining. And then we have a laundry list. These are things that the chief auditor determines and that I had Copilot create an evaluation tool to map back to. And then I have 25 more pages of analysis, which is why I'm begging you to vote this down and go with Mrs. Aladeff's idea. Okay, things on the list. Adequacy of internal controls, compliance with applicable laws, efficiency of operations, reliability of financial records and reports, safeguarding of assets, financial solvency, fund balance, projected revenues and expenditures, rate of change in the general fund balance.
Thank you so much. Any other public comment?
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. I wish teachers had this much grace with their evaluations. A first-year teacher gets the same exact evaluation tool as a 30-year veteran teacher, and the purpose of a workshop is supposed to be, everything's supposed to be worked out and not have to go through these multiple discussions during a board meeting. So again, we sit up here with 8 board members and 1 on the phone, looking like not quite sure what's happening, what's going on. And I think to gain back the trust from the public before our new board members take seats in November is to do exactly what board member Aladeff said. What's the rush? Why is everything a rush? It's not saying he's not going to have an evaluation tool. They're asking you to make sure that all the kinks are worked out so when you get back up on the dais, it can be done. But again, we got the same little coups up there that want to just push everything through. So I would say bring back more to the public that you guys can be trusted and do it the right way instead of the rushed way.
Thank you. Any other public speakers? All right. Board discussion on the, excuse me.
There you go. Is that one? I want to make sure. I want to keep counting.
Board discussion on the motion. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Magley, with the inclusion of school board identified risk. Can you explain if and how this impact your work to include the term or the word school board?
So when we went through the audit planning phase, a lot of what I discussed was, the bulk of what was included in there came from board discussion. Interactions one-on-one with Mr. Rose in the prior year, things that were discussed out on the dais, and various things that were put forward in certain tasks and requests for follow-up. I listened to advisory reports and things of that nature, plus just generally inherent risks that a district of this size might have, and included those things in there. Relative to the board, I mean, ultimately, you always have discretion to determine what that is, and as we've discussed already today, is that you can certainly bring items forward. So I want to keep that open dialogue and keep that communication going, so that I can be assured of being in areas that we feel are of a significant risk, or address issues that would be concerning to any of the board members, all inclusive. There's other factors, as I said, that are included. I know you communicate with those folks too, but I also, take my own amount of professional judgment into play to include some of those items that were longstanding or issues that I've seen come up or be discussed.
Okay.
So relatively, the board always does have the ultimate decision to
Understand. So, Mr. Magley, let me just ask the question direct then. Do you believe that, or based on your expertise, including school board before identified, would you prefer that is done, or would you prefer that that's not there? And I can assure you, Dr. Zeman is not going to be mad at you.
He might, but that's not really it. I'm here to speak openly, to be honest. It's relative to the fact, again, that we could communicate and incorporate, all sorts of information to get to that conclusion, and working through the chair and working through the board to make adjustments or add things or not relative to that. We wouldn't do that just because I heard something or read something. We would address that here. So ultimately, that would still be the case, that the board would be the ones who.
Okay. So do you think adding school board kind of limit more of what you would want to do? Does it put limitations on your work if you put school board identified risk as opposed to just general identified risk?
I would never want to limit our ability to look at things that may be.
So do you think school board in there would provide some limitations?
Again, based on that, I would ask legal to kind of weigh in as to what that would limit us to being able to do.
Okay, so I'll ask legal. Ms. Bruno, having school board in there, would that provide limitations to maybe the scope of work that Mr. Magley could do?
So let's look at Florida Statute 1001.42, subsection, let's see, 12, subsection L, internal auditor. Statute specifically says that the school district must have an internal auditor because of our amount of funds that we have. And the scope of the internal auditor shall not be restricted and shall include every functional and program area of the school system. Subsection 1 underneath that, the internal auditor shall perform ongoing financial verification of financial records of the school district, a comprehensive risk assessment of all areas of the school system every 5 years, and other audits. So clarification, I'm hearing two things. I think what Dr. Zeman is saying is that he would like to have the school board provide some direction in terms of some of the things that needs to be audited. At the same token, we need to not restrict the auditor from doing the functions that are statutorily defined.
Okay, so Ms. Bruno, because of Dr. Zeman's suggestion of inclusion of school board, then do you recommend a different way to include what Dr. Zeman is trying to accomplish, at the same time not putting limitations on Mr. Magley's work?
Can we please tell me again the section in the PowerPoint? Is it page 5? What's 7?
7, first bullet.
Okay.
you mind if I just point out one more thing, General Counsel? This motion is to say that the school board identifies risks and objectives. It in no way limits the chief auditor from writing a strategy or putting together an audit plan that then comes back to the school board. What it's saying is what it says in statutes, which is it's our job as elected officials to identify risk and objectives. We do it all the time. We're the ones that balance the risks and objectives and prioritize those risks and objectives so that it's very clear to everybody that works here, you know, what we see those to be. That's our fundamental job as a board. I'm not asking to interfere in the audit plan or to change how an audit is done. All those things are covered very, very clearly in statute, and I respect them tremendously. To have an independent chief auditor is to gain tremendous trust and accountability on how other people's monies are being spent and how other processes are being run. So all I'm pointing out, and I don't want to change the conversation, is that the risks and objectives are a fundamental responsibility of the school board.
Okay, so can we, because I'm hearing two things. So I think if we have, with school board identified risk and organizational objectives, and then we can have a sentence that also talks about 1001.42 subsection 12 and L. Maybe we can have a sentence that says, in compliance with, or even a second bullet that says, also in accordance with the functions of Florida Statute 1001.42. So we have both in there.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Madam. Dr. Zeman, I guess that would be right. So I'd make a substitute motion to include Ms. Bruno's suggestion. That would cover both concerns.
Second.
Substitute motion made by Dr. Holness, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Public comment on the substitute motion.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Citing the statute is better, but better yet would be tabling this for today or just voting it down and bringing it back and looking at all the tools and tying them to the statutory responsibility. If I'm not mistaken, I just saw like 99 policies coming up that were just advertised last night. Some of them have to do with the responsibilities of the board and the superintendent. So I'm going to suggest again that trying to pass this, and for that matter, the general counsels as well, is premature. You lose absolutely nothing by voting this down, but by continuing this, and then once I do have 5 minutes to send you the 25-page co-pilot analysis where it tears through statute, contract, job description, and compares and contrasts everything, is not going to make you look good.
Thank you. Any other public speakers?
Anna Fusco-Broward, Teachers Union President. Can you reconsider to table it, to bring it back to have a more fruitful conversation during workshop? That way all of the kinks will come out, and that way it won't be revisited at a later date, that the woulda, coulda, shouldas. I'm sure that we can find plenty of footage from previous board meetings where the woulda, coulda, shouldas, if you would have just listened to do it correctly and put more input into it. It's, again, not having a tool, it's making sure what every board member may understand, may not understand, and be able to put better input instead of having it at the dais at a board meeting. That's where it should be worked out in a workshop. So reconsider tabling it and coming back at another board meeting. That way it's all laid out, and then you can pass it without having all of these back and forths taking up hours.
Thank you. Any other public speakers? Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just want to reiterate and ask again. We did have a workshop on this last week, right? Everybody was able to ask the questions. So I want to ask Mr. Magley, based on the conversation here, do you feel we need to workshop this again and have anything ironed out, or are we all understanding what the suggestion is here.
I don't know that I could speak to everybody. I know what was discussed at the workshop and what was ongoing, and that what was set forth is what we would do if in fact this was passed and proceeding with objectives and so forth. Everybody has concerns. They've been addressed. I want to say that I'm not beyond, and nor have I ever given the indication that I think I'm above any measurable evaluation. I don't have problems with that. What I ask is that it's fair and that it's something that's defined, that we can actually objectively look at and target and set forth strategy for. So relative to those things, and there's, you can't define every single thing in there, I understand, but the more definitive we can be, that I can know what's expected beyond just what I think from my own professional experiences, going forward, that we can do. So I wouldn't want to speak on behalf of all the board members relative to if they think it's complete. I think I knew what was expected from the last workshop, but there's been some changes and some discussion. So at this point, some of this is a little up in the air for me, but I will do my best to accomplish whatever we set forth in my position. So,
Thank you. Okay, I have one more question. Ms. Parente, based on making any changes today, what would be the next, what happens if we pass this today? Like, can you share what the next steps are? Because I know there are more things before we actually get to the evaluation part.
Heather Parente, Director of Professional Practices. So I've taken the feedback, and once you approve it, I would just build that into the system, update the deck so that everyone understands what was approved today, and then we would start on the cadence of what happens next. Just as I have for the superintendent, so you know all the dates that we're monitoring and what's due, what the deadlines are, and so forth.
So, but in terms of, so I guess my question was, what comes next?
Okay, so for the general counsel and the chief auditor, once the system is approved, then they would be submitting their measurable objectives to you for you to review and give them any feedback, and then those would be finalized, and we would continue marching forward until they get to the time when they're giving you their self-appraisals. Now with the general counsel, of course, there is the midterm evaluation where you'll be given written feedback.
So if we were to pass this today, how would we ensure that Mr. Magley understands the changes between what we talked about in the workshop and the minor, I don't know if they're minor, but the changes that are occurring today? How do we ensure? Because he, mentioned things have shifted a little bit. So is that a conversation that you'll have with him moving forward?
Yes, ma'am. I've had several conversations with both the general counsel and the chief auditor to bring this information forward to you. We will continue to collaborate as we move forward with the dates. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Ms. Bowman?
Okay, so what's the timeline? When is the evaluation due for Mr. Magley? Sorry that I don't know that already.
Do I speak? Okay. Heather Parente. So in each deck, you're going to see the dates that are followed. They're based on contract dates. So for Mr. Magley, his evaluative window already started back on March 3rd, the first day that he was actively working in that role. He is to provide his self-appraisal to you by April 30th, and then you'll be completing his evaluation by May 30th.
Okay, so I guess I don't understand what the rush is on this again. If we really have a problem with it. I don't know. I would like to hear from Mr. Magley a definitive answer of whether or not he agrees with this.
Ms. Bowman, I'm not sure what I'm agreeing to, is if I understand all of the nuance of the individual things. The discussion we had where Dr. Zeman kind of scaled what the look would be on the 25% of the audit plan, that's not an item that's in that deck or anything that we've contemplated or discussed in that way. So like those measurables and those things that, for the adjustments, it's not, as long as those things are defined and I think they're fair and we can just, work towards, I'm not going to fixate on that stuff. I mean, I'm going to put my head down and go. That's what I want to do. That's what I think you expect me to do, and I think that's what the community expects me to do. So you ask me, I don't know.
Does it need to be more specific on the 25%?
I think if it's as it's been expressed, I know what that is.
Okay.
If we're going to talk about completion rate and so forth.
And then we'll
relative to
move
that.
forward with developing. Okay. Thank you.
Any other board discussion on the substitute motion? Dr. Zeman?
No, ma'am.
All right, all in favor of the substitute motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
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 We do a roll call, please.
Roll call on the motion. School board members Alhadeff,
No.
Bowman,
Yes.
Severa,
Could you,
sorry, I didn't hear it. Hickson,
Yes.
Holness,
Yes.
Leonardi,
yes?
Rupert,
No.
Thompson,
Yes.
Zeman. Passes 6-3.
All right, Dr. Zeman?
That's all I have, Chair.
Anyone else on this item? All right, all in favor of H5 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
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 Item passes with 3 dissenting votes from Mrs. Alhadeff, Mr. Severa, and Ms. Rupert. At this time, this is the time of the agenda where we've split general public speakers to incorporate a morning session. Each registered speaker is reminded to present their agenda comments in accordance with policy 1020. And as a reminder, per our policy, we do not go back and forth with speakers. I have on my list Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Delissa Rufus, Dr. Trudy Germanovich, Johnny Rojas, and Delvin King. So if you heard your name, please approach the mic. So again, if you heard your name, Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Delissa Rufus, Trudy Germanovich, Johnny Rojas, and Delvin King, please approach.
Good morning, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. Someone texted me that a comment that you guys never have time to do it right the first time, but you have time to keep doing it over and over. That's the decision you just made. Because you'll be getting a copy of what Copilot spit out, and so will the advisories and anybody that I can think of. And then you'll have a discussion about, oh, yeah, that's what they should look like, but don't. So in addition to the items I signed up for, public records related, extracting a GMP for Markham, and some others, I wanted to give you a rebuttal update. Because my new best friend, Copilot, just makes light of the work, I gotta tell you. Some of the things that I've analyzed, like most recently, I put the report that your chief of staff wrote through it, and it had a lot to say about the weaknesses. You know, sort of like distinguishing claims and assertions from facts, because there's zero evidence provided for anything, really. Let's see what it had to say. The great thing about AI, when you use it for things you should be using it for, like before you go visit it on children, get your staff to use it. They should be using it, since you know you have a due process problem, anytime there's a complaint, put it through Copilot, or any other form of AI. Because AI is not incompetent, it's not corrupt, and it compares evidence to assertions, facts to assertions, and spits out an analysis. So, for instance, the impact of missing evidence on report validity. That's the report that your superintendent relied upon to send me a letter last year. Reduced ability to verify allegations, weaker support for interpretation-dependent findings, difficulty confirming required policy 5900 factors, credibility and due process concerns, you think? Difficulty distinguishing evidence from assertion, vulnerability of conclusions and recommendations. That's just one. Another fun exercise is when I took the external review and had the 4 witness statements, including the person that arrested Debbie Espinosa, and the conclusions it drew from that when I put in the statutory requirements for probable cause. So, oh, and by the way, also, fun exercise, is someone went back for me and corrected the transcript from the June 25th, 2024 meeting, because there were comments that were actually left out of the transcript, and they corrected it by watching the tape. Because Mr. Fogenholy predicted the future by saying it looked like you were covering up and trying to hide stuff. And then some idiot decided to make me the person that would take the fall for that. No.
Thank you. Other public speakers?
My name is Dr. Trudy Germanovich. I'm wearing a t-shirt which says Florida Public Ed Voter. And although we had an important election yesterday, we have an even more important election in November. Specifically, I'm referring to who are elected to serve in Tallahassee. Floridians must elect people who have shown their belief that real public schools are what are enshrined in the Florida Constitution. And they should be funded properly and protected. This board has a real responsibility because you must pass that referendum. That referendum will continue to give teachers and school-based employees a living wage. I hope that the Broward Education Foundation is able to pass something that they can give us money so that every door in Broward County has something put on it that explains what is this referendum for. We need this referendum. You know it, the teachers know it, the school employees all know it, but if you don't get it passed, there will be a mass exodus from this county, and probably from Florida for a lot of people. Teachers are under a lot of stress. As you've heard, the computers aren't working properly, there's all kinds of things going on. They're kind of happy because they don't have to do the tests as quickly as they normally would have to do. However, I put in a written comment. I knew no one would read it this week, but put it in there anyway. And it was from Mr. Fitz. If you haven't heard of Mr. Fitz, he's a teacher that's wonderful. And I'm going to read a little bit about what he wrote. It was called "The Last Straw Has Finally Hit." We are asked to treat students like data points and push them to score higher. We're told to pay less attention to students who might not make gains because they won't help the school grade. Everything is supposed to be benchmark aligned, and even though sometimes you need to teach non-benchmarked activities to motivate students to succeed on those benchmarks, actually the curriculum becomes even narrower because not all benchmarks are tested. You are supposed to just focus on the students and the benchmarks that will allow the school to make testing gains and raise the grades. Teaching is no longer about students, it's about statistics. That's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Delvin King, Pompano Beach. Okay, so I have a couple of concerns I want to address today. A few of them are about the lies and promises that were made here in Pompano Beach. Blanchard High School Health Clinic. Mr. Superintendent, I don't know if you remember, but at the end of July, you and your cabinet came over, which was about 2025, 13 months ago. You went on the news and you promised the community community health clinic. And families will be able to come get their primary care health checks, and there'll be social services there. And the magnet students will be able to participate in these services and get the hours that they need in order to graduate. Still to this day, there is no services being provided in that building. The CEO of that company that's there now, Community-Based Connections, they're just sitting in the building. You promised us that we would have these things in our building. Still, again, to this day, 13 months ago, nothing is going on. So what are we going to do about that? Number two, On the agenda, there was a food truck that was supposed to be at Blanchard High School. To this day, there's no food truck at Blanchard High School. Where's the food truck? And lastly, or two more things, Markham Elementary School. Y'all slid it on the agenda last night, yesterday, and it was slid in after public comment. So when you slide things in on the agenda at the last minute, we should be able to put comment in at the last minute and register to speak on those items at the last minute. So, Ms. Chair, we need to figure out how can we register to speak on items that come in at the last minute. Last thing, Blanchard High School gym. We know what happened in the gym and everything, but why we still don't have an alarm put on that gym? How many buildings in Broward County Public Schools are unsafe right now because they don't have burglary alarms in covering these buildings? So we need to run the data because, again, at Blanchard High School, that building, that big gym that we used illegally, they used illegally, and you didn't hold the principal accountable for it. You let him go, let everybody else go. Why does that gym not have an alarm? And how many other gyms across the county don't have an alarm? That is a safety issue. And we've had many community meetings about it, many facilities meeting, and y'all say y'all don't have the money. Y'all don't have the money to put an alarm, but we have the money to allow them to rent it out illegally and not hold people accountable. So again, how many buildings in the district don't have an alarms? And lastly, somebody broke in the gym and destroyed the gym at one point. You know why we couldn't catch him? Because there was no alarm on the gym last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speakers? So we've heard from, we need to hear, I called, but we haven't heard from Delissa Rufus and Johnny Rojas. So are those individuals in the audience?
Hi, Delissa Rufus. I was supposed to speak at my mother's proclamation, but hello board, hello. Hello, Lori, how are you? I just want to take a moment. I don't even know my time's going already. I just want to take a moment to just thank you for everything, Lori. I really do, because this is a great opportunity. And I can express my mom. I really can. And I hope too after her proclamation, because I did too. So I wrote a letter to my mother yesterday. Dear Mom, tomorrow I have to speak at your proclamation. Okay? I wish you were here to tell me the right thing to do. What the right thing to do is. I still don't really know. I wish you were here. I wish things were different, but they are the way that they're supposed to be, I guess. I keep thinking about the stories, our stories. And then I'm gonna skip to something else because honestly, I was not prepared to just be here right this second, and then I thought I was gonna settle in, but okay. Dear Mom, Donald had his 30th birthday a few months ago, and a lot of people showed up this time because they didn't show up before. I'm just saying. I'm saying I love my brother. He's my younger brother. I kind of, you know. Not only did people show up, he had a great time. Dad, Grandma, Nico, and Donald Raphael were there as well. Donald's girlfriend, Daisy, planned an amazing thing, and she has been such a positive force in his life. He is okay and is going to help so many people. Love, Delissa. I honestly feel like this is blindside a little bit, but I understand as well. I wish that things were in order so maybe people can understand, at least I can understand. I still have a minute, 21 seconds.
Let me pause you for just a second. I apologize for the confusion. So you were listed as a general public speaker. We have a time certain for the proclamation.
Can I pause you for a second, please?
Yeah. So I
No. I don't. I get it. And I understand. I'm not. No disrespect, but you paused me in the middle of this, and this is emotional time.
No, I just wanted to give you the time. That's all. So I
okay.
paused your time. I just
So-
wanted there to be clarity about what this. If you're here to speak for a proclamation,
Can
I
you
just wanted
add
to
that
be
time
clear.
onto my proclamation, which is 3 minutes long, so I can try to, honor my mother? And no, I'm being serious.
Yeah, of course, ma'am. I just didn't want there to be any confusion about the schedule. So
Thank you. I appreciate that.
no, please go ahead. You had the floor. Thank you.
I rather add it onto the time of my mother's proclamation because that's what I'm here for.
Okay. All right. Any other public speakers? All right. Can we briefly recess the meeting?
Chair, may I inquire about a point of order before we recess? I heard from one of the speakers about the Blanche Ely Health Clinic and how we did this grand opening back in July of 2025, and apparently the clinic is not operational. Can we get some clarity from the superintendent? What exactly is going on there, and were the speaker's comments accurate?
Yeah, so thanks for the question, Mr. Vera. So there is a partnership with community-based connections who are providing the services. We technically just rent out the space to them to provide the services to the community. I can ask Ms. Hollingsworth to date what services are available. On the medical portion has been in flux since they had a partner back out on them to provide the medical services. And I think they're providing other types of services, but still waiting on the medical partnerships to kind of be finalized. Go ahead, Ms. Hollingsworth.
Good morning, Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Student Services Officer. Dr. Hepburn, you're correct. There was originally an agreement with, I can't remember the company.
CBCI.
Well, CBCI, but with the
And-
medical, it was another company, and then they did back out. And I know that there is a new agreement through what used to be Mr. Oscabuso's department that they were going through in regards to getting a new vendor. As Dr. Hepburn mentioned, our only oversight is that they utilize the facility. My team, through Dr. Shapiro, does meet with them to help with connecting resources. So they're doing more social services work, not necessarily the medical piece.
So the organization that we opted to partner up with to provide health screenings and actual medical care, I guess physical medical care as opposed to what they're doing now, they've backed out and we have not replaced them yet?
So we have our primary partner partnered with a local medical partner, and that medical partner backed out of their relationship with them. And so since that time, they've been trying to secure an additional medical partner, which I think they have, and they're going through the process of ensuring that with us and also their partners to make sure they can actually provide those services in our facility.
Do we have a timeline on how long this is going to take? 'Cause, I mean, this opened in July of
No specific timeline. No specific timeline right now. We'll have to provide a follow-up on that.
Okay. I mean, this, obviously Blanche Ely is not in my district, but I mean, I'm hearing this and this sounds a little concerning. Because I think I may have even gone to the grand opening, if memory serves correct. And the fact that it's not functioning the way it should, I guess, is a little disappointing.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. And I agree there's concern, but we partnered with someone and unfortunately things happen. So I would like to see that get on track too. But there was also a question about the food truck. I just want to ask because if I'm not mistaken, I know the invitation we got is October.
Yep.
So is the food truck, for my expectation, it wasn't expected to be at the beginning of the school year. It's sometime in October.
That's correct. I got the same invitation. So I know they were ramping up the grant that was received, or whatever entities supporting it has done all their due diligence in supporting the school, and I got the same invitation for October.
Anyone else? All right, and do we have Johnny Rojas in the meeting? And Ms. Rupert, I believe you want to speak.
Yes, is now a good time?
Go ahead.
Thank you. And I appreciate Mr. King being here and fighting a good fight. And I do appreciate my two colleagues, Mr. Severa and Debbie. I appreciate it because this has been a long push from the get-go. And to me, it always seems like Blanche-Ely gets a kink in whatever movement forward that we ever have. So I will definitely be waiting the follow-up, but also maybe for the superintendent, we need to take a more direct or something that would facilitate it a lot quicker than it is, because we did promise them it would be medical and community health and mental health services as well. So I know that is something that's greatly needed in that area, and I look forward to having that conversation. And hopefully, Mr. Superintendent, could we have that by the end of this week, at least a timeline or a heads up? Or do you need to do this until like next Tuesday?
No, I know Ms. Hollinsworth's team has been working with CBCI, so they could provide a follow-up by the end of this week in a specific timeline.
I appreciate that.
Yes, thank you.
And make sure that a copy goes to the principal, but also via Ellen, the facility task force for Blanche-Ely High School that meets monthly, get their heads up as well. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? All right, Dr. Hepburn, would you like to deliver your superintendent's report?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Been a great opening to the second week of school, and also a great closing. Had the opportunity between last week and also starting this week to actually visit schools, see some of the amazing work going on in our campuses, amazing work of our teachers and school leaders, and also many of our new programs as well, especially our Space Florida program. We had a media day at Miramar High School to highlight the program. Thanks Ms. Rupert as well, because Ms. Karen Hoffman, one of the people that Ms. Rupert actually introduced me to, a brief conversation in December, has turned into the largest footprint of Space Florida academies in the area. And it's already thriving, and the kids are definitely excited, as well as the industry partners in aerospace communities and aviation actually give students in Space Florida academies around the state first preference for hiring when they actually have openings in their organizations. As well, the team and I have been able to go to many city commission meetings, and that'll be ongoing to talk about the referendum, and most importantly, too, share about the accomplishments of Broward Park County Public Schools and many of the schools in their actual cities as well that have had tremendous growth over the past 3 years. We've been able to meet with many of our partners to continue to solidify those relationships and create new opportunities for our students. Also, I'd be remiss if I didn't give a huge thank you to Broward Education Foundation and James Knapp, the CEO. They spent a lot of time over the summer collecting resources for our students, especially those in communities that may not have the capabilities of providing back-to-school resources for their children. So thank you, BEF, for that continued partnership and assisting us to help our students live out that dream. And with that, I'll turn the beacon, roll the video. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair. That's the end of my report.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. So we'll now have updates from Broward County Council PTA, PTSA. Anyone? Okay, so we'll move on to BEF presentation.
Good morning, everybody. Just want to start off by saying on behalf of the foundation, our board, and the community, I just think that sometimes it goes without recognizing, but I think the start of this school year with as many bumps in the roads as there can be, I think has been overall pretty well done. So that's really a shout out to everybody from the bus drivers, to those doing car lines and pickups and drop-offs that kind of go unseen. I just wanted to make sure to mention that because there's a lot of unsung heroes in this district. So great job by everybody. This year we did our back to school drive for backpacks. Again, this year we did over 6,300 backpacks across this district, and we did it in about 3 days, which is pretty incredible. So many of those partners and largest donors to that are in this room today. To not call out by name or anything like that, but I can't thank you guys enough for what you continue to do to support the foundation, but support this district and support these students. So over 6,300 backpacks, a little over $100,000, and it was our biggest year yet. So congratulations to everybody. This week, just wanted to make a quick mention for the Broward County National High School Football Showcase. We've got a game this Friday, and then we've got 3 next week. This puts Broward County on the national stage, and that was the intent, is we talk about being the greatest district, and we talk about being an A district, 3-time A district, and having the best faculty and staff. And one of the ways that we can continue to promote that is by putting ourselves in front of the camera and on the national stage and managing that narrative. So this week and next week, we get to talk about that at its highest level. And working with BCAA and Patty and her team has been amazing in this district, has just given us the support that we need to continue that. So thank you guys for that. All right. So this is actually one of the most exciting things that I can talk about today, because it's been kind of a long time coming. Larkdale Elementary in Lauderhill has been selected as only the 9th school in the country to receive Emerald Lagasse's Culinary Garden Teaching Kitchen Program. So this program represents a $500,000 investment into Broward students, bringing hands-on learning to culinary arts, gardening, nutrition, and STEM activities, with more than 96% of Larkdale students qualifying for free and reduced. This investment will provide meaningful resources and experiences to all of those students and staff. At BEF, we pride ourselves on working with the community and continuing to bring those partnerships back. This was one of them that Emerald wanted to actually get back into Broward. He does quite a bit here in Broward and hadn't been able to break it. And we were so happy to do that. So it was an exciting time. And what I also wanted to say was a huge kudos on the district side to C-Taste and Lolly and Christy McGowan and others who, and obviously our building team with Mark and others that just continue to just day after day kind of grind and pick up those phone calls and say, I have a question. I kind of need an answer. And this is a huge thing. So huge kudos from the Emerald Lagasse Foundation. I know that they've come in a couple times and met some people, but they are extremely proud of this partnership and exciting enough to talk about maybe an extension as well. So that's a really, really good piece. So just wanted to say thank you to everybody. And if it wasn't for many of the partners in this room, many of them who are sitting on that dais, but BTU and others who are some of our largest and supporters and partners that continue to show up for us every single day. We say show up for us, but us is all of us, right? Students, faculty, and staff. And so just wanted to say thank you guys again so much. We really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. So we'll now move on to employee union groups. Broward Teachers Union.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. I love hearing James Knapp come up and speak about all the greatness that BEF is doing in supporting the Broward County Public Schools. And I respect and appreciate that he gives a shout out to the Broward Teachers Union, because we are a very large partner with him in every single group that he mentioned. We were part of, the backpacks going to schools. Mrs. Farclos with her culinary program over there. We were going to be at the showcase on Friday night, to give back to our student athletes. So we try to be well-rounded on everything that we do to support from our Broward Teachers Union members that are employees in the Broward County Public Schools. And our teachers and our support staff all know that, they have gone above and beyond before even pre-planning week started this week. I know so many of them showed up early. They're so eager because they get out there when the school supplies hit the stores of wanting to take out of their pockets and make sure that their students have every type of supply to make their classroom successful. Get in early, start prepping their classrooms. We know that our bus drivers, I see them when I'm out there early in the morning, they were practicing their routes so they can make sure that they don't miss a route and that they're on time and so forth. And then they have to go in conjunction when the real traffic happens on the first day of school because, they're doing their routes when parents aren't bringing their kids to school yet. Our amazing lunch group out there that is doing the best that they can with the food that they are provided to make sure that they can get food prepped for our students so they have food in their stomach so they're able to learn. Our custodial staff that's doing the best that they can with the limited supplies that is given to them to make sure our schools are taken care of. Our clerical staff that is also have been decreased that are trying to manage the customer service with our parents, with our students, with our the colleagues that walk amongst us. So that's a group of everybody that is making it happen in Broward County Public Schools, from our teachers in the classroom to the support staff that is with them, from our guidance counselors, social workers, psychologists, behavior techs. I know I'm not going to say and get to every single job position, but our bus drivers get them there safely. Our clerical and our support staff greet them. Our cafeteria workers feed them. Our teacher assistants work with them while they're in the cafeteria. They make sure that they're fed in the morning, and then our teachers get to meet them. So you see that family that works with our students, that you got to do that great video. It's because of that well-rounded working family from every group that I just mentioned that made sure that our students are taken care of. And I'm so happy that we had students show up safe, and the best important piece is that they got home safe. So we got to keep our community and our parents happy. So you hear from me all the time everywhere, and we know that our employees are doing an amazing job. I'm still going to ask for you to reconsider, Jeff Holness, to take back of wanting to cut more employees. I'm telling you now, our employees are underwater. You have to cut back programs. You have to cut back the spending on things like iReady and other programs like that. Performance Matters, things like that. I'm telling you right now, you might have under-enrolled schools, but you have over class sizes. Again, it is real. I said it May 11th. I'm never going to stop saying it until you guys fix it. It's very real. Everybody is being overworked because you made a poor decision to cut the people instead of cutting the funding that goes to consultants and programs that are not wanted and not needed. The person in front of the student is what the kids need. I am going to keep saying it until you change your mind, and you must bring it back. Somebody needs to bring it up and take it back. We cannot have another 1,000 employees taken out of this Broward County Public Schools without you cutting the high money that you put into programs that are not wanted and not needed, and that's a fact. And now the raise. I need you guys to work diligently on getting a raise for our teachers and our employees in our Broward County Public Schools. And you're going to hear from a program that you're going to ask to approve at a time certain, 11 o'clock, People One, that is going to significantly cost out a lot and save millions and millions of dollars. And I want to hear that it's going to go into the employees' pockets for raises, because that's what I've been promised. Thank you.
Thank you, President Fusco. BPAA.
Good morning, Pete Tingham.
SMAB. We don't have BPAA. Okay, SMAB.
Yes, BPA is not here. I am. Pete Tingham, Plantation resident, longtime employee of public schools. I speak on behalf of all the employees, and I think Ms. Fusco eloquently said the opening we had this year was because of all the people that worked together, and that video was tremendous. It should be shown around to everyone. I also share concerns about the fact that our employee group was percentage-wise the most affected by the reduction in staff. And I just want to point out a couple of consequences to that. The consequences are when school board members ask for reports, school board members ask for information, a lot of that staff has been taken away, and you have to recognize that. I think that we do need to re-examine the programs that we have and the areas where we're spending significant amounts of money. As this insurance renewal comes in October, people are going to recognize just how much of a crisis having insurance is. And this People One, I've heard the presentation. I work with the Superintendent's Insurance Committee. I think it's worth looking at. It may not be the only solution for reducing insurance costs. There may be other areas. But there are programs, perhaps, you know, every school board member has programs that they put into place that does cost money. And it may be a self-examination to say, well, what is going to make our students in the classroom more effective with the teachers that we have? And class size is a problem. I think that that is. And the support staff that goes into making everything work for the district is also an issue that needs to be addressed. I hope that we can work together. As you know, about 6 months ago, every employee group signed off on a plan as to how to use the referendum, provided it passes, to get a raise for employees. And I hope that includes all employees, as sometimes when you separate people, you divide people, whereas you bring people together, you can grow with them. Again, SMAB is happy that we awarded 2 scholarships to offspring of our current members, and we plan to do that again next year. But those little things that improve the relationship between the school board, the community, and the employee groups are going to make this district more successful than it is right now. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to find out from Dr. Hepburn if he could clarify the class size concerns from the past 2 speakers.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Holdness. I do want to remind the public and the board that we are down in enrollment by 11,000 students from last year. As we said last meeting, we have some schools that have gone up, and we have a lot of schools that have gone significantly down. So you have some schools that received students unexpectedly and some schools that probably lost students unexpectedly, which we have a shift in our district. As stated last week, schools are balancing internally, and during that internal balance, some class sizes will naturally balance out, and then we will start shifting teachers across the district to balance out other classes where schools cannot do that internally. So we are down in enrollment of about 11,000 students day 1 to day 1. So naturally, we have some popular schools that are up and some schools that are down, and we'll balance those out in the coming days and weeks. Thank you, Mr. Hollis, Dr. Hollis, for the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So scripted. Thank you. FOPE? COPA? PBA? Parent-teacher organization, PTOs? All right. Could we get a motion and a second on item C1? Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on C1?
Yes, Madam Chair, there are 2 public speakers, Naomi Lubrin and Arlie Perez. You may proceed to the podium.
Good day, district leadership, school board members, and district representative. I am Naomi Lubrin from Plantation, Florida. Superintendent Dr. Hepburn, you may not remember me, but I was one of your former students, class of 2009 at Edgewater High School.
All right.
Today, Today, many years later, I stand before the board as a student, not as a student, but as a mother advocating for my child. I'm advocating for my son Taj, who is a kindergarten student at Mirror Lakes Elementary. For C1, it supports reading, math, and tutoring. Yesterday, I attended a meeting regarding a PIP to help him with his abilities and his aspects of tutoring and support. I have, and with my own insurance, paying for a registered behavior therapist to be present in the classroom to support him in his everyday activities. I entered the meeting expecting collaborations. Instead, I learned that the decision had already been made before I made the opportunity to provide our input. My request is not random. It was based on the classroom activities, transition, expectations, and curriculum presented during the open house and the first day of school. What troubled me the most was that the decision appeared to be made before my voice was truly part of the process. That's not collaboration. Parents should be brought into a meeting and be notified of decisions. We should have a place at the table before decisions concerning our child's ability to perform well in the classroom, especially with having the extra help with tutoring. This concern is serious because of what happened last year. I repeatedly advocated for Taj to be moved from a classroom because I questioned his safety and his ability to thrive. I raised concerns, I asked for help, I plead for a classroom change. Unfortunately, it took for an incident involving my son's safety before he was moved, and then he thrived because of my opportunity to stand in for my son. Why does something have to happen in order for my son to be moved to another classroom and then he thrives? I asked the district this. I'm experienced, and it's left me questioning with my concerns. Are they ultimately being heard or needed? Why do I have to be upset with the district when I'm asking for support? I am the parent who is in agreement with the district with supporting a community effort. I want more for my son, not less. And when representative from the school says that they're not providing me more, I try my best to give him more, and yet I'm still shunned. I want my son to learn alongside peers and receive support while becoming increasingly independent. Yesterday, Mirror Lake sent home the school parent compact, which speaks of safe and nurturing environments, collaborations, and parent participation in education decisions. I accept my responsibility as a parent, but partnership must go both ways. A decision made first and presented to a parent afterward is not a partnership, it's notification. And I have to say something. I am beginning to understand why some parents feel they have to leave their community to look outside of their neighborhood public schools to find educational environments where they believe their children will be supported or heard. I don't want to be another number of a student that is lost at Broward County Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Arlie Perez.
Chair. Dr. Hepburn, can you have somebody speak with that parent, please?
Hello.
Yes, we're already on it, Ms. Hickson. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Arlie Perez. I am a BCBA, and I'm working with, in collaboration with Naomi, with her mother, and with the client. As the mother stated, I'm here just to support her request because we've been working with him since last year. We've been working for him since last year. Since last year, we said that we had a transition, we had a problem, and we transitioned from the classroom. As a result of the transition, as the mother said, he thrived and he improved. As part of the improvement, our team was part of the collaboration with the teacher, the school, and at that moment, our consideration, professionalism, and experience were taken into consideration when taking a decision to sustain and provide the support that the client needs into the school setting. At the end of the year, the mother requested, because the school was stating that the client no longer needed so much support, so the mother requested for the board to take a person into the classroom and do an observation to possibly input him, not into maybe in the mainstream, but get him into the cluster and to be at least a 2-hour into a mainstream classroom due to his skills. This request was denied, the observation was made, and it was determined that because of the behavior, the developmental delay, and the academics, the client were not qualified to get him into that point. We worked with Taj throughout the whole summer with the mom to get him and to improve his academics and getting his behavior. He goes into this year after a week of observation from the classroom. The teachers now, not in collaboration as the mom has stated, decided that the client only needs 1 hour and 15 minutes of help from the RBT. When the client into the writing, reading, and all the other aspects, he needs help. And during the meeting as well, the teacher stated that he is in fact having problems in these areas, which are not considered to be needed. So then we raise again the question, if the client doesn't need the help, why he's not provided with the opportunity to go into a class, into a shadow or into inclusion in a mainstream classroom, because the school is stating that he no longer needs help. He has the skills and he can do it independently, but he does not qualify to go into a mainstream classroom or to be included into an inclusion, not even for specials. So my question is, if this client has an IP and he's provided with the benefit of having support, the school is denying this request. So I am here as support for the parent and with support to my client, and to make a request for help, coordination, or any type of feedback that can help us help this client reach the ultimate goal and help this family achieve the client's full potential.
Thank you. Any other public speakers?
No, Madam Chair.
Board member discussion, Ms. Rupert?
Is this on C1?
Yes.
Okay. I actually had spoken to staff before this, but I did speak with Dr. Hepburn about the 15 schools. My specific questions really were the 15 schools, including Charles Drew and C. Robert Markham. Were they all in the low 15 previous years? And what has the growth been, best practices and lessons learned? And I asked, please expound on the detailed plan to move the schools into a sustainable A. Dr. Hepburn said that Dr. Fulton might be able to answer that. So I go back to Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Rupert, for the question. I actually have Dr. Canning here who can actually go over the program and talk about, I think we're in the inception of it actually, and talk about the target group of students for the program as well.
Thank you.
Good morning. Lori Canning, Director, Family and Community Engagement. This program specifically focuses on pre-K classrooms, pre-K teachers and pre-K students, where AmeriCorps tutors recruited and trained by Florida Early Learning Corps go into those classrooms. They stay in those classrooms every day for the entire day. They provide overall services to all of the students, including read-alouds, oral language support, singing songs, and overall support. And then they also work with students to provide individual supports on reading and math based on the pre-K standards.
Terrific. Thank you, Dr. Canning, on that. You know, I'm a huge fan of yours, so it makes me happy to even see you, because you're just, in your voice, you're just always so excited, and you care so much about kids in the school system. So I really appreciate that. The question as to the schools that were in the low 15 in previous years, and was this AmeriCorps available last year? Is this something that we initiated last year or we're initiating now? And but the reason I'm asking is, you know, sometimes we have frequent flyers when it comes to students and schools that are, you know, really seem to be stuck. And we've done, you know, principal turnovers, we've done other things. I'm curious just to think, is there a core group of this 15 that has been part of this low 15 for a while? That's like a direct question.
Thank you, Ms. Rubin. I'm not sure about the low 15, but I do know that these schools were selected based on early childhood needs. The number of early childhood classrooms, the FAST assessment data that shows where they are performing now as pre-K students, and kindergarten readiness.
Gotcha. So I don't even know if this actually would be part of the question, but it just begs to be asked. The students that are in first grade, second grade, third grade will have been at the school prior to that. What are we doing for those kids in the, you know, let's just say grades 2 and on that were low? And I would think that we'd be doing a major push for them as well. Maybe not the early learning aspect, but somehow somebody should be located in that school to be ahead of what needs to be done for those students, what kind of either accommodations or extra time that they need, phonics help, whatever it may be. I know teachers that they're 99% doing that every single day, and yet there are still students that struggle. So I don't know if that's a question for Dr. Hepburn, but yes, I'm excited about this program. Yes, I'm going to vote for this program, but I also want to make sure the babies that didn't have that available for them are getting some sort of help additionally at the school, because we can't wait to the PK to 1 to 2, kindergarten 1, 2, to help the kids that are already through that part, and a specific plan. I would think it would be an easy 1, 2, 3 punch, because obviously this is a great new adventure, but what do we have in plan for those students that have been there for a little bit?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Rupert. Yes, you're correct. That question is beyond this specific initiative. And you're absolutely right. We have students who in our system, be it high school or middle school or even upper elementary school, that haven't benefited from certain initiatives that we've put in place probably over the past 3 years. When I ask Dr. Fulton or Dr. Cohn, they can give you a quick Reader's Digest version of what we do to support students when we do have identified learning gaps that we're trying to close expeditiously so they can actually catch up with their peers and on time.
Thank you.
Good morning, board. So students, whether they go through an early childhood program or come in fresh with no formal early education programs, they do go through our series of our MTSS and RTI process if those students are coming significantly below their instructional grade level. And so teachers go through the process of our state-adopted reading plan that provides research-based, state-approved interventions, such as some the board has already approved, such as Reading Horizons, SIPS, and Haggerty, as part of our Science of Reading program, our math fluency programs. So teachers are well aware and are equipped to make sure that as students enter the grade level that they get primarily Tier 1 instruction, but they also get the interventions they need, their progress monitored to ensure that they are meeting grade level standards. And so when and if those students don't, they do go through the RTI process where additional interventions are put in place to make sure that they meet grade level standards. And so we've seen some very successful positive results of students who are improving significantly, whether they went through the program or not. And so our early learning goals, goal number 1, which is making sure students by 3rd grade are proficient, we see those students accelerating significantly.
Great, I appreciate that, and I look forward to having a further conversation with you about this. I have some ideas, and I wanted to see, what we're moving forward to do, and make sure that I understand all that. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to briefly speak on the item because this is an AmeriCorps program. I was actually a part of a similar type program in Virginia, the Literacy Lab, where we did this targeted specialized education in under-resourced communities, and the gains that we were able to see just from short, very targeted interventions were phenomenal. So I'm incredibly excited about this program. I think it's going to do great things for our schools.
Thank you. Any other board discussion? All in favor of item C1, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. We will now go to our time certain. Could I get a motion and a second on 003?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Dr. Holness. Public comment on 003.
We have 3 registered speakers, President Anna Fusco, Lilian Ruido, and Dr. Trudy Germanovich.
Chair, point of order. On the sheet, it says 11:30. Did it get moved?
I apologize, that was an error on the sheet.
Oh.
It is 11 instead.
No worries.
My name is Dr. Trudy Germanovich, and yes, it was advertised as 1, so or at 11. So thank you. This is a wonderful thing that I want to see more of. I'm glad that the district has been proactive at finding these kinds of things and then working with the Broward Teachers Union to really make a difference for employees as far as being able to have a primary care that won't cost them anything, and then also being able to have the generic drugs because for nothing. I mean, those are the kinds of things that everybody wants to see for everybody in our country. So I really appreciate that this has gone forward. I know it was probably a lot of work to get this done. And when you're self-insured as the district is, these are the kind of things you should do for your employees. And it should save a lot of money that can be put into salaries. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speakers.
Good morning, Liliana Rido, Broward Teachers Union, Secretary. So I'm pro anything related to primary care, and in this case is a preventive care, anything that prevents our members from getting sick and having illnesses that can get in a whole different level. It's a huge gain. So in this case, I would like you to support what People's One will offer to you. And besides, I will say I've been reading all about it and doing my own research. And I think it is important for you to consider them, because if we're gonna start using generic medicine, it's gonna be a big saving, and I'm all about saving. When you save in this case, then you will be practically having no choice or no excuses of saying that there is no money for salary raises. So I am 100% in favor of this choice, and anything to prevent our members from getting sick, I think it's a big deal. Again, please support Liliana.
Thank you. Any other public speakers?
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. We have been talking about People One for a long time. It is running very effectively in our counterpart over there in Palm Beach. There's so many positive testimonies of employees that have taken that offer. And just make it clear, this doesn't replace the amazing insurance group that we have with Aetna, with everything else that we need. This is strictly to take care of if somebody would like to opt into the primary doctor and able to get the medicines, generic medicines, and also testing. I can attest to, it's well known that I had a knee replacement less than a month ago, and I had to go through special doctors and tests for a year to be able to get the knee replacement, which was CAT scans, MRIs, different types of medicines and so forth. And you know, Aetna is wonderful, and our insurance covers a lot of it, but I still had to meet a deductible. I had to meet a lot of co-pays, and this program will help if I needed that CAT scan, needed the MRI for the women that go to gynecologists for their pap smears and so forth, and they don't have to take any money out of their pocket. So I am asking you guys to vote this unanimously to bring this program on. I know that it's going to be a great benefit. It's going to save millions of dollars. And besides saving millions of dollars, because I know that's what only the Broward board cares about, I've seen it when you guys, you know, thought taking away medicines over people were important, but we got it back. So this is a way that we're still going to be able to meet the needs for doctors, tests, medicines, and still save you money. So it's a win-win. Employees are not going to lose the great benefit of getting great medical attention for the needs that they want. And again, it's opt-in, and you still are able to, and make it clear to everybody, still able to keep Aetna Aetna's still here, and I might make it clear, an amazing, amazing insurance company that is working hand in hand because you guys are self-insured. And we know that people go to doctors for many reasons and seek medical attention at urgent care or ER. We want to bring them away from that so they will seek attention to the primary doctor over with People One and still be able to keep their specialists. You know, if you have a dermatologist, you have a cardiologist, you have an endocrinologist, you're still able to keep it and get the attention that you need and get your meds to People One. So they're here in the audience if there's any questions you do not know or understand, but I encourage you to move forward with this to be able to keep great medical attention to all employees and save money and bring it back into the employees' pockets so we can keep great employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member discussion, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. First, I want to say very glad to see this here. I know we've been working on it for a little while, and very excited for the services that it'll provide our employees. I have a concern and a question on the contract, and it's under the performance guarantee, which is Exhibit F. It talks about in here, let me find the right page. The idea that they are guaranteeing that we are not going to pay more than we save. And that's, I think, a great thing to have in the contract, but it only limits it to 1 year. And this contract is for more than a year, so I'm wondering why it's only guaranteed for a year. If I'm not mistaken, there are a couple of districts across the state that are actually underwater, which means they're paying more than they're saving, and I don't want to get us into that situation. The whole point of having this contract is to save us money so we can give our employees raises. So can someone speak to that?
Yes, great question. It's actually more than a year. I'll have Dr. Lozano kind of explain what that is.
Yeah, in the contract, it's for the full term of the contract. The guarantees are for the full term of the contract.
Okay, thank you, because it says 12 months, and it was a little confusing. So that was my only concern. Thank you very much.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. My questions were answered. I'm supporting it. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. I'm also supporting this item. I'm excited. I know it's taken a long time, so I appreciate staff and People One for pulling this all together. There has been comments, and I know when we've discussed it previously about the savings going into teacher raises. I just want to make that abundantly clear that that's the expectation from the board for these savings.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Chair, I wonder if, partly for the board, but for the community as well, if we could ask People One people in just a minute or so to give us kind of the repeat explanation of People One. It is something that does work. It has worked. It's a proven system. It's not something that just came in, and it's based on a whole bunch of population health research that has been based on decades of doing things like this. But if I could, I just would love to ask for just 1 minute of kind of the general theory about People One and how does it help a school district's employees? Because to Ms. Thompson's point, yes, we'd like to save money, but the health of our employees is fundamentally important as well. And so if you could we just get a summary so the public understands and has good expectations of what you're doing?
Thank you, Mr. Ziem. I'm Jordan Taradish, CEO of People One Health. So there's really two buckets in terms of supporting your teachers and staff. The first is barriers to care, and this isn't specific to your school district. Unfortunately, folks across the country have to make choices of whether they're going to pay their gas bill or buy their children the food and supplies they need, or get the MRI that they need, or get their generic medications. And what you're providing to your staff and team members and whatnot is a benefit that has no co-payments, no deductibles, no co-insurance. So first of all, you're removing the financial administrative barriers to the care that your folks actually need. The second part of it is the comprehensive nature of the care model. Not only will your folks have their primary care physician, but they'll also have a registered dietitian, a licensed clinical social worker, a clinical pharmacist. So this isn't just a sick care model, this is a true preventive care model. So we're here to help folks make sure their type 2 diabetes doesn't progress so it becomes a worse clinical outcome and financial outcome. We're here to help them prevent from getting type 2 diabetes to begin with. So the broadest bucket is you're providing unlimited, unfettered access to high-quality primary care, preventive medicine, generic drugs, MRIs, CAT scan, physical therapy, behavioral health, this incredible bundle of services for no out-of-pocket. And then you're surrounding your team members with all of this preventive medicine-focused care. So those are the two biggest benefits that your folks will benefit from.
And Jordan, if you could continue, when do you expect to have your lights on and your first patient being seen at People One in Broward County?
Yeah, so in partnership with your staff who have been tremendous, we've identified locations that the team has taken a look at. So we're already ready to go. We have leases in hand. So later today, we're prepared to sign those leases, which allows us to open up those health centers. So towards the end of this year, November, December, we plan on start opening health facilities. But by January, we should have at least 4 health centers open for your community and for your teachers.
Terrific. And Chair, I appreciate that timing because in January, we go to a whole new payment system with our employees. It's been a shock to them. It is, you know, to many people, it's a business imperative to move into that new model, but it starts January 1st. So if in fact there's a no copay, easy, go to one place, might even get 2 or 3 things done that you need to. The emphasis on chronic disease management, though, is huge. You know, when you read about population health and you know organizations are serious about chronic disease management, there is less long-term issues. And the other thing that is just wonderful is higher productivity of the staff. Because a sick staff member, and again, in Broward County last year, we had employees that missed 10% of their work days. Part of that is because they're not feeling well, right? And so if we do chronic disease management well, if we have a place to go and they can get care earlier on when they start to experience their first symptoms, all of those things are not only good for health, not only save money, but they're good for our workforce too, because, you know, without, you know, that primary instructor, without that principal being there who's used to the parents, who's used to the students, knows the background of everything, you know, the performance of the school is just going to suffer. So I applaud this effort. One more question, though. This item is very light on anybody wanting to stand up and project savings. But we run, well, we try to anyway, we try to run Broward County School on a budget. I'm going to talk about that a little later when I have our financial report, but we need some estimates of how much this is going to, what kind of, you know, in the capitated area, how many enrollees you're going to get. So you have some experience in Palm Beach. They're very similar to us in many regards. Can you, within $10 million, come up with some rough estimates? Let's just start next July 1st. So give everyone 6 months to get up and running. You're hiring all the medical professionals. You're proving yourself to our workforce, and they're voluntarily deciding to go with People One. Starting next year, this item is very clear, Dr. Hepburn, that we're going to spend $29.1 million, but I live in, you know, kind of budget world. And in budget world, for 27-28, roughly how much will this save us within $10 million?
Thank you, Dr. Zeman. So from the highest level, like I appreciate the latitude. We anticipate from what we've seen from other school districts that there will be about 30% of your population in that first 12 months that will say we'd like to use People One Health as our medical home. That's where that expenditure of about $29 million comes from. We expect, and that's the 2-year cost over the entire life of the agreement. We expect the net savings after our fees are taken out to be around $50 million, net savings over the 2-year period.
I just want to say this back to you, Jordan, so that we're all kind of in the same thing. You think People One will reduce the cost of our health care by $25 million per year?
That is correct.
Terrific. And around 7,200 people might opt in?
7,581 is what we modeled it off
Your
of.
employee counts are wrong, by the way. So if you come down to our, I don't know if you heard earlier, but we got rid of 1,000 positions last year, and we also, in addition to that, have fewer teachers because we have fewer students by a big number, 11,000, right?
Yep.
I want you to know those numbers so that you're running your models in the most accurate way and get the right square footage on all these facilities. I could tell you right now, just as a personal testimony, I am signing up for People One. And so my family, my 3 kids, we're going to try you out. And so I hope you open something soon that's accessible to a part of the county, but I don't want to influence that. But whenever you do open something that's in my general area, I want to commit publicly to using People One. And I'd like other board members, if they feel the same, to do the same, because we need people to understand that this is good for your family. It is good for the productivity of our staff. It reduces our overall healthcare costs, but it's one of those crazy win-win-wins, where it's a win for the district, it's a win for our budget, and it's a win for the students that come into school every day, because they're going to have healthier staff and healthier administrators to take care and to run their system. So I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate the speed. Last question, Dr. Hepburn, do we have any performance-based standards in this contract? Do they make any more money if they do great work? Do they lose money if they don't do great work?
So there is a specific guarantee. There's no performance standard as far as making money, as additional money if they do great work.
I hope we follow other districts. I mean, other school districts around this country will not sign a services contract without some reward for great success and some cost for failure. We have some things that we've done in this district that took a long time, for example. It would have been really, really smart to have penalties for delays and things. It's going to be part of, I hope, our go-for strategy in contracting, is that we incentivize everybody to do the great things that we need, because incentives matter. They really do, and they don't need to be big. But
so, Dr. Zeman, the latter, the performance guarantees to meet certain thresholds are in the contract, but nothing to add dollars.
But those are, like SLAs, like service level agreement kind of things. That's fine. I'm talking about overall system performance, total number of square footage of space, number of enrollees, overall savings to the budget. I believe that if we just had small incentives that added very clear financial rewards for doing well and very clear financial penalties for not doing well, that we would just be encouraging people to do the right thing for our community. And again, they don't have to be big. Co-pays are an example of that, right? Why do we have co-pays? To just discourage people a little bit from going too far and spending too much of our scarce resources. The same thing could be true in our contracts. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Pullman?
Thank you. I'm thrilled to have this finally coming before us, and I just want to thank the staff and everyone that worked to find these solutions. We've obviously had our challenges with our healthcare plans, and this has been a long time in the making, but I love the model, and like Dr. Zeman, I think that this is something I'll definitely be exploring as well. So I think this is just a great opportunity for our staff. It's wonderful to see everyone working together to make the working experience better, and really reimagining healthcare and delivering healthcare. So I can't thank you enough, and thank you to all of the people in Broward Public Schools that made this happen, and I'm definitely supporting this item, so thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Severa.
Sure. Also want to send my kudos out to everyone for making this happen. I know this has been some time in the works. And I have to say, I'm very intrigued and very hopeful for the program. I'm also a little jealous that Dr. Zeman gets to make the proclamation without first consulting with his at-home supervisor. I intend to have a very serious conversation with my wife this evening to talk about us potentially joining on. But I do want to acknowledge the fact that this program has some very, very excellent potential and some real cost savings that can be returned back to the district. That being said, Dr. Hepburn, you know how I feel about teacher pay and making sure that our great teachers are taken care of. And I'm now hearing that we are estimating an approximate savings of $50 million over 2 years, and $25 million a year. I would like your confirmation, sir, that these monies, these savings are going to go back to funds that will go back to our teachers. I don't want to hear situations 6, 8, 12 months from now, well, this went back into capital and this went back into the general and we can't really do this. No. I would like confirmation on the record from you, sir, that if we're going to start saving all this money, $50 million, we have to make sure that this money is going back to our teachers, our school-based staff, the folks who we are paying terrible wages right now. They need to start realizing the benefit of these cost savings that we are implementing with these programs. So will you commit to our teachers, to our school-based staff, to the public, that if we are going to be saving $50 million over 2 years, $25 million a year, that we are going to in turn start taking care of those who take care of our kids who have made this district an A-rated district for the last 3 years. What say you, sir?
What say I? I work at the behest of the board. It's the board's decision.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But I want your cooperation is what I am asking
I'm
for
committed
with
to
this.
working at the behest of the board, which
Okay.
I've heard from the board is the money goes for compensation for faculty and staff.
Okay, and let me ask you it a different way. Mr. Pre-Bruno, I've made comments in the past that perhaps some of these schools that we've had to close or repurpose should be in fact sold or leased out to third parties. And one of the reasons that I've asked for that is because I want some of those funds to actually start going back to our teachers, right? And some pushback that I generally get is, well, it doesn't go in the right bucket. So even if we're able to do this, we can't take it out of capital because it's got to come out of general. And all these confusing math formulas that unfortunately I don't have a PhD, and sometimes I can't figure them out. So from a legal perspective, we're hearing potential realized cost savings of $50 million over a 2-year span. Are we in a position as a board with the superintendent's now committed cooperation to in fact turn around and give this money back to our teachers and to our school-based staff?
So, Mr. Severa, the first thing is these are projections, right? These are not, we don't have those monies in hand. So I want to be very careful
Hopeful
with
projections,
that.
hopeful projections, yes.
And then the second thing is, the board is responsible for the budget. So the board can direct how it would like its funds to be used. And the superintendent has already indicated that he will collaborate and cooperate with the board, which is what is statutorily required.
Is there any legal impediment for this board to potentially coming back 6, 8, 12 months from whenever it is and taking some of this realized cost savings and injecting it right back into the pockets of our teachers and school-based staff?
So I can't answer that question because this is going to be a operational issue more than a legal issue. This is money that's coming into the general fund. So it's really a budgetary response that is going to be required, you and the superintendent working on the budget together.
I think we have a new CFO in the House, if I'm not mistaken. Perhaps he would like to take a crack at this inquiry. And incidentally, Mr. Shim, congratulations on the task. I appreciate you being here and for your service to the district.
Thank you to the superintendent. And again, I'm honored to serve in this role. I think, as mentioned, the budget is the discretion of the board and the superintendent. We will talk more about the budget in workshops coming up. I think it's very important to understand that we also face a lot of risks, and the board has to balance that risk, those budgetary risks, with the desire to provide pay raises.
Well, I certainly appreciate that, and I do want to be on record and be very clear about what my position is, and obviously I can't speak for my 8 colleagues, but my intention, and one of the reasons that I am supporting this, is to make sure that the money that we are saving with this is going to go back and start taking care of our teachers and school-based staff. So to the extent that I have any control over this, or by virtue of my vote, that is my intention. I don't have any intention nor desire for this money to go back into anything else except to take care of those people who take care of our kids at our schools on a daily basis. And I'm hoping my colleagues, when we get to that point, will make that commitment as well. But I want to be crystal clear as to where I stand with this. And I'm very excited. I hope these projections are accurate. $50 million is a lot of dough. So I'm hopeful that once we get rolling with this program and we start to see some of these projected savings come in, we can start doing the right thing and start taking care of our great teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lozano.
Thank you. I also want to remind we have anticipated savings to the district, but through the term of this contract, we're looking at over the 2 years, $9 million of out-of-pocket costs from our employees going back in their pockets. So you're also looking at district savings, but our employees will begin to benefit right away when they use this program. And through the life of the term of this contract, we'll be looking at employee savings of $9 million.
And Dr. Lozano, is that per, or where's her name? Oh, sorry. Is that per year? The 9 mil?
Over the term of the 2 years.
Over the term of the 2
$9 million in savings to our employees directly.
Okay, and that's automatic, sir, is it not? That's not something that the board has to take any kind of
Correct.
proactive approach on? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alda.
Thank you. I support the item, and I'd like to make a motion. I would like to make a substitute motion that any savings from this item would go back to teachers as a one-time bonus.
Motion made by Mrs. Alhadeff, seconded by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on the motion.
Dr. Trudy Germanovich, I agree 100%. I think you got to put the stamp on it to make it happen. Do it. Thank you.
Any other public comment on the motion?
Anna Fusco-Bauer, teaching president. I appreciate that amended motion. I think that is an amazing motion. You should move forward with it. That way you are showing great faith that you're committed to not only having this amazing savings for the employees with co-pays and paying out of pocket for medicines, but still keeping on the great health piece of it, and that there's real direction that you're going to put money in their salaries. So everybody likes to save money, but they also like to see how they're growing in their money. And in increasing their salaries will obviously keep them happy. We want to keep them here. And the goal is to have multiple employees not able to have to work 2 and 3 jobs and be fully in teaching, which they are, but we want to keep them less exhausted. That way they're healthier. When you're not tired and when you're not exhausted, you're healthy. So they will not have to worry about taking up the attendance situation that Dr. Zeman continues to talk about. You know, they're wanting to be here, and we want to keep them here. So if you will please vote for this amended motion, that will give really great faith to the employees and the community.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I support the motion, although you probably want to wait till November because you're probably going to need, in the event the worst case scenario happens, every penny, but it does show commitment to teachers and school-based staff, because too often money that you say verbally is going to go somewhere doesn't actually go where it was intended, and that happens a lot. So documenting it, passing a motion, committing to it is a little harder for people to wriggle out of. But I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Board member discussion, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you. I guess the maker of the motion, why would we do it as a bonus and not a sustained raise, so that it's something, because we're going to be saving these savings continuously.
Yes, well, the hope is that we are. We just don't know. And if we give it as in their salary, then you have to commit to that every single year, as opposed to the one-time bonus. Then you have the money now, you can give that now, and then the next year, hopefully it will be the same, but we're not guaranteed that money.
And then further questions. So if we do this, is this only to teachers and staff that participate in People One, or is it to everyone? And the all clarifying everyone question, does that go to every single employee, or is it just the same as the referendum when it's however we clear below the D line?
My motion was to teachers, but If anyone wants to make that different, please weigh in.
I think it should be the same language as the referendum, because when you have school-based, then there's that conversation about what about bus drivers and mental health and all that. So if it's the same language as the referendum, I feel comfortable supporting the item.
I accept that amendment.
Ms. Bowman?
Just a kind of technical question, I guess. How are we calculating is that something that we can ascertain easily so that we know how much?
Calculating the savings?
That we can that we have.
As the general counsel said, it is a projection right now. So people if you guys can just go specifically on how we actually capture our savings where we're not paying certain claims anymore, or Dr. Ogburn, either or.
Is that an internal? I mean, that would.
Eventually, as our claims go down, we're saving money.
So basically, we would be directing our internal staff to be keeping track.
Should be monitoring and
this
tracking.
Would be something that they are
and providing a report.
Being directed to do to make sure that we're capturing that. That's really all. Okay. So that would be part of it, that we have to be tracking that very strictly.
Did people want to outline how they project those savings? Dr. Hepburn?
If the board wants additional,
I think you asked them. So
yeah, based on Ms. Bowman's question, but she seemed like she was satisfied with the response.
Ms. Bowman, would you like them to outline?
Yeah, they can outline it. I just wanted to make sure that we're internally tracking it so that we know how much we're actually saving.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, sure thing. So, like you said, Dr. Hepburn, if you just think about the bolus of services that are included in the People One bundle, everything from primary care, generic drugs, labs, MRIs, CT scans, behavioral health, physical therapy. Forgive me for the list, but it's comprehensive. Every time members are utilizing all of those services through People One Health, all of the claims that would have hit your self-funded plan as a claim disappear, and then are all covered under the 1 PMPM for People One Health. So you'll start seeing your claims runs dropping down. And then when you compare all the total cost you've paid for us in that bundle, you compare those two, and that's in essence the savings. So that the fact that your claims runs will drop to the extent even greater than the total of the PMPM that you are paying us, if that makes sense from a high level.
All right, thank you. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. First, I appreciate that it's coming as a bonus, because my first thought was, why not per actual raise? But then when you think about it, it's only a 2-year contract, and we don't know how much we're saving each time. So if you put it in the percentage of a raise, that's in perpetuity, and that we can't do that. So I do appreciate the bonus part. And to that point, I think if you could also explain a little bit about the logistics, because we're going to start this now, but we're not going to realize savings until a year after it's implemented. So could you give us the timeline so that it's very clear? Because I think people are going to get really excited and think they're going to get a bonus at the end of this year, but I think we're like 2 years out by my calculation, if I'm not wrong. So could you tell us a timeline of, if we decide that whatever savings we get for the first year, when would that money actually be in the school board bucket, and when would we be able to provide those bonuses?
Yeah, thank you. It's a great question. So if you just think practically, just for ease of sake, let's say the whole program goes live January 1st of 27. Your members will start opting into this. So that 30% number won't be overnight, right? So 10% of folks will join, and then 15, 20, because they can join anytime throughout the year. But if you look at the kind of middle 12 months there, so the first 6 months from January to July 1st, that will be that ramp up of member activation while they'll sign up for the program. And then the subsequent 12 months is where we'll have that really consistent time frame of members coming in, the district saving money. So it's really towards the end of 27 when you're going to start netting all of those savings, and you'll really see that from an actuarial standpoint.
Okay, so that would really be something we would have to decide
internally. There's going to have to be a cutoff time where we say, here's what the savings is and figure out what that bonus is. So as we move forward, we would have to pick that time, whether it's December or you wait till July. And my other question just escaped me on that. Sorry, I got wrapped up in what I was saying there in terms of, just making sure that we're very clear on when we're able to give those bonuses. Oh, that was the other part. I personally think this is a health insurance opportunity that every single person in the district could reap the benefits from. And if we don't include anyone, we're kind of disinsinuating people to participate. So I think it should go all the way, everyone, not just referendum, anyone who participates, because you're going to encourage more people to participate. And the more they participate, the more money we're going to make on it, or you save on it, I guess. So I personally wouldn't want to limit it for anybody. I do agree on the referendum part, but I think for this, every single person has the opportunity to participate. And what would be my incentive if I'm a higher level district member to participate in this, if at the end of the day, I know it's not really going to benefit me like everyone else. So I would prefer that everyone is everyone when we look at a bonus for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, I do agree with Board Member Hickson that those were actually my thoughts, because this is offered to all benefits eligible employees. So the savings that we're receiving from this should be provided to all benefits eligible employees. So I do agree also with Ms. Thompson. I think that everyone has an opportunity to participate in this, and so whatever savings we realize and to give back a bonus should be given to everyone under the umbrella of being qualified to participate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Holness? Dr. Zeman, sorry.
Yeah, I'll speak for Jeff. You need mine? I'd like to make a substitute motion, Chair. It's very similar to the original, just a little bit broader to represent what we have in the referendum right now. My substitute motion would be savings from People One being reserved and identified in future budgets for staff compensation.
Correct.
Motion made by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on the substitute motion?
That's what I was just going to recommend.
Excuse me. Pardon, public coming through. Oh. I know you guys always want to talk, but they did make a motion. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I support the motion. It's basically what I said 10 minutes ago, where you put it into a bucket. It just makes it so that you don't continue talking for the next hour about how to undo or redo the specificity that you started with. And it shows commitment to increasing employee compensation. So I support the substitute. I think it still accomplishes Mrs. Aladav's goal.
I'm sorry, I was out of the room. Could you repeat the motion, please?
The motion on the floor is, just to quote it, savings from People One will be reserved and identified in budgets for staff compensation.
Okay, I agree with, I think that puts it in enough of a box that hopefully it cannot be taken out of the box. And I think that motion would be one that everyone should agree with, because it's still broad enough that the board is making the decisions. Thank you.
Anna Fusco-Broward, Teachers Union member. I clearly understood what Board Member Lori Aladaf was trying to say with the bonus piece. We don't know what the savings is going to be, and I was under the impression to be a year to year, and then after year one, then it can move to compensation. Love hearing that it can go to compensation, but I want to make it clear, it wouldn't be just because, oh, let me join people one, and then I can reap reward for compensation or benefits. That is an extra. The biggest piece about this is saving the actual employee money, and then the district gets to save money. They're going to save on deductible and co-pays for tests that you have to take for unexpected situations. You know, I'm up here, everybody sees me limping, I've got a cane, I had a total knee replacement. I had to go through a year of multiple things to be able to qualify to show that it did everything that you wanted. A lot of money came out of pocket. Again, this would eliminate that type of stuff to get those tests. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Board member discussion, Mrs. Alhadeff?
So based on Dr. Zeman, your motion, so you're, from my understanding, is not saying it's a one-time bonus, you're saying it's going into their total compensation.
Sure, thank you. In the budget, there's a line called staff for overall general fund compensation to staff. This would be identified in the budget. Say it saves us $25 million as they propose the first year. There would be a line in the budget that says, here's the people one savings, and it sums up into staff compensation. So that way we're always tracking it and people can see that it's going back in the right place.
Right, but my question to you is though, will it be a one-time bonus for staff?
So I intentionally made it broader than that because I would like future boards to be able to make, I don't want to tie future boards' hands between one-time bonus, compensation of other types, enhanced retirement for different people, whatever the set of things are that fall into compensation. I would just like future boards to be able to make that decision. But the money would have to go to compensation. But boards should, I think, at the time of a budget coming in, should have the authority to decide how it's spent.
So you'll have the flexibility. Okay, so through the general counsel, do you agree with Dr. Zeman?
From a legal standpoint, it appears to be a very appropriate motion, and I think it does allow the flexibility and allows the superintendent to make recommendations based on that compensation and what is needed. So, yes.
Okay, thank you. I support the motion.
Anyone else on the substitute motion? All in favor of the substitute motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Substitute motion passes unanimously. We're back to the item. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Just real quick, I want to just be very clear for everyone again. Any kind of bonus or savings that the district will start to see will not happen until the end of 2027. Is that correct? In terms of where it falls in our budget, there's lots of things to get it ramped up, and then you have to start to get the people. So I know people are very excited about this, and I don't want them to think in the next couple of months, they'll see their own personal savings, but in terms of what can happen through the district, it will not happen until after the end of 2027. So I just want to be really clear.
To be more specific, the end of 2027 fiscal year. Yeah.
So that was a little confusing because I don't think it was fiscal year when they explained it. It was December of 2027.
Yeah.
It was December of 2027.
So the estimation is calendar year 2027, first quarter 2028.
Thank you. I just want to be really clear for anyone listening or how it gets out there, because I don't want people to think sometime in the next year they'll get this bonus. We're not going to be ready to do that until sometime in the year of 2028. Dr. Hepburn.
Correct. So if they ramp up, if they get the facilities open, we will have a half of a year, which would be half of our fiscal year of captured savings, which we start working on budget starting in May and bringing it for adoption in September. So you have half of the captured savings. And so that's why I wanted to say at the end of our fiscal year.
But the way I understood the contract is we may be capturing that, but People One is not going to actually be giving that money to the district until behind that date. That's why.
Go ahead, Ernie, if you can clarify.
Remember, the money doesn't come from People One. The money comes from a reduction in claims, right? So People One is not paying us the savings. By our employees using the People One services, our total payments and claims will go down, and that's where the savings
Right.
come from.
But I guess what I'm trying to put the analogy here, they're not going to know, like, their 12 months in terms of are we paying more than we're saving won't be realized until that 12 months is over. That's what I'm trying to say. So we won't start seeing any saving, or people won't start seeing personal savings until 6 months were ramped up. But their 12-month period starts in 6 months from now. So a good year and a half before the district would know what that savings actually was to determine that we haven't spent more than we've paid out. So that's why I think the logistics
correct.
are really important here, because there's going to be an expectation from our employees to see a bonus. And I want to be really clear as to that timeline, because I don't want it to look like we weren't being transparent.
And I think based on the motion, we're moving away from the word bonus and using employee
Right,
compensation.
well, either way, they're gonna look, so they'll see their own personal savings as soon as they get moving
As they
through.
start.
As the union president clearly explained very well. But in terms of what we as a district could do additional to that for our employee compensation, that won't be able to be even discussed, I don't think, until after December of 2027. Dr. Hepburn, is that accurate based on, when you read the contract, that's why I'm saying they don't guarantee us whatever, because there's a guarantee, like, let's say we're expecting, we pay out $50 million and we only capture in savings 45, People One is gonna owe us $5,000. We won't know that until their time frame is over. So we won't know whether we're in the red or in the black until they've finished that 12-year calculation. So that's why I think it's really important.
12 month.
12 months,
12
I'm
month
sorry.
calculation. That you
Yeah,
are correct in what
okay.
you're saying.
Perfect. So I just think it's really important to say that over and over, because there's expectations. They'll see a personal savings immediately, but whatever the district can do will take some time, is the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Mrs. Dupree-Bruno.
So I want to add something else as well, because it's really important for everybody to understand that these are projections, right? So that means that they may not materialize. And one of the things that is in this contract as well, which is the performance guarantee, and I think that's part of what you were talking about as well, there is a measurement period for that performance part, which actually goes through December 31st of 2028. So that's important. So the district may be able to start seeing some of the savings based on the claims and based on what's coming in, but that measurement period for People One goes through December 31st, 2028. And what is, I think, very good in this contract is that guarantee that if there is a shortcome, they will be crediting us based on the invoices that are being generated, and we will recoup that money. And if for some reason that contract is actually terminated, they will actually pay us out in 30 days. So I wanted to put that out there as well.
Go ahead, Ms. Dixon.
Thank you. So I think it's clear, too, to just say, if there are no savings, there's no money that's going to go for compensation. And, you know, that's why I also think it's important that it's available, right, to everyone. But we need to also be clear on that for everyone listening, that any kind of money is based on what district savings happens in that time period, which is based on how many people participate.
And I know we're focused on savings, but there's also the benefit of the health care provided to the employees by taking advantage of the program, which is very important as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's all important,
Yep.
but we are not, as a district, in a position to be able to lose money on that, any kind of situation. So that's, although 100% agree, I think that's why all of us were really excited about People One, is it's good for our
employees, we have to also be cognizant as a district that we can't go underwater in this. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, all in favor of 003 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. 003 passes unanimously as amended. Could I get a motion and a second on our 11:30 time certain, DD2? Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Thompson. Public comment on DD2.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I just want to add some history here as far as carve-outs, because that was not even a thing in 2014. But they started because this is the whole SMART program, just as a reminder, because everything should be a teachable moment and lessons should be learned. When you don't measure twice, you can't cut once. You're going to keep doing things over and over. So because of all of the mistakes that were made at the front end of this program, you ended up with things like carve-outs, which by the time apparently they realized that they needed a carve-out, it was way too late, and they didn't realize the benefits in most cases of the carve-out. So all of this stands as a lesson for the next time, whenever you do projects, and this gets us to the master planner, which I see a solicitation went out, and God help you if you only get one proposer, because that'll be a problem. But anyway, this should never happen again. There were not supposed to be carve-outs, but because the board listened to bad recommendations in 2014, here we are.
Any other public comment on DD2?
No other comments.
Board discussion. I know no one pulled this, but board discussion on DD2. All in favor of DD2, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item F3?
So move.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Public comment on F3.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida again. So on F3, the prepaids disappeared. They disappeared in May with no explanation. I've been trying to find an explanation, but I don't have my public records requests related to these budget reports. Anna? Still don't have them. I got one in a separate public records request where they actually finally gave me an Excel spreadsheet so that I could see what numbers were being plugged to get us to the, desired fund balance percentage. But that was it. And hopefully last time we learned, if I say I heard a rumor, it just means that I don't have a sheet of paper to prove what I'm saying. That's why I say it's a rumor and not a fact. Because in the background of me saying there was a rumor were people frantically typing up resignation letters. But on this, your prepaids are by definition things you prepay for the next period. So for them to go away suggests that an accounting method changed from consumption to purchases, but there's no mention of that in the notes. So it is what it is, but if you want people to trust you, and I get why you wouldn't want to give me all of the Excel documents, because then I could sit there and audit what was done and speak to whether the 3 point whatever it is % is actually real or not. I get it. But that still doesn't mean that you don't comply with public records law, which they have not on 2526-0940. I'm still waiting. And I've already contacted the state. Pat Gleason asked you guys, this whole thing is in mediation. This speaks to the custodian. The custodian who was resigning in the background when I brought this up last time is gone. Now you have the task assigned director of capital budget and the people that were demoted. They're all the custodians? I don't know. I don't have a high level of faith in me ever getting these records. But why do we have public records law if not to comply? It's not a choice. It's not optional. They're supposed to comply. Or else it looks bad. It looks really bad that I have to go months and months and months and months and months asking for supporting schedules. If you're not cooking the books, there's nothing to hide. Otherwise, I stand by, it looks like you're cooking the books, and that's from somebody that used to do financial accounting and reporting. So I used to do the books, the monthly reporting. I'm well aware of people plugging things. And the way you hide that is to not give up Excel documents.
Thank you. Any other public speakers?
No speakers.
Board member comment, Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. I want to just kind of highlight some things out of this end-of-year report. One, this format is amazing. I'm sorry, Chair, is it acting or task assigned? Task assigned, thank you. I should have known that ahead of time, sorry. To our task assigned CFO and staff, this format is really, really clear for my constituents to understand it, and it makes it very obvious about some very positive things. One is we've ended the year, or at least we think we've ended the year with a little bit of a hesitation at just over 3%, 3.34%. That is really important, as we all know. What it also means, though, I think, to the CFO is that we have no wiggle room, in essence, to spend more than we take in for this year. I know that on September 1st, we're going to have this really great budget discussion. We're going to put all the rocks in one big sock, and we're going to figure out kind of how we add up to 90 million and everything else in terms of our express interest in compensation improvements for this year and for next year, and planning for with or without the referendum passing. So I'm looking forward to that discussion. The other thing I just want people to notice, though, is we paid off our loan. So we take off a pretty big loan every year to make sure we can pay people because our money comes in monthly, but our expenses at the beginning of the year are very, very high. So we borrow money and we paid it all off at the end of the year. We do that every year, but it's just nice. I feel better when we don't owe people money. And so that's good. The one negative thing that I just would like to talk about to my board member colleagues here is that if you look at F3, we overspent to the budget by $120 million. Is any school board member okay passing a budget that is then overspent by $120 million during the year? I ask us, why do we have a budget? So this is a big issue for us. As the stewards of taxpayers' money, we go out and talk to people every 2 or 4 years, sometimes a lot more often than that, about passing budgets. And the budget's got to have some discipline to it. And this year, with overtime, unexpected costs, people staying on longer than they would have otherwise, double stuffing positions, whatever we did across the year, we spent $120 million more than this board approved in our budget. We know about it every month. But right now, we get told what happened in the past tense rather than we get asked whether or not we want to spend more than what we budgeted. I would propose that we think very hard at that September 1st meeting about whether that's an okay plan going forward. Because this year, we cannot legally spend more than we take in. And we lost 11,000 students. We've got a real set of budget issues to work on. I will tell you right now that on September 1st, I'm going to ask us if we want to shift gears a little bit so it's an ask to spend more money than it is to let us know. Because the fiscal discipline in Broward County Public Schools has led us to spending $120 million more than this board approved. And that doesn't work very well for me. Dr. Hepburn, if we chose to add controls on the budget so that the budget actually was a disciplined expression of what we think Broward County's values are represented in how we allocate their money, how would that look to you? How would budget controls look like to you if you were given the authority to move money amongst accounts but not to overspend without coming and asking us permission first?
No, it will look as you just described, moving money amongst accounts. I think one of the financial pressures that the district has faced the past couple of years and will continue to face is declining enrollment, and also with declining enrollment, but an increase in identified students that need ESE services. which we dip into our general a lot to cover ESE services. We spend way beyond IDEA funding for the ESE services. But just like you described, the ability to move money around in different buckets to make it work. And you mentioned something that you opened up with. We cannot spend pretty much what we don't have. So many of the things we've tried to look at trends of the past 2 years and budget for those things while putting in some stiffer controls and processes just to make sure we don't overspend for this current fiscal year.
Terrific. And will your budget that we approve in early September be a reflection of our best knowledge about what we actually need to spend money on in the general fund?
Correct. To the best of our knowledge, we've done a lot of deep dives with each of the chiefs in their departments, so looking at historical spend and really prioritizing our funding where it needs to be.
Sure. And you recognize that next year, while we're at 3.34, we're almost certain we're at 3.34 at the end of the year, ending on June 30th. You acknowledge that there's absolutely no ability to go over whatever the budget amount
absolutely.
is. Right?
And great question, because I do want to let the public know we're down 11,000 students. We've budgeted for about 174,000 FTEs. Hopefully today or tomorrow we'll have specific numbers for FTE purposes to see if we actually break even or if we're in the red. And then traditionally, this pattern over the past 2 years as well is we lose students during the survey window between November and February, which that equates to usually an additional $30+ million as well that we have to really account for from mid-year decline in enrollment as well.
Terrific. And just to Ms. Hickson's point, we just set aside what we think is going to be about $25 million for future compensation, right? But if the budget is run so that the superintendent has the authority to spend $120 million more than we approve in our budget, there's really no way to account for any $30 million anywhere, because it's just not a budget like our family budget is. And that's what I'm going to propose on September 1st, is we start running this district like we run our family budgets, like good government does. You get this much money, the elected leaders pass a budget, like in Tallahassee and in DC, they pass, appropriation bills. And that is it. The agency, the governor or the federal agency can only spend what they are appropriated. We haven't lived in that world in 111 years in Broward County, but I think next year we have to. And that way, when we do put money into a compensation bucket, we actually know that money is going to be spent in the way that we approved. It has more rigor. Yes, sir.
No, and I love this conversation because, as I said before, in September, it's what can the board tolerate? We go above and beyond some of the services that are required, and we need to back up and provide required services, and it's been the Achilles heel here for probably a decade or more, and it's time to go back to providing what's required, because we dip into general for a lot of stuff because we want to go way beyond requirements. So sure. It's a difficult conversation for the board, but also a difficult conversation for folks that have experienced those services when they're not really required or needed.
Absolutely. I'm guilty of wanting to do everything for everybody. This board wants to do more than is our thing. The other thing that I think, though, that comes out of that is, 3.34 is just ridiculously close to 3%. And so, we're going to be living in that world otherwise. But I really appreciate, your kind of approach to the budget this year. It's different. I also want to kind of highlight the need for thinking about what our requirements are. If we know what our requirements are for each of our business lines and for academics and other things, the board can help, put a percentage of requirement, that we can afford to fund. Last question, Dr. Hepburn. How many school systems in Broward County actually are represented by the term school choice? How many school systems in Broward County can you enroll in because you live here?
Pretty much like 99% of our schools. We have very few schools that we don't allow a kid to enroll in due to being over capacity.
But only traditional public schools actually represent school choice.
Correct.
If you want to talk about school choice, you don't have a choice to go to a charter school. You don't have a choice to go to a private school. You don't have a choice to go, you can homeschool. That's a choice. Parents have the choice to do that. But in terms of actually going to school, we are the school choice.
Correct.
And that's why we have these funny budget bulges. We get kids that we really want to take care of, and we should take care of. But we just have to budget for them appropriately and make cuts elsewhere so we don't overspend. I appreciate your time, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, all in favor of item F3, say aye. All opposed,
Aye.
say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item M1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Dr. Holness. Public comment on M1.
No comments.
Board member discussion, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm can't talk about it. I'm switching through for my item. Give me a second. Okay. This is one of, probably maybe a dozen, if not more, the superintendent could be more clear for me, of all state required reports from a school system that the superintendent must report to the state. But this particular one, and it's one that I've had to ask about a lot this year and the last couple of years as well, to make sure that it complied with getting it to the school board on June 30th. Although, excuse me, Dr. Hepburn really took control and placed the blame on himself. We have staff that has been doing this for many, many, many years. So all I can say is that you can't mess around with this. I personally am asking for a list. I would ask the FSBA and some other places to give us a list of all the safety and other state required reports that are due to the school board that we are responsible for in a timely manner, obviously beforehand. So just so we don't forget, it's another set of 9 eyes, well, maybe actually 18 eyes. And you can have more control over what we are responsible for. So it's not a rubber stamp. It's something that we're actually counseled. So I appreciate that it is coming this way, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say that we missed some deadlines and that cannot happen anymore. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Superintendent, on this annual comprehensive safety inspection report, there's this wonderful file that we can go in and look at the detailed results. Are there some limitations on us sharing these results with other people?
In this particular manner, how you access them, yes, it is a limitation on your ability to share it with other people.
And what is the limitation?
They would need to have a login access as well. If the board does want to share with other people, we can, due to the large amount of information, we probably have to download it on a USB drive of some sort to be shared.
I'm actually just looking for kind of a comprehensive statement from you or from our fire chief about the safety of our students in our facilities. How safe are our students with regard to fire safety?
Tremendously safe. We have processes and protocols that we follow. Even if a fire alarm system is down, we have different processes and protocols that we follow to ensure safety for all staff and students.
I appreciate that. Just wanted the public to know. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff.
Okay, since we brought this up, it's important to talk about the conversation in regards to when a fire alarm goes off, and are we pausing? Are we just quickly exiting? How are we being trained? It's really important that we are training our teachers on what to do when the fire alarm goes off, and that we're not just rushing outside.
Yes, absolutely. And it's not just rushing out the door. That has changed, I think, about 2 years now. And so school leaders are trained, and they train their staff, and they perform those drills. And so I know Chief's team is always doing reoccurring follow-ups. And if any concerns pop up that we become aware of, we make sure we follow up with additional training as well, because we don't want folks to, as soon as that alarm goes off, to just rush out with their students.
Do they have a specific amount of time that they have where they have to get outside?
That I am not sure if there's a specific time limit. We do time the drills. Chief, if you want to provide the information, I know we do time the drills, but I don't think there's a specific amount.
No, I haven't seen a required timeline to evacuate, but it is obviously encouraged to be done expeditiously after following the protocols we have in place, which we also include in our training, and we have videos that demonstrate how to conduct the feel, listen, look, go protocol. So we've got videos that go out with our memos with the drill schedule.
Okay, I'll follow up, Dr. Hepburn, with additional comments about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All in favor of M1, say aye. All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item HH3?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Bowman. Public comment on HH3.
No comment.
Board member discussion, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much, Chair. I've read through this, and it always reminds me of, my own belief as one member of this board that while Dr. Hepburn reduced his overall staff of administrators by 33%, we still have not taken any reductions out of the budget of the Office of the Chief Auditor. And just so that I'm aware, how much additional funds would it request if we pass this item? How much additional funds would be in the Office of the Chief Auditor's budget?
Mr. Magley.
So again, this was an evaluation of the existing position to change some of the descriptives relative to the job responsibilities. It was minimal. I'd have to check the number. HR prepared most of that for us.
So,
There's
Chair,
no
there is
additional funding that I'm aware of that was being provided to my budget.
So the request today is not to increase the budget for this position, it's just to change the job responsibilities?
To my knowledge, I would have to get confirmation on what they had relative to that.
Sorry, go ahead, Dr. Zeman.
I just would like an answer to the question, is this costing us more money or not?
It would depend on the person, but again, it was a change in the pay band relative to it. So the 11 band was changed to 12.
Terrific. So people in pay band 12 make more than they do in pay band 11?
Yes.
Okay, so this is going to cost us money. And it reminds me that the Office of the Chief Auditor has not shared, even though we've had dramatic reductions in overall enrollment. And it's been my view that everybody needs to contribute in order to get us to where we need to go. A position isn't going to, get me where I want to go. Saying no to this isn't going to save the amount of money that I think should be saved in the Office of Chief Auditor. But going forward, I'm going to look forward to opportunities to talk about that and other pieces of Broward County Public Schools where there's opportunities to redirect funds from any one of the line items to staff compensation or to meet other requirements. And I just want to be on the record in saying that today, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
I was just going to clarify it was changing a pay band. That's all.
Ms. Bowman, thought I saw you. Yeah, okay. All right, anyone else on HH3? Ms. Hickson.
Just quickly, though, I don't think this item is asking the school board to add any additional money to the audit budget. Whatever changes will be there is absorbed by the budget the auditor already has. Is that correct, Mr. Magley?
Yeah, so that is a funded, budgeted position. So again, when that position for this year, it's in his budget now as a funded position. So again, the actual cost to the district is always dependent on the interview process and the candidates selected, because again, there's a range. So you can have somebody in salary band 11 who makes more than a person in salary band 12 based on experience and things like that. So the actual cost is determined by the actual employee that is then selected to be his executive secretary.
Right, so this item's not asking us to add money to the audit budget. Thank you.
Because when we do the budget, we do it by average salary of the employees in that group, but the actual cost is dependent on the employee selected.
But just point of reference, Ms. Hickson, this will increase the cost. When you have a pay band 12, I'm sorry?
Just based on what he said, it may not. It depends on who they hire in that spot, so.
Right, but the average pay band 12 makes more than the average pay band 11. That's how we have pay bands, right?
That is correct.
So when this is filled, and oftentimes, Dr. Lozano, if you're an 11 and you get a 12 slot, there's an automatic raise. We try to give them a raise to go into the next pay band, correct?
That is correct.
Right, so yes, there is going to be additional cost expected as a result of this item.
Anyone else? All right, all in favor of HH3, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed,
Aye.
say no. Item passes with one dissenting vote from Dr. Zeman. This will be the part of the meeting where we will consider all open agenda items. The following open items have been identified for discussion: BB1, 2, and 3, CC1, DD1, EE1, FF1, JJ1, and 6 and 7, 003, double P1, and 0015. At this time, may I have a motion and a second to pass the open agenda items that have not been pulled for discussion? HH1, 2, DD2, 3, JJ2, 3, 4, 5, 001, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and TT1. Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Hickson. Are there any registered speakers on the items not pulled for discussion?
Yes, for HH1, we have Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh. She's also signed up for HH2.
Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I do not believe I'm the only person signed up for HH1 and 2, or at least one of them, and I'm not sure how none of you pulled these items. So in HH, I'm assuming these are separate? They're two separate items, right? And can I get my time back? I'm not sure. Are we combining?
So we don't go back and forth with.
I know, but you do when you choose to. So I'm going to speak to HH1 with the 3 minutes. So I'm so glad that Dr. Zeman is concerned about increasing budgets in direct report departments, because the legal department is adding yet another position. I get that the two positions that are litigators are being pulled from risk assessment, but this new position, which is in HH2, is not explained in the org chart. It just shows up and isn't explained in the executive summary. This is the Administrator, Government, and Legal Compliance. What is also not brought up for you on this org chart is what then happens with the Manager of Administrative Services position, which oversees public records, because that is what this is about. So as far as this org chart, I think I suggested moving public records to the legal department, but that presumes that the two clerks doing public records also move there. If that's not happening, you guys can pretend when you say nothing, that's when corruption happens and retaliation. So a few months ago, I was asked to sit in a meeting because the two clerks had filed a grievance against their supervisor. And since one of them didn't have representation, I sat in on the meeting and I took notes. And I then expected to be contacted by HR about said meeting and never was. So what happens with your grievance processes around here? So questions for your general counsel, because maybe there's a misunderstanding since are you moving the clerks too? Because contractually, they work in public records. You may have created a new position, but they still do public records for this year. Or is the idea to dispense them throughout the district, and then all of this about their hubbub about their supervisor will disappear, people love making things disappear around here, and then you just non-renew them at the end of the year. Is that the plan? Are we hiding and not following through on on the grievance filed on their supervisor? And why would you want to be part of that? Because either they're moving, because public records, the problem is not the clerks, it's the lack of automation and the current supervision.
Thank you very much. Okay, any further public?
If she wants to come back for JJ7, she signed up for that one as well. And you have 2 minutes left. Are you going to speak on JJ7? I'm going to speak on the next HH item. Oh, then you can come speak on HH2 because I called you for both. So you got HH1 and JJ7.
Okay, so to continue, nobody pulled these items. Are you certain, board, that you know what these 2 items are accomplishing? And if you do, that's a problem. But if you don't, it is your job, because I am saying something, for you to say something and to question what is going on, or else you are complicit in this foolishness. You have somebody, I sat in that meeting, and you could feel the despair in this poor employee's entire being, because against all advice, you know where public records is managed. And then you gave this person 2 employees who have been doing public records. I have been conversing with one of them. I think my earliest email is 2017. And since I'm a frequent flyer for public records, I have known every public records clerk for the past, since 2011, from Raquel Bell on. Whether it's Raquel, Teresa, there was one guy I could live without, and then now we have Marlene and Kim. And I sat in on Kim's meeting with her supervisor. She tried, but it's not her job to try. A supervisor should know what their job is and what their employee's job is. The conclusion at the end that I wrote, he suffers from a complete lack of self-awareness, no management skills whatsoever, and very defensive. And there is a complaint that seems to have gone into HR to die. And then now, instead of rewarding these 2 women by automating the process that they are forced to do via email as painfully as possible, and you're moving the function to not assure this school board that those 2 are also moving, is disgusting. Disgusting,
Okay,
if that's
you.
what you're doing.
We'll have the speaker go ahead and speak on JJ7.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Vice Chair, that concludes the speaker's time.
Okay, is there a JJ7 that was mentioned?
There was, but the speaker has concluded, exhausted their 12 minutes.
The time is exhausted. Okay, may I have a motion and a second on
We
item
have to-
BB1?
Oh, sorry.
Again, I was not
We
the
have-
only person signed up to speak
We
to
have-
HH1 and 2.
We have 2 additional speakers for HH2, which is Kimberly Williams and Marlene Boyer.
Okay, Kimberly Williams.
Good afternoon. I'm Kimberly Williams, Hollywood, Florida. I am a current employee of the district, over 28 years. I am 1/2 of the Public Records Office. We've went from 5 processors to now we're down to 2. It was brought to the board to outsource. Last school district, it was brought up to outsource. It was stated that they would look into some sort of programming to assist us fulfill public records requests. Just FOIA, Civic Plus, that never happened. We constantly receive backlash, and I'm gonna say it, from the district. We have no support, none. Marlene and I, we worked hard to do what we must do and to comply with public records law. But again, we are called to the floor to state that you keep getting complaints when it comes to public records, but I don't see anyone assisting us and having our backs when things are heavy. So again, we do have a manager that does not support us. We don't have anyone supporting us. No one in the district. And it's heartless and it's just sad. You know, how about coming down to see what the issues are? Talk to your employees, and that's across the district. I'm just not defending public records. I'm talking about the entire school district. And again, we did file a complaint. We did notify HR, and no one has contacted us about the complaint. It just went on deaf ears. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hill, can you identify the next speaker?
Marlene Boyer, and that will conclude public speaking.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Superintendent Dr. Hepburn, and school board members. My name is, again, Marlene Boyer, and I represent 1/2 of the Public Records Office with Ms. Williams. In regard to this item, HH2, I do want to address some current events that Ms. Williams and I have encountered. Since the restructuring of the Public Records Department on July 1st, 2025, our team did go from 5 people on the Risk Management Department to currently 2 under Legislative Affairs. To date, Ms. Williams and I have been the only ones processing public records requests for the entire school board of Broward County. In addition, we have processed also subpoenas for videos and employment records. And although we asked to be compensated for doing the work of 5 people, we were denied. We were informed that there was no money in the budget, and our job classifications remained as Clerk Specialist B confidentials under COPA. On August 3rd, 2026, we were informed at an impromptu meeting that the function of the Public Records Office will be officially moved and shifted to the Office of General Counsel, and that our contracts will end by June 30th, 2027. Now we were recently informed that this new administrative position is going to work in tandem with General Counsel and SMAB as the classification band C, and that it will process public records requests in like fashion to the public records requests that Ms. Williams and I have been processing for the district. The salary for this position pays more than the salaries of Ms. Williams and me combined, ranging upwards to $137,000. We are asking as a resolution for the school board to please review the situation regarding the fate of the Public Records Office for the employment of Ms. Williams and me in full detail, including the scope of our job descriptions for Clerk Specialist B confidentials and this new administrative position. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaking. Thank you, Mr. Hill. We do have a time certain at 12:30. May I have a motion and a second on item B1? So moved. Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Board Member Al-Hadaf. Any public comments? Item B1, proclamation sponsored by school board members.
We have Delisa Rufus. And Daniel Escalana, I believe that's how you pronounce it.
B1. Just B1. Yeah, it's a time certain. Okay.
Okay.
Please state
So
your name for the record.
Oh, my name is Delisa Gail Thorne Rufus. My mother gave me that name. I apologize about my outburst earlier. I miss my mother, and this is the only way that I can actually commemorate her. It's not your fault. I apologize, board. I apologize, everybody in the room, actually. It wasn't fair, and I do apologize. But, dear Mom, I'm so sorry about my outburst because I do speak to her still. Because I have no idea how to do this, okay? You know I just miss you. I am sorry to everyone I have offended. I just miss my mom. I was going to speak as an educator, but all I can speak is as a daughter, to be honest. One of her students actually asked me, and this was 16 years ago, what would you say to your mom if you had the last chance to say? Or let me tell you, one, you were right. I found a man that matched me oppositely. He's hanging in there, but we are happy. That guy, okay? Two, Danny, sorry, my bad. That's Danny. I love him. That's my partner. Donald and Nico are okay, making it through, but I've never been prouder. Three, Grandma Shirley's happy. I promise. Dad, he has always been our Prince Charming. You were right. Me, well, I want to thank you. Not a lot of people can do what you do, so I'm just going to quickly go through the stories because that's all I have. I have 45 seconds. I saw you get into a car accident, call your friends from work, and then afterwards go to work, played a 2005 Ramblewood Elementary 5th recognition, and then go to the hospital, right? I saw you give a man back the change that outweighed your dollar. I saw you close your eyes and pray that your students had a great show after a raindrop hit our windshield, and then you did the same thing right in front of me, and oh man, did I see that. I saw you run me over at home base during our scrimmage softball game, still not forgiving you for that one. I saw you be a shoulder for others to cry on. I saw you defend our home when actually it was kind of bad. Somebody broke in and stole Donald's Xbox and stuff. I still love you, Donald. That's my brother, my younger brother. I love him dearly. But I also heard when you told me, if you do the right thing, you will never have to worry. I would tell you that you can rest now. You are valued more than you thought. I am so proud of you. I will always do the right thing, even if it's unpopular. Always.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Escalona. I'm honored to speak to you all today as a close friend of the Rufus family, whose beloved matriarch is being honored here today. And I'd like to start out by acknowledging Ms. Aldeheff for being able to put this proclamation together, and for the rest of the board for allowing me the opportunity to speak on it. Understand that by this proclamation, you guys are celebrating the life of a beloved mother, an adored teacher, a talented musician, but most importantly, a woman whose presence and spirit is missed every day by friends, families, peers, and former students alike. Oddly enough, I was told that she actually didn't even want to be an elementary school music teacher at first. But this day she got to her Ramblewood Elementary classroom and she saw those bright, shining faces. She got bit by the bug, and she devoted herself entirely to her classroom and to the children that she taught. In the time with my time with the Rufus family, I've been shown many videos and photos of her career at Ramblewood Elementary. From the earlier shows that she did, very small during her first year, to the larger productions that she loved, like her favorite annual winter holiday show. That was a show that the students had to audition for. In a place of relative safety, her classroom, they were asked to stand before their peers and educators and deliver a performance to the best of their ability. And this would put these children in a very precarious situation for those that have never experienced it. Very, very nervous, very, very nervous. They've not been there before. All eyes and ears are upon you, just like now, and it's time to stand and deliver. This would allow her students to test their mettle and temper their confidence and their resolve. At the end of the day, they would still get to be a part of the show, but the importance of having the experience of that audition cannot be understated. I myself am a rather shy and introverted child, or rather was, and I know there's a wall, a barrier of apprehension that we need to conquer in order to be able to perform in front of a crowd. However apprehensive this makes us feel, it's an invaluable skill and something that should be valued, especially to many facets of our lives. Her guidance allowed these young and developing minds to realize that we can break through that wall of apprehension and have our voices be heard. Her legacy is the voice of every person who has stepped into her classroom and everybody who has learned from her lessons, whether those lessons imparted musical knowledge or taught them more about their own selves. they carry these lessons into their lives, and in some measure it has led them to be the people that they are today. To understand the power of voice and performance is to understand that the strongest voices carry great meaning. And Mrs. Rufus's was one of love and of compassion, of doing the right thing by your colleagues and protecting those who cannot protect themselves. It is voices like hers that affect positive change in our communities. And it is my hope that my comments have done a modicum of justice to the measure of her efforts, the strength of her love, and to her legacy. And while I wish I had the time to tell you more about her, and there is so much more to tell, I will instead just say, thank you again, Mrs. Rufus. We love you and we miss you every day. Thank you. I will yield my time.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take board member comments on the life of Denise Rufus, and then we'll move on to the second. Board member Aladef.
Thank you. I am happy to bring forward this proclamation honoring the life, legacy, and service of Denise Rufus. Whereas Denise Rufus devoted her career to the students of Broward County Public Schools as an exceptional music educator whose passion, creativity, and unwavering commitment enriched the lives of countless children were the gift of music. And whereas in recognition of her outstanding dedication to education, Ms. Rufus was named Teacher of the Year at Ramblewood Elementary School in 1989, exemplifying the highest standards of excellence in teaching and service. And whereas through memorable performances, including the beloved Ramblewood Stars Showcase, she created opportunities for students to discover confidence, develop their talents, and experience the joy of artistic expression while fostering a lifelong appreciation for music. And whereas Ms. Rufus further extended her influence by preparing future educators through her work at Nova University, inspiring the next generation of teachers to lead with knowledge, compassion, and purpose. And she possessed a remarkable gift for making every student feel seen, valued, encouraged, and capable, leaving an enduring impression that extended far beyond the classroom and into the lives of the families and communities she served. And whereas despite facing personal challenges during her final years of her career, Ms. Rufus continued to give selflessly to her students, reflecting the extraordinary compassion and emotional dedication that educators so often provided while quietly carrying burdens unseen by others. Whereas following her passing on January 20th, 2011, heartfelt letters written by her students revealed the profound love, admiration, and gratitude that held for her teacher, affirming that extraordinary difference she made in the lives of the lasting legacy she left in Broward County Public Schools. Whereas Ms. Rufus' legacy lives on through her daughter, who chose that teaching profession because of her mother's example and continues to honor her by serving students with the same compassion, empathy, and belief that every child deserves to be loved, supported, and inspired. And whereas recognizing the life of Denise Rufus also serves as an opportunity to acknowledge the humanity of educators whose work extends beyond academics to nurturing hope, confidence, and belonging, while often carrying emotional burdens that remain unseen, reminding us that those who dedicate their lives to serving children deserve the same compassion and care they so generously give to others. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Lori Aldef, District 4 School Board Member, do hereby recognize and honor the life, service, and enduring legacy of Denise Rufus for her extraordinary contributions to public education, her unwavering commitment to the children of Broward County, and the lasting impact she continues to have on generations of students, educators, and families.
Thank you, Board Member Aladef. Any further board member comments? Board Member Hickson.
Thank you. We keep changing this, but I'd like to co-sign on there. I'm going to guess all of us.
All of us, I would imagine. Anyone?
And I'd just like to say thank you to the family for coming and sharing the stories of Mrs. Rufus. It's always nice for us to be able to hear all the great things that our teachers have done, and we are so very sorry for this very profound loss.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Hickson. And I also would like to co-sponsor. Is there anyone objecting on co-sponsoring? Okay, so the entire board is co-sponsoring. Board Member Aladef, would you like a short break to take picture?
Yes,
okay,
please.
We're going to take a short recess for picture.
All right, this school board meeting is now reconvened. Mrs. Alhadeff?
Thank you. I have a proclamation honoring Robert Bob Mayerson. Whereas Bob Mayerson is a devoted father, dedicated community advocate, and a successful entrepreneur whose commitment to service has positively impacted countless residents, families, and children throughout the city of Parkland. And whereas, as a proud resident of Parkland for more than 30 years, Bob Mayerson has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to preserving the city's values while embracing a vision for its future that reflects the diverse perspectives and aspirations of its residents. And whereas Bob Mayerson has faithfully served the community as a city commissioner since 2016 to 2024, and as vice mayor since 2019 to 2021, providing thoughtful leadership, historical perspective, and a collaborative approach to advancing the quality of life for all Parkland residents. And whereas long before serving as an elected official, Bob Mayerson dedicated himself to public education as a volunteer with Broward County Public Schools beginning in 2005. Throughout his years of service, he has continued his time and expertise on numerous Broward County Public School Board committees, lending his leadership and insight to a wide range of initiatives that has supported students, educators, and public education across the district. And whereas, in recognition of his extraordinary volunteerism and unwavering commitment to students, Bob Mayerson was honored in 2016 with the Broward County Public Schools Centennial Champion for Students Award, an honor he considers among his most meaningful achievements because of his lifelong dedication to improving educational opportunities for children. And whereas prior to his election to public office, Bob Mayerson spent more than a decade serving the community in numerous leadership roles, including chair of the Parkland Education Advisory Board, member of the City of Parkland Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, and the president of Parkland Buddy Sports, always working to create meaningful opportunities for children and families. And whereas Bob Mayerson has been widely recognized for his exceptional service and leadership, receiving the Florida League of Cities Home Rule Hero Award for 5 consecutive years, award for his advocacy in protecting the authority of Florida municipalities, and the 211 Broward Nonprofit Excellence Award for his steadfast leadership, compassion, and support of his community during challenging times. And whereas through innovation and collaboration, Bob Mayerson utilizes entrepreneurial expertise to work with neighboring communities to reduce the financial burden of water utility surcharges on Parkland residents, demonstrating his commitment to practical solutions that directly benefit the people he serves. And whereas inspired by his son, Garrett, a graduate of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School and Florida Atlantic University, lives with cerebral palsy, Bob Mayerson has passionately dedicated himself to improving opportunities and enhancing the lives of young people with disabilities. And whereas Bob Mayerson's compassion, leadership, and enduring commitment to family, public education, and community service exemplify the highest ideals of public service and continue to inspire future generations. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Lori Alduff, District 4 School Board Member, do hereby recognize and honor Bob Mayerson for his outstanding leadership, dedicated service, advocacy for children and individuals with disabilities, and his lasting contributions to the City of Parkland and Broward County community.
We will briefly recess the meeting to take a photo.
Madam Chair, would any of my colleagues like to co-sponsor? Yes. Thank you, unanimously.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I was pulled it so I could co-sponsor, but also just want to thank Mr. Mayerson for all of his work with Broward County Public Schools. He serves tirelessly on a lot of different committees and is always very active in giving suggestions on how to make things better. So he's not listening, but thank you to Mr. Mayerson for all that he does.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, hopefully he's listening.
Hey, Bob. Pay attention.
I just like to say that this is one of the finest gentlemen that I know. And I am so happy to see Board Member Al-Hedef giving this proclamation. Mr. Mayerson not only supports the school district for many years, but he also is a wonderful commissioner in his city. And I can tell you this, that I know personally, whenever I invite him to speak to children, I can't remember he ever said no. And he goes out of his way to speak. And I personally invited him to speak to children, and he shows up. So this is so well deserved. So congratulations, Mr. Mayerson. Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. Sorry I'm not there, Bob, but I'm in spirit. I've known Bob for a long time. It seems like my whole life, it almost seems like, but a better person you couldn't really find. He's kind-hearted, he's a gentleman, loves kids, always makes things better, and I'm proud, very proud to call him my friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. Bob, I just want to kind of highlight something that I hear from everybody about you, which is you do the right things the right way. And that's a real testimony to another human being, because so many people have said that to me, and they say the same thing. I think Lori is like imprinted it on their arm or something like that, because they just say it over and over again. You're not just doing the right thing, you're doing it the right way. When you stand up and give us advice, it's from your heart. It's about making the schools better, the students better, the city better, the county better, the state better. So I just want to say thank you for doing the right thing and doing it the right way.
Thank you. Mr. Severa?
Chair, I want to echo those comments. And despite being a consummate gentleman and a scholar, Bob's always the guy that will answer your phone calls, answer any questions, is always there for the kids, is, dare I say, somewhat of a Parkland legend in the great city of Parkland, always doing great things up there. So we really appreciate you, sir. No one is really more deserving of this proclamation. And we'll hope you stick around for a bit and continue to do the great work that you do for all of us. And certainly, from this board member's perspective, I do want to personally thank you for your time investment, your knowledge investment, and everything that you put in for us. Sometimes things get lost in the shuffle, but the work that you put in for us and for this district is just incredibly, incredibly beneficial, and we do thank you. I think I speak for all of us here when we say thank you, thank you, thank you. So I'm proud to participate in this, and congratulations on the proclamation.
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations, well-deserved honor. A lot of people don't know that Bob is often appointed by me to do something on either the audit committee or a task force. I trust his insight. I trust his feedback and advisement, and he always seems to prioritize our students first and also have an ability to continue to help us get better when he's providing information to us that's valuable, that ultimately helps support all of our students in our school district. So congratulations again, Bob, well-deserved honor.
Congratulations. Anyone else? All right, all in favor of item B1, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Item B1, as amended with all the co-sponsorships, passes unanimously. All right. Could I have a motion and a second to pass the items, the open items that were not pulled for discussion, which again are HH1, HH2, DD2, 3, EE1, JJ2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 001, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and TT1.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman.
Chair, before we vote on that, I'd like to pull one of those items for further discussion, and I've been advised by General Counsel that the proper mechanism to do that would be via motion. Ms. Bruno?
Yes.
Okay, so I would motion to pull HH2 for further discussion from the group that we're going to vote on now on the consent items.
Second.
Okay. Is this a motion that we have to vote on, or can he just say we want to?
You want to just pull it? You can
Yeah,
pull it at any time.
I don't have an issue
One vote
with
to pull.
someone pulling an item. Okay, so again, could I get a motion and a second on the open agenda items that were not pulled for discussion, which again are HH1, DD2, 3, EE1, JJ2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 001, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and TT1.
Oh, so moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Mrs. Aladeff. All in favor of those open agenda items that were not pulled for discussion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed,
Aye.
say no. Items pass unanimously. All right, could I get a motion and a second on item BB1?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on BB1.
No, ma'am.
Board member discussion, Ms. Rupert.
I'm supporting this item, as I usually do. There's a major benefit to being part of 11 districts of like commonalities. So it's greater in a force because we all have to agree to the items that are going to be discussed, especially for legislation. So, and if one district decides not to, then that item is pulled out. So I find it a very congenial group, very effective, and I've been a part of this since I joined. So it's I will miss them, but I know that you guys are gonna enjoy doing this and really getting things done and making those connections. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Chair, how many groups do we have that helps us in our lobbying efforts with the legislature?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Mr. Hill.
Through the chair, there are two groups. Two groups.
And would you mind sharing their names?
It is the Southern Group and Greg Robinson.
Maybe I should misspecify my question. What association-like organizations do we have that help us lobby besides the Council of Great City Schools? I mean, besides the
we
Greater
have-
Florida Consortium of School Boards?
So the board belongs to FSBA, the council, the consortium, and I believe that is it for the lobbying.
Terrific. So the Council of Great City Schools, that's the top 82 large urban districts in the United States. The Florida School Board Association, all 67 counties in Florida.
Not sure if all belong to the FSBA. So the council, as you know, is more national. FSBA is more state, and then the consortium is
Regional.
state, but with similar like districts in the state.
Terrific. To the superintendent, what value do we get out of that you see from the Great Florida Consortium of School Boards?
I think that as probably more for the board because we have our own association with FADS that I think is coming up shortly, but another level of advocacy of what I see an opportunity to share best practices in a regional perspective because it's mostly starting on the West Coast and kind of wraps itself around up the East Coast. And sharing best practices and thought partnership for some common issues that all of those school districts may have.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? All in favor of BB1, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on our time certain BB2?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Right on, Chair.
Motion made by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Public comment on BB2.
We have Dr. Natalie Lynch. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. She's out of her time. So we have Mayor Walker. And the commissioner.
Anyone who would like to do, yeah, thank you. Please approach the podium.
Madam Chair, board members, superintendent, thank you for the opportunity to be here to discuss this. Neil Canterman, City of Parkland Commissioner. As the other non-attorney on our city commission, the other one being the mayor, I'm not here to discuss if there's any legal argument as to why the City of Parkland is owed any portion of the proceeds of this land sale. I'm going to leave that to the attorneys. I'm here to make sure that the school board members understand the opportunity that's in front of them right here. It's an opportunity to show the community what, in my opinion, is the best way to be a community leader, which is to set an example. An example that doing the right thing and the moral thing has always been and still remains the right choice. There's zero really moral or ethical justification for not returning these funds, the fair share of the proceeds that represents the contribution that the City of Parkland voluntarily made to the purchase of this parcel of land that resides in the City of Parkland and was contributed over 20 years ago. It's a parcel of land that has almost tripled in value, in part thanks to the good and responsible stewardship and city leadership from my predecessors on prior commissions. For 2 decades. This was not a gift. This was a continuation of a long-standing partnership between city and school board. Returning our fair share is very simply the right thing to do. It's time to essentially just step up, serve as an example to our children, to the more than 200,000 students in Broward County, that doing the right thing is still the right thing. You know, most of us here are either raising or have raised, in my opinion, in my case, their own children. I don't think any of us would consider it a good example to have someone's money given to you for a specific purpose, not realize that purpose over 20 years, and then in profiting in that by almost tripling the value of it, not returning the money to the person who gave it to you. It's just not a good example. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. Simeon Breyer, Vice Mayor Commissioner of the City of Parkland. Thank you all for having us today. I echo the comments of my colleague, and I remain optimistic. We have had an amazing partnership with the School Board of Broward County. I am a proud graduate since the age of 8 of Broward County Public Schools, and hope that today's discussion and decision will continue that partnership as we continue forward. I see great things ahead between the City of Parkland, our surrounding communities, and the Broward County School Board. So I thank you in advance for your consideration, and my hope is that we continue to do good work together and treat each other as equal partners in that process going forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Wonderful to see you all. It's been a while. So Cindy Murphy Salamone, Parkland City Commissioner, also 27-year resident of Parkland. And I want to just commend this board on the amazing public schools in Parkland. My daughters are both graduates of each school, Riverglades and Park Trails, of course, Westglades, and then Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. So thank you. I want to echo what my colleagues have already said. Over the past 20 years, we know that this partnership has been strong. Parkland has been committed to the partnership and to contributions all along the way during those years, investing more than $16 million to date. This is to expand the school capacity and support educational opportunities for our kids, for future generations. Our shared students and families respect this partnership, of course, and want to see it continue. In 2004, when the city facilitated the donation of the 12-acre site, now Heron Heights, that was approximately $6 million. Bear with me here. In 2005, $850,000 was contributed towards the school board's purchase of the Trails Inn site. The city then invested $1.9 million for classrooms in Heron Heights in 2014 and 15. and $7.7 million in 2016 toward a 24 additional classroom there at Riverglades. Since 2020, the city has also provided ongoing, again, partnership, annual support, contributing $105,000 to date for MSD, SAT, ACT prep classes. Very important. My daughters did that as well. And almost $15,000 for Parkland Dash proceeds. This reflects a total of over $10 million in direct contributions and over $5 million in indirect contributions. The bottom line here is, the numbers are important, but the partnership is just as important. But we do ask that the school board support us and continue the partnership through what we are requesting, and we appreciate it. And again, we look forward to an ongoing, strong partnership. Thank you.
Well, I have the best colleagues. I can echo the echo, and there isn't much left for me to say. But I will take a moment of personal privilege if I could. I want to congratulate Ms. Bowman, Dr. Zeman on their election wins. Looking forward to having you guys continue all the good work that you're doing on the board. I want to thank Lori Aldeff for your continued service to not just the city of Parkland and not just District 4, but the county as a whole. Your work and your efforts have not gone unnoticed, and I absolutely appreciate that. And I will say congratulations to Nicole and Cynthia, who are also here, who are the newly elected school board members. I was a bit surprised to see them here today because they have been working extremely hard over the past 2 weeks to win their election, to earn the trust of the residents, which they have done. And I'm looking forward to your service, the two of you, on the board. And I have not forgotten Nora. I know she's here in spirit in Zoom, but I want to also thank you for your years of service to the school board. But as my colleagues had said, obviously Parkland values our partnership with the Broward County School Board, and we value education, and it was shown by us donating or getting monies donated to the school board for an educational facility. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. So now Parkland is left with having to deal with the ramifications of who that was sold to. So maybe this isn't necessarily something the residents have been asking for or the commission, but now this is something that we have to deal with. And we will, and we'll get through this as our city always gets through everything, and we'll make sure our residents in the end are happy with the outcome. But we made that contribution for the betterment of Broward County schools. And we do believe that the city of Parkland is entitled to receive that contribution back, minimally in kind, but a proportionate share because, as one of my colleagues said earlier, obviously there has been a significant increase in the property value at that particular location. So the school board and the county as a whole is going to benefit from the hard work from our previous commissions to ensure Parkland is and will always be a premier community in Broward County. So again, I urge you all to give us an opportunity to have our taxpayers get those funds returned so that we can then use that in a way that will benefit our residents in the best way possible. And with that, thank you all very much. Have a great day. Oh, and Mr. Severa, I know you were in a runoff, but best of luck to you in November. Looking forward to you sitting in that seat in November.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Superintendent, distinguished board. Thank you guys for having us. I appreciate this opportunity. I know my fellow colleagues have said more than I can say, so I'm going to kind of pull at the heartstrings instead. Because as a lawyer myself, I could probably sit here and we can have a legal conversation about the law, the statutes, the resolution, what constitutes a binding agreement, what doesn't, right? But I think we're here today for a different reason. We're here for a different reason because your charter as a board, as an entity, is to do what's best for our children, for their education, for their future, right? Our governing charter as the city of Parkland is to do what's best for our community, for our kids, for their education. We're aligned. There's no you versus us, your money versus our money. We're aligned. The question is right now is what are we as a community going to do to improve both of those interests? I believe personally that the lessons that we're able to teach through this exercise right now is more valuable than any lesson that we can teach our kids in a book. Because you can't find this in a book. You can only find it through life experience. And our kids are watching. Let's be real. Our kids now are very locked in and connected to what's going on in the world. I think even adults are becoming naive to how mature our kids are becoming at a time where we probably don't think they understand certain things that they do. So if we're going to talk about teaching our kids, and we're going to talk about giving them the tools they need to not only lead in the future, but to thrive, we need to show them. We don't need to tell them. We need to show them. And how do you show them? You show them by doing what we all know in this room, inherently in our core, is the right thing to do. I don't need a lawyer to spend thousands of dollars to sit in a room and debate over whether or not the city of Parkland is entitled to not only remuneration and reimbursement of what they invested in their future, but to some sort of share in the value that the school board's receiving from that investment. Otherwise, what kind of message does this send to the rest of different municipalities throughout Broward? What kind of message? If you partner with the Broward School Board, you may get a school. You may have a better future for a community. That's not something cities want to buy into, especially with the tax reform coming up. There's too much at risk for our city to have to now take a back seat while a school board, who we partnered with in good faith, is going to make a decision that deeply affects our community for years to come. Whereas for the school board, it's a financial decision, and I understand it. It's an important one, but it's financial. This is our community. No money can fix the changes that could be brought by this decision. Thank you.
Any other public speakers? All right, Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you, and thank you to the City of Parkland and the Commission for being here today and for taking your time and your dedication and your partnership with Broward County Public Schools. So first I'd like to just address if Ms. Bruno can address her memo as far as stating whether or not the $850,000, your memo said we're not legally obligated to pay it back. If you could just speak to that.
From our assessment and reviewing the documents, the resolution, as well as the purchase and sale agreement, we have come to the conclusion that there is no legal obligation from the school board to pay the $850,000. And that's only from a legal standpoint.
Thank you. I'd like to bring the board's attention to Mayor Walker's email to the board, or letter to the board that's in your backup. And this letter really demonstrates the commitment that the City of Parkland has had over time with Broward County Public Schools. And this has been a 20-plus year partnership that we've had with the City of Parkland. And Parkland has given numerous amounts of funding to help address issues because of the growth within Parkland. And if you look at after his letter, there's backup speaking to the 20-plus years of partnership with Broward County Public Schools, and it talks about the City of Parkland's contributions. So I'll briefly touch on them. In 2004, Heron Heights Elementary School, the city facilitated the donation of a 12-acre school site by Parkland Vista. In lieu of approximately $600,000 in schools impact fees, the developer donated the property for what is now Heron Heights Elementary School. The donated land was estimated to have a value of more than $6 million. In 2005, Trails End Elementary School site, the city contributed $850,000 to assist the school board with the purchase of the 10.14-acre Trails End Elementary School site for $5,875,832. In 2014-15 Heron Heights Elementary School, the city contributed $1,905,000 to fund the installation of 4 modular classrooms. 2016 Riverglades Elementary School, the city contributed $7,724,000 for 24 classrooms. And then in 2020-2026, the annual educational school support, the city contributed $105,075 for SAT, ACT classes. And then if you look at the summary of the city investment, that comes to a total of $16,098,200. And so besides that financial investment, there is also, and I'm going to hand out this document to my colleagues, there is also a investment of the FTE funding over the last 14 years. And if you take the FTE funding of an average of $9,100 over the last 14 years for Heron Heights Elementary and Riverglades Elementary School, that comes to $66,630,200. And that is, the value over time of having these schools have these spaces and classrooms there. So as you can see, there is an incredible amount of investment, multi-millions of dollars, that the city of Parkland has contributed to the partnership with Broward County Public Schools and to see BCPS thrive. So this is why my motion that I'm going to have is because I believe that we need to not only give the minimum of the $850,000 back to the city of Parkland, but there should be a maximum amount of $2 million given back to the city of Parkland. So I move to give Dr. Hepburn board authority to negotiate payment with the Parkland City Manager within parameters of a minimum of $850,000 and a maximum of $2 million with negotiations to be completed by September 18th, 2026. And I'm handing out my motion.
Second.
Motion made by Mrs. Alhadeff, seconded by Mr. Severa. Public comment on the motion. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. I agree in spirit that it did say that if the thing didn't close, then you would get the money back, which is, I think, a lesson learned that they'll never let something get written that way again. So I support the motion. I would like to point out that about $334,000 of district funds were spent on the Heron Heights Park Trails debacle because they were trying to build too many classrooms, and Leslie Brown didn't get enough money. It wasn't Parkland's fault, it was staff's fault. So I made them go through and figure out how much the district had spent. So if you net that, I get that, it's been 20 years and it started out at $850, so in theory I support if there's more. However, there is evidence that about $334,000 was spent of taxpayer funds on park trails in Heron Heights. So if you could net them, that would be great. Any other public comment? Board member comment, Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. So I won't be supporting this or the item in general, and let me tell you why. So in the memo we received, the $850,000 originated as a developer payment intended to support increased school capacity rather than an expenditure from the city's general tax revenues. Although the school originally contemplated for the Trails End parcel was not constructed on that site, the underlying educational purpose of the acquisition and contribution was fulfilled through the construction of Heron Heights Elementary School, which was provided the additional school capacity and student seats contemplated for the Parkland community. So, from my understanding, our obligation and the original use of that money was used as intended. Furthermore, I hope and I know that all cities invest in their community because it's the kids that live in the community that go to our schools. And so to have this discussion is incredibly frustrating to me. I would also like to say in July of 2025, the Parkland Commission discussed taking over our schools and turning it into a municipal charter school. And they asked staff to come back with a plan to do so. I don't know the resolution of that, but to me, that doesn't sound like good partnership. So while I appreciate the investment that they give to their own community, I will not be supporting this, and I hope my colleagues do not, because at the end of the day, we need to support the kids in our school, and we are doing so, and we did so through this agreement.
Thank you. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Just based on what Ms. Thompson read, can someone indicate to us whether the city of Parkland paid the $850,000 or did a developer pay that money? Is there a way to just make that very clear?
Dr. Hepburn or Ms. Dupree-Bruno?
It's our understanding that WCI Communities paid $850,000 to the city to assist with an educational facility, and then that $850,000 was paid by the city to the school board to help purchase the property.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So I'll just say I, again, appreciate your partnership that Parkland has with the school board, and I do want to be good partners. I would agree to a maximum of the $850. I don't think that we should pay interest on it. We have lots of other schools that we need to fix the facilities in. If we borrowed or was lent $850,000, I think we should, in good faith, give it back, but I won't be agreeing to the maximum of anything, so I won't support the item in terms of a minimum and maximum. I think it should be very clear. There's no negotiation. It's $850,000 for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Dr. Zeman?
Thank you. I need to learn a lot more about this. To me, this is not a fully staffed item yet, and we've got to think about this. As your representative on the Broward Planning Council, I deal a lot with all 31 cities and their investments in schools. I deal with new developments coming in and doing impact fees and things like that. I'm also very aware as an economist that without schools, without land being set aside, has a huge impact on the ability to sell land and to sell future residences. So this is a lot more complicated than this. I just want to be clear, though, to Ms. Hickson's point, you said you would give up to $250, but you're acknowledging that this funds came. What did I say?
$250.
See, I'm negotiating with myself. Yeah, $250, going once. You acknowledge, though, that this money, I think, came from a developer, not from the city of Parkland.
That's not what the general counsel
Let's
said.
get to that point.
Yes.
And all I'm trying to prove is that we don't know enough today.
Okay.
There's a much more interesting model of this to make sure that we do the right thing. And we've had a lot of speakers here challenge us to do the right thing. I think we try every time to do the right thing here. But Ms. Dupree-Bruno, if I heard you correctly, and I do this on the Broward Planning Council every month, developer has to pay impact fees, has to pay a per seat fee sometimes. Oftentimes we'll set aside land. They'll say, look, I'm going to put 1,200 of these kinds of units, and part of the land I'm going to set aside for a future use. Sometimes they need a water retention pond, sometimes they need a school, but they set aside land. And they put a valuation on the land, and that's fine. Because it's a gift, the valuation isn't done through a normal appraisal process. It's just like, hey, if this was housing land, it would be worth this much. But often it's land they can't build on, it's just a lot more complicated than what has been presented today. What you just described, I want to clear up with Ms. Hickson. Developer gave the money to the city gave it to us. Is that correct?
That's what our research indicated.
Terrific, and that's a standard transaction. I mean, when a developer wants to develop something and pay an impact fee, a per student fee, whatever the fee is, impact, and they pay the city tons of impact fees for curb and gutter and for transportation, all kinds of things get put into those development agreements and to all the exceptions that they want and how they work with the cities. But I would really like to know more about that original transaction. I'd like to know, to Ms. Thompson's point, was this money they had to pay anyway with impact fees, and therefore it just came through, and it wasn't the city coming up with $850,000 of their own money. But I want to do the right thing, but I don't know enough about this item. And this is what's tough with BB items. This did not come from Dr. Hepburn's staff. Am I correct, Dr. Hepburn?
That's correct.
And are you comfortable with the information presented today as a complete package, or would you like your staff to look into it and make sure that your board has all the information for which it can make the right decision?
Well, I'm always concerned if the board has enough information. If that's the request, we would do more additional research and provide additional information.
Well, here would be my request if my board agrees, which is there's a standard model for setting aside land and contributing money when you're a developer. We don't have all that information in this package. We have a single transaction. We have a letter from a city manager asking for interest, which I don't agree with, by the way. I think government to government, usually there isn't some inflation number in dollars. We don't earn any interest on that money. And so it's hard to charge us interest going forward. So I reject the $2 million number out of hand. I liked the mayor's idea about in-kind. I think maybe that's going to end up being something that we can do. But I really need to know more about this series of time period, what's gone on over the 20 years. I appreciate every city. I'm almost done. I appreciate all 31 municipalities in Broward County when they contribute, and it is a partnership, and I'm committed to doing the right thing. For my vote, it would be to delay this, put it on the table for postpone it until we can get that analysis done, Dr. Hepburn. And what I'd be interested in is, what was the developer's interest? Was it money that they had to pay anyway? We just did this with Oakland Park not long ago, where Oakland Park thought they had given us $2 million themselves. It turned out it came 100% from the developer. And so I think that just because a city writes the check because they collected the money from a developer doesn't mean that it's city general funds that we got. It's really just development funds in order that went through the city. I just need to know more about this so that we can make sure that we do the right thing. Again, when land is set aside as part of a development, there's a tremendous advantage or financial windfall that comes to the city because they can sell that land for more money, collect more revenue, because there's our site ready to go for folks to come in and have their kids educated. And for my taste, this is just too rushed, and I need to really understand the whole model so that we can make sure we know what right looks like. Because right now, I'm not comfortable with all the information that we have being vetted and verified. And until we get to that point, I'm not going to be able to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman?
Thanks, Chair. I agree with Dr. Zeman. I think we need some more time. I'd like to know what our fiduciary duty is to the Broward County Public Schools as board members, and then I think we have to think about precedent setting too, because if we're going to go and look at every deal that we've made at some point in the future, we're going to have a lot of problems. So I think we're going to have to really look at that as a policy, not only the legal implications and the partnership implications and how we want to be good partners and do the right thing with our municipalities. But just what this means as a one-off. If this is happening for one city, then this would open the door for all the cities potentially to come back to us with similar requests, which I don't think that, I think that we need more time to have a very full idea of what is happening in this item. I'd like to have more time to review all of the documentation, because really this was, unfortunately, the timing was not great for something so complicated for this particular meeting. So if we could move it to the next board meeting or whatever, yeah, I'll move to meet it to, or what do we do? To lay it on the table?
I was just proposing until they're done with the analysis.
A substitute.
Oh, a substitute motion to move it to the next, is it gonna take a month, or?
Attorney Dupree-Bruno.
You can put a set time, as Dr. Zeman said you could do. I move to lay the pending motion on the table until such time as staff comes back, or you can say lay it on the table for 30 days or until our next regular school board meeting, whatever time period that you want to add to it.
What did you want? Longer?
Oh, how long it's going to take to get the information? Is that the question?
Yeah, how long would it take to?
That's operational.
Yeah, we would have to work with our real estate and planning team to find out how long it would take. I don't know if we can go with Dr. Zeman's suggestion until staff is done. We'll start the research and working with the builder, the city, and providing as much research and analysis as possible. I can't give you a timeline.
Okay, so I'd say we do the next school board meeting, or we do the
And see what we come up.
do the, yeah, so that we have a time set. And I also, part of, something that they brought up is what is going on to that property. So what's the financial impact to the city moving forward in terms of property taxes and things like that, would also be part of the analysis, I would think, for.
I'm making a note.
Okay. Are you going to make your substitute motion?
I'm making a substitute motion to lay this on the table until the next regular school board meeting, and
September 15th. Substitute motion made by Ms.
Second.
Pullman, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Public comment on the substitute motion.
Thank you again. Jordan Isro, City Commissioner, City of Parkland. I just want to address the idea that somehow this isn't fair, or that Parkland's getting something more than anyone else should. To the extent that there's a concern that this open up partnership and evaluations of other deals with other municipalities, it should. It should. The purpose of a partnership is to that both parties benefit, not that one party gets to determine how the other party benefits. And that's what's happening right now. We came into this as a partnership, and now we're being told, we, the school board, are going to determine what's best for you, the city of Parkland. Well, I got to tell you, you're saying this could set a precedent? I agree, but I think it's going to set a very dangerous one. You are going to show the people of Broward County that if they want a brighter future, invest your money somewhere else, because there's no guarantee that the Broward School Board is going to return your investment. And I will tell you one last thing. Again, the law is the law. Equity and fairness is what we're here on today. We're here to teach our kids about a moral compass of what's right and wrong, not what a lawyer says in a book.
Thank you. And again, public comment is on the substitute motion to postpone this to the next school board meeting.
Hi, Simeon Breyer again. I'm somewhat dismayed. My optimism should have been guarded. When we have issues come before us and developers are willing to contribute funds for a project, we have the benefit, as did my predecessors in this instance, of directing those funds to assist a variety of projects within the city. Those funds didn't have to be directed to the school board to help purchase and acquire this piece of property. The city's leaders at that time chose to partner with the school board and have those developer dollars dedicated. This wasn't impact fees. So the notion that this money didn't come from the city, this money could have come from the developer into the city's coffers and gone to any other project. But the city partnered with the school board to acquire this parcel with those funds. So the notion that there isn't enough information to partner with the city of Parkland to resolve this issue, to me, seems unfounded. And I challenge the board to seriously consider, because I don't want this to mar, whether it's me or my successors on the board, I don't want this to mar those future decisions of how to partner with the school board as we go forward in directing developer dollars in the future towards the school board in partnership on other projects.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
I would like to make two quick points. Number one, the idea that anything above the $850,000 in kind contribution is interest is absolutely ridiculous. So the parcel of land grew in value. The payment that the school board made for the land was $5,850,000 came from the city of Parkland's contribution. Now it's being sold for $14 million. So that's where the increased value comes from. It's not any kind of unjust interest. In addition, it's the information in front of you has been present and available for months, and I'm just not sure how additional time is going to make this decision any easier for you. This is the research that should have been done leading to today. It's not that complicated, a partnership that was created in 2005. I feel like I understand it clearly. I think you can too.
Considering the information needed to make this decision here today regarding the return of an investment that Parkland made for a particular site to be a school, you were able to decide on your own that this land can be sold to Broward Health at close to a 300% profit. You were able to make the decision to sell the property to Broward Health knowing that this $850,000 was contributed by the city of Parkland. And as my colleague said earlier, those funds did not have to go to that particular site. Those funds could have gone in a multitude of places. But we decided in good faith, because of our growth, to partner with Broward County Schools. You should, if opportunity arises, when land deals are done in other cities, if cities are in the same situation as them, as we are today, they should be treated exactly the same.
Thank you so much. Next public speaker.
Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. So beyond and I'm confused as to why you need more time, because I read a ton of backup on this item. I don't know where, it wasn't a public records request, so it should have been available to everybody. It pretty much answers all the questions. Now, I get if nobody read it, because everyone's been a little busy lately, but that's not the same. So, like, be honest. We didn't read the backup, and we'd like to push it to the next meeting. But if you're not going to do that, I think the backup was there. The issue here, too, is that there apparently was no policy in place 20 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, that if you didn't use the money as designed, because understand that because of the time value of money, what was $850,000 20 years ago is more today. That's just how money works. $1 20 years ago is now not $1 today.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman.
Thanks, Chair. So just to go back, I was not aware of any of this investment until we were actually approving the contract when it was brought up by Ms. Alhadeff, but none of us had any knowledge of this up to that point. And we had been negotiating a contract with Broward Health since I've been on the board. So all of a sudden it came up as kind of an afterthought. And so at this point, I find this to be kind of unnecessarily adversarial. I think that we should be dealing with this in a different way than having this item brought up here and then arguing about it from the dais. I think that we can find an equitable resolution to this, but I don't know that it needs to be done in this manner. And to be in the interest of full disclosure, I have not read the entire contract that happened in 2006 because of the timing of this item. If it was brought next month, then I would be fully prepared to discuss this. And I don't know that there's a problem with the timing because we haven't closed on the property yet. The money is not going to be spent. It will be in our account. So there's no fear that the money will not be there to negotiate how we're going to deal with this in a month. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Severa.
And I agree with Board Member Bowman about the timing. And if only somebody had asked to have this meeting pushed back, maybe we wouldn't have had this problem. But be that as it may, I want to make sure that I have my facts straight. So, Dr. Hepburn, I'm going to see if I can simplify this, because oftentimes in my brain, I try to simplify things before making big decisions. So going back to 2005 or whenever it was when this initial deal was put into place, there was an understanding that a school was going to be provided for the city of Parkland to address their economic boom that they were experiencing, or the residential boom, I should say, that they were experiencing in their city, which is a great city, by the way. And I'm glad that the mayor and the commission has come here today to speak to the board. We do appreciate everybody's time. That being said, Mr. Superintendent, there's this understanding that we are going to build a school for Parkland residents. Relying on this understanding, or promise, dare I say, we are given $850,000 with the understanding that a portion of that money is going to be used to build this school on this particular parcel. For whatever reason, and I don't think we need to get into details today, that doesn't happen. The school's never built, or at least the one that was initially contemplated. I know we have some great schools in Parkland, but this particular instance, the school was never built. So the city gives us this sum of money, and quite frankly, I don't care if it came from a developer or a resident or a good Samaritan. The fact of the matter is the money was in the city's bank account. They stroked a check to BCPS with the understanding that we were going to build a school. We did not build a school for whatever reason. And now what I'm hearing is this sort of inherent pushback as to why we wouldn't give them, at the very least, their initial investment, despite the fact that we bought the parcel and we stand to make a great deal of money from the sale with the Broward Health folks when that's ultimately finalized. So to me, this is very simple. We receive a sum of money from a city with the promise and understanding that we are going to build them a school. We don't build them a school. We now sell this parcel of land that they arguably partially funded with their $850,000 investment. And it sounds like to me what I'm hearing from my colleagues is there's this restraint to not give back money to this city. And I don't want to get into the legal parameters of this, because I will admit that perhaps this wasn't the greatest written contract. But at the very least, I'm really at a loss for words why this needs to be pushed back any further, and why we should be discussing the amount. That's what we should be discussing right now. Not additional time to go back and read the packet that everyone had. Listen, I was just as busy as everybody else yesterday and for the last 2 weeks and for the last prior months working on the things that led up to yesterday. But I read this. Maybe with not as much detail as I do when I have a little bit more time, but I read it. I knew it was on the docket today. So, Mr. Superintendent, am I correct in saying that when we strip this down in the most simplistic of forms, is this an accurate statement? The city of Parkland gave us $850,000 for us to build a school. We did not build the school. They are now asking us for, at the very least, a return of that money. Is that accurate?
In a general sense, yes.
Yes. Remember, I'm stripping things down for purposes of simplicity here. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to speak for myself, because certainly I can't speak for my colleagues, but I don't think that's fair. And I don't think it's fair for them to continue to wait for this money. When was the money given to us?
When was that? What year? I have it in front. 2005. 2005.
And we sit here in the latter portion of 2026. So I think respectfully, Mr. Superintendent, we've waited long enough on this. I'd like to make a decision today, and I will not be supporting the motion to delay this. I think this conversation up here should be focused strictly on amounts, not on additional time. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to clarify that delaying the item, as far as my understanding, is not about giving back any money. I think it's about getting more information. So just want to correct the record, because I believe that's what I heard in a prior comment. So, Dr. Hepburn, this was a gift given to build a school on a specific property, and instead of that, we added additional classrooms to Heron Heights. Is that correct?
I have Dr. Wanza. She's a resident historian that may have more recollection than me because my knowledge is based on the review of the document. So,
Good afternoon. For the record, in 2005, I was a principal in Hallandale. So based on what I have read and reviewed in the record, so the money was provided, for lack of a better term. The city was the actual holder of the money to ensure that the money was used for its intended purpose. The intended purpose was to expand school capacity in the city of Parkland. And as through the research of what I'm reading, the land was acquired. However, another parcel of land was also acquired. So a school was built in the city. Heron Heights was the school that was built.
When was that built, Doctor?
Oh gosh, I gotta go look.
Okay.
2004. So Heron Heights is the school that Heron Heights was built, but there was also additional capacity added to Riverglades Elementary School, as well as Heron Heights and Park Trails, because modular classrooms were moved. 3 classrooms were moved from Glades Middle School and placed at Park Trails, and 3 were placed at Heron Heights. Then there's also the classroom addition that was built at Riverglades.
Okay, so Dr. Wanza, through Dr. Hepburn, your understanding of the funding was to expand school capacity. And the possibility of doing so was this original parcel of land, but instead it was accomplished through adding classrooms to Heron Heights and Riverglades? Is that what you just said?
So it was the construction of Heron Heights Elementary School, the addition of modular classrooms, in addition to the building that was built at Heron Heights, the 6 modular classrooms that were added to Park Trails and Heron Heights, as well as, and the city contributed to the 24 classroom addition at Riverglades Elementary School. So that's how additional space was added for schools in the city.
Okay, Dr. Hepburn, did you understand the use of this $850,000 to expand school capacity?
for my review, yes.
Okay, and do you also understand that the original intent was for that school capacity to be expanded on the empty parcel of land?
For my review, yes.
Okay, do you feel that that was accomplished by expanding school capacity at Heron Heights as well as Riverglades?
Just as far as reviewing, my interpretation is that the capacity for that land to build a school wasn't needed anymore due to capacity being expanded in other schools in the area.
Understand. So with Parkland donating this money to expand school capacity, would you say that your understanding with the City of Parkland and the School Board of Broward County that has been accomplished by the expansion of school capacity at Heron Heights and Riverglades?
Repeat the question.
Okay, so the original intent, as far as my understanding of the $850,000, was to expand school capacity by the possibility of building a school on this empty parcel of land. That didn't happen, but school capacity was expanded at Heron Heights as well as Riverglades. So the goal of what was to be accomplished, would you say that that was, even though it wasn't accomplished on the empty parcel of land, that the goal was actually accomplished by the expansion of school capacity?
Yeah, so I can't speak on behalf of the City of Parkland. I don't know if they expected a school to be built. Right,
right. That's what I'm trying to understand.
I can't speak on their behalf as far as what they expected at that time.
Okay, so we don't know if they expected a school to be built or they expected expansion of school capacity, because that's what I'm trying to differentiate. And Dr. Wanza, I don't know, Dr. Hepburn, if you could clarify. So Dr. Wanza, was the goal to have a new school or to expand school capacity?
I have to read the documents again, so I don't want to misspeak on the record. Hold on one second. So this is what I'm reading from the origin of the funds in 2002. According to resolution number 2005-12, so this was Exhibit D of the contract, the financial history of the transaction began on March 25, 2002, when the City of Parkland and WCI Communities executed an agreement. This agreement required WCI to pay $850,000 to the city, specifically for increasing school capacity. The city held these funds with the intent to contribute them toward a school board project that will fulfill the capacity requirement.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Wanda. So my understanding from what you just read is that there seems to be either a misunderstanding in the original intent where the school district understands the gesture to be to expand school capacity, while Parkland seems to understand it to be to build a new school on the property. So, you know, what I'll say to this, and I know that right is relative. There seems to be opposing understanding, but there is great, on a personal level, I believe it would be a great gesture for Parkland to not pursue this, but also on a different level, I think there are some great value in maintaining good relationships with cities. Because there seems to be a gray area in terms of understanding the intent or the original intent, I certainly would be supportive of giving back the $850, but certainly no more than that. You know, we did not exactly, in my opinion, do what Parkland thought we should have done, which was to build a school on the property. We interpreted this as expanding school capacity, and we believe we did that, but because of the misunderstanding, I think in terms of maintaining good relationship with the city of Parkland, I would be willing to support the $850. I understand that there are intent for delaying the vote to get more information. If my board members need that, I will certainly support that as well, but that's where my position is right now, is to maintain a good relationship, because there seems to have been some misunderstanding in the original intent of the use of the funds. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Severa?
Thank you, Chair. Just to go back and touch on a couple things. First and foremost, my prior comments were focused on the fact that I think we should be voting on amounts as opposed to kicking the can down the road. And I know this board loves to kick the can down the road, but for something like this, I think some finality is required. Also, I want to focus on this resolution because I have it in front of me, and I am reading it, and this is the original resolution from back in 2005. And the third whereas clause within the resolution specifically talks about the $850,000 being used to facilitate the purchase of a property by the Broward County School Board in the city of Parkland and the erection of a school on said site. So I don't know where this confusion is now coming from as to what the money was. Well, is it to open more classrooms in pre-construction schools? Is it to buy portables for schools that already exist? Unless I'm missing something in this resolution, it specifically says that the $850,000 was to facilitate, the purchase of the property and to erect a school on the property in question. I don't know how to make this any more simplistic. And if we have cities, whether it's Parkland, whether it's Sunrise, whether it's Miramar, whether it's Slaughter, whatever the city may be, if they are investing in us and giving us money as a district with the understanding that we are going to build schools, and we do not build schools, I don't know why we need more time to decide as to whether or not we should give the money back. Of course we should give the money back. This discussion should be focused on amount. Again, I do not support the motion to kick the can further down the road, despite this board's desire to do that with a lot of things. And I would urge my colleagues, please read the resolution. And Dr. Wands, I want to make sure the verbiage that you stated was from the same resolution that I'm looking at, correct?
So I was provided with a summary of the document. again, I was provided with a summary of the document, and so that is what I was reading from, and I also shared it with yes.
Okay, so, and just to be clear, I'm looking at the actual resolution. I know that it may have been summarized in some other documents, but the actual resolution specifically contemplates that the city of Parkland is anticipating that in exchange for their $850,000, we are going to build them a school, according to the resolution. So I just want to be clear on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else on the substitute motion to postpone this to September 15th? All in favor of the substitute motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
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 Roll call, please.
Roll call on the motion to postpone to September 15th. Board members Bowman,
Yes.
Severa,
Nope.
Hickson,
No.
Holness,
Yes.
Leonardi,
Yes.
Rupert,
No.
Thompson,
Yes.
Zeman,
Yes.
and Eladef.
No.
Motion passes 5-4.
All right. That disposes of the item then. This item is postponed until September 15th. At this time, I will recess the meeting.
Autodesk Flow Studio for AI-powered motion capture, camera tracking, and animation that cultivates your imagination. Autodesk Flow Studio for all the stories you want to tell.
Do you know you can protect your app on the wall using VR headset? We have some techniques to paint a mural on the wall, and one of I use the app Stencil VR for this. In the market has some apps, I tried some of them, but Stencil VR is my favorite one and it's really good. Has a lot of stability and it's so easy to use. It's because we're gonna use this. And this is the updated version because they also released a new version of Stencil. So we are doing this video again with the new updated version. The first thing we need to do, I draw all my designs on iPad. So this is the design that I'm using right now.
Looks like they're still in closed door.
This regular school board meeting is now reconvened. Could I get a motion and a second on item BB3?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by me. Public comment on BB3.
My name is Dr. Trudy Germanovich. Yesterday, as I was sitting in 100-degree temperatures to help encourage voters at a church near me, I met and talked with other volunteers. One of them brought their 2.5-year-old son, and we started discussing preschool. She's looking and hopes to find one near Flagler Village in downtown Fort Lauderdale, where she shared that there were several other mothers within her rental complex who are also looking. I'm worried that there won't be a public school with an appropriate program near enough for them during this school year or next, and they'll be forced to pay exorbitant amounts for preschool. I know that cities like Fort Lauderdale and Hollywood have many local projects, so this is only going to get worse. When I got home, I remembered that I had voted, which I always do, for Florida Amendment 8, which was passed by 59.23% of Florida voters. Earlier, when I spoke about the importance of voting this November, I'd like to point out that today, that constitutional amendment for pre-K would have failed, just like the state law that it was for class size. And the Florida legislature now requires 60%. So what did the Constitutional Amendment 8 say? It stated every four-year-old child in Florida shall be offered a high-quality pre-kindergarten learning opportunity by the state no later than the 2005 school year. This voluntary childhood development and education program shall be established according to high-quality standards and shall be free for all Florida four-year-olds without taking away funds for existing education, health, and development programs. I hope the board will take the time to discuss how this constitutional amendment has or has not been funded by the state. My question would be, has Broward School Board been given adequate money by the state to provide every four-year-old child in Broward a high-quality pre-kindergarten learning opportunity in the form of an early childhood development and education program, voluntary, high-quality, free, and delivered to a professionally accepted standard? If there's not funding coming from the state, as voters expected when they passed Amendment 8, in November 2002, I know there won't be money to expand pre-K, and it's regrettable, but I'll have to tell the many young people not to blame Broward schools, but Broward schools should be blaming the state and finding the money, and we'll remember in November. Thanks.
That concludes registered public speakers.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. We have an opportunity to make BCPS more competitive, attract families earlier, and encourage them to remain with our district throughout their child's educational journey. By investing in our VPK, not only are we doing the right thing for Broward's youngest learners, we are supporting our families to reducing barriers to obtain high-quality, affordable early education programs. And we are building a strong pipeline into our K-12 programs. The research is clear. Children who attend high-quality VPK and pre-K programs enter kindergarten better prepared socially, emotionally, and academically. However, one of the biggest barriers to participation is cost. For many families, tuition-supported VPK and pre-K programs may simply be out of reach. But under this proposal, the district would help reduce costs for families by subsidizing fixed fringe costs. So for families with 3-year-olds, that would be about $200 per payment. And for families with 4-year-olds, this would save each family approximately $225. Reducing tuition makes high-quality early learning more accessible and gives more families the opportunity to choose a BCPS program. This is especially important as families have more choices than ever. If we want families to choose BCPS, we have to make our programs accessible, affordable, and competitive. We need to look at VPK and pre-K as an important entry point into our district and a way to showcase the quality of our teachers, schools, specialized programs, and educational opportunities. We know that 94% of our VPK families choose to enroll in BCPS schools. Not only will this expansion be a benefit for our youngest learners and their families, it is also projected to bring in additional funds into the district. According to our financial model, and I hope everyone took the time to read the memo sent a week or so ago, approximately 18 students returning to BCPS for kindergarten from only one VPK classroom can generate approximately $163,000 in kindergarten FTE funding. Now imagine that return happening across our entire district. This is money the district can use to pay our teachers and staff and also bring in much needed resources into our classroom. I'm asking my colleagues to approve this item, which will have the district subsidize the fixed fringe cost for VPK pre-K classrooms beginning in 2027-2028. Over the next 3 years, this will allow us to expand VPK programs in every school that has capacity and desire to have a program. Ultimately, this is about investing early, supporting families, and creating a pathway that encourages children to begin and continue their education with Broward County Public Schools. And just comment back to the speaker, so Florida is one of the few states that does do a VPK certificate. So that is something that we should be enormously proud of. But most families can't actually only do 3 hours, which is all the state funds. I would love us to advocate for full day. I think that's something that's needed. I know as a board, we've been talking about ways to make aftercare more accessible to VPK students because currently, if it is a school-run VPK program or school-run aftercare program, then they most of the time will make accommodations for our 3s and 4s. But as we learned last meeting, if it is a private vendor, they can choose whether they take our 3 and 4-year-olds, which is an obstacle for our families because if you're working 8 to 6 or you have to commute and back and forth, you can't only do the 3 hour. So I'm grateful for the legislators that they support and they fund that 3 hours, but it really is not enough to meet the needs of most families with young children. So thank you guys again for the opportunity to present this item, and I hope you will support it.
Thank you. Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. Just quick, I want to say thank you to staff and Ms. Davis for taking time, and Dr. Fulton and Dr. Hepburn for all the questions that I had, because originally the item was confusing when it asked for us to cover the cost of fringe and to understand how that translated to expanding the program. So I think Ms. Thompson did a good job in explaining that, but just in case people didn't read the extra memo that came, us being able to cover the cost of fringe then allows people to pay less to participate. So I'm not sure if that was clear to everyone. It took me a long time. Maybe I just have a thick head to understand that, but I appreciate it. I agree 100% that expanding our VPK is a great investment. We know that they'll stay with us through the end, and it's obviously a service that our community needs. So I'm happy to support this. And again, I appreciate everybody answering all the questions I had to make me understand how paying the fringe benefits would translate to allowing parents to pay less money for tuition. And I also agree with the all-day piece of it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate your questions, Ms. Hickson, and the letter in response that came back. I want to understand more about a few things on this idea. One, is there any limit to the number of 3-year-old or 4-year-old classrooms that this item would pertain to? The slide that's B1 talks about 27 classes and a total cost of $871. Is that part of the item? Is that the limit on what this item is proposing?
Go ahead, Dr. Kona, and you have the early learning team in the back as well.
So the 27 is the current class enrollment for this coming year that we're projecting. And so that's where, if we leave everything as is, it's 27 VPK classes that we're asking to subsidize. The 27-28 is what we're saying we're projecting to increase that enrollment from 27 to 31, including the subsidy, including the fringe, and the breakdown is what the cost is.
I'm sorry, my question was about how many classrooms we'd be doing this in? Is there a limit built into this item, or is this just everywhere and anywhere across 239 campuses?
I can clarify. So the idea is that we fund all the classrooms as they grow. So currently we're at 27 classrooms. And I'm sure staff in the back or Mr. Cohn can add, but the goal would be to expand it so every school that wants it, because Mrs. Hickson made a great point last time about not all schools might want this opportunity, right? So it could go up. There's also, I know one of the elementary schools in my district used to have 2 tuition supported and now they only have 1. So I think there's schools that could potentially have more than 1. But the idea is, yes, this investment will go up. I don't know if there's a maximum capacity it could go up, if staff could answer that, but it will grow.
I'm not asking about capacity right now. I'm asking about budget.
So right now it's the 27.
But what I'm asking is, does the item have a limit on the growth? Therefore, could we say, hey, this isn't going to cost us more than X million dollars? Because, I mean, right now, as I read this, you know, we have 239 campuses. We have classrooms where we used to have 50,000 students, right? Because we had 10,000 excess seats already, and then we lost 40,000 students over the last 10 years. So there's 50,000 students worth of classrooms out there. Is it potential that we could open hundreds and hundreds of 3- and 4-year-old early learning classrooms in Broward County as a result of this item? Or is there a limit to how far this can go, to the maker of the item?
I don't have a limit built in, and I think my goal would be, if it's successful, we open as many as possible. I don't know if there's a capacity limit that staff would want to include, or if my colleague wants to.
Different question, but my guess is that the limitation is not. I mean, if you have a facility and you can hire a teacher and a para, you know, I think you could do this. I mean, I don't think there's a limit. I'm a little nervous about the item as written that has no limit on it, because we wouldn't know, you know, kind of, we're subsidizing something now. So it's not running these centers where we have space, where we have demand at no cost to the district, which is an unbelievably great idea, right? This is, no, we're going to subsidize this. So there is a cost to the district, and I think as this item was constructed, we don't know what that cost is right now, nor does it have a limit.
So the cost for at least this year is about $871,000. Over the 3 years, I believe staff projected about $3 million of investment.
Total?
Total.
Or in addition to the 871 per year?
Total, but I would love staff to, they provided the numbers to clarify.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sharonda Bailey, Director for Early Childhood Education, and I have with me Paul Gress, our Curriculum Supervisor for VPK. The proposal is for a 3-year period. So to answer your question, Dr. Zeman, this year does not count for us because we're already into the school year. So we hope that the proposal would, if approved, start next year, which is targeting only 4 classrooms to grow for that particular year. So there is a limit. We weren't going outside of that boundary. And then the following year, which would have been the 28-29 school year, would be an additional 4. And then the 29-30 school year would be 4 more schools. So we were proposing to grow 12 schools in over 3 years, or 12 classes in 3 years.
Yep,
so that was our limit. And if things went well, sir, then we would come back again and ask if we could expand more.
Terrific. And I would just suggest that our item be modified to make those numbers clear.
Okay.
So that we can tell people kind of how much, this might cost. We have 27, so adding 4, when 27 cost you 871,000, 4 more, might cost you another 120K or so?
Yes.
Okay.
On the chart that's there for the year one, it's $1,034,966.
Total cost, though.
Total
The
cost.
base is 871.
Yes,
Okay,
if
that's
we
good.
did it for this year,
Yeah,
but we're
I'm-
not doing
I'm
this
terrific.
year.
Tell me if you could, Chair, I'm going to continue with Ms. Bailey with your permission. Thank you. There's two pushes and pulls here. This is the economist speaking, right? There are a lot of private and nonprofit, some faith-based organizations who offer early childhood education. There are people who do it in their homes, right? So there's this whole industry that does it. How will we find out we're not causing a school to close or a church to stop offering because we offer it in our school?
We're facing that every day now as it stands with our programming. We've had competition from the private daycares and home centers with our children leaving us going there, and we are facing that currently. It's a business, right? So we don't want to affect anyone adversely, but we also want to improve our footprint because we've lost so many children. So we are sympathetic to the fact that it could have that impact, but we're also being impacted by what's being offered out there, and we can't compete.
Terrific. And Ms. Bailey, how will you find out whether there's demand to open up a new classroom?
Well, what we do right now with our schools, we know that we've grown in certain programs. We survey our principals to see where the interest is. So if they have the interest in families because they only have, let's say, one class at their program at their school, they survey their families. We also use our wait list to see if this school can grow another program or if a nearby school, if a pocket that we're not saturated in with other I should say adventures or businesses, we expand there to make sure that we are, meeting the demand of the public. So we do survey our schools, and we also do some community outreach. We reach out to our partners to find out what's in the area and to see where we can expand, because again, we are sensitive to what's out there, that we don't harm anyone willingly, but again, this is a business.
Yeah.
And we want to be successful.
I'm going to continue in my business questions then.
Yes.
Ms. Thompson rightfully shows that there's a $153,000 increase in revenue if 18 students choose to go from 4-year-old early learning to 5th grade kindergarten, right?
Okay.
So now they go from the paid program, which is subsidized according to this plan, and they come in to generate $9,000 roughly per student. How would have we thought through where that 18 comes from, that number? Do we have any evidence, I guess, that says if you open a 4-year-old early learning center in a elementary school, that 18 of the students, 18 more students will enroll in your kindergarten that would have otherwise?
Well, based on the data that we did receive from our student assessment, because we did an assessment of how many children were in our program and how many retained and went to kindergarten and even went on to 1st grade. So we based that information on what we received from who was sitting in a cohort, let's say 24, 25, and they migrated to kindergarten in 25, 26. And from that information that we gathered, it was 94% of our children that were currently enrolled in that cohort. They stayed either at their own school that they fell in love with, or they stayed with the Broward County Public School.
Terrific. And I'm just, and I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get the veracity of this analysis. Did we know those students wouldn't otherwise enroll in the kindergarten?
Not necessarily, no, we
Okay.
didn't for sure.
All right.
But again, it's a toss-up every day. Parents choose us or they don't. So to say I can guarantee that 94% of these children would have chosen us because that's their neighborhood school, I can't say that because parents have options now. And we've lost 11,000 children this year alone. So we hope that they stay with us, but we're using the data that we have.
And Ms. Bailey, and actually this may be a Dr. Cohn question, but say we increase to 4 centers in one school, 4 classrooms being used for a 3 or 4-year-old or early childhood education, and the enrollment grows, like we're successful. So now there's 4 kindergartens instead of 3, and we need a classroom back. Is there a process for closing an early childhood VPK or PVVK, preschool program because you need that classroom back for the people that are generating $9,000 per student?
That has happened. Dr. Cohn?
Yeah, and I would say that's a good problem to have, Dr. Zeman. So, yeah, we've had a process.
Not if you're the preschool kids' parents.
Well, it's a good process to have when you have more students than you have capacity. And so, yes, we have a process in place where we start to looking at feeder schools and potential sites where enrollment is low and capacity is low. And then we work with the schools, the parents, to move those parents in programs where it's least restrictive to the parents.
Mm-hmm. Terrific. Is the subsidy as part of this program means tested?
No. You want to address?
Can you clarify?
So, I'm sorry, does it, do you have to have an income threshold below it in order to get subsidy, or everybody gets a subsidy?
It would be everybody.
Yeah, so the ask here is we're targeting families that are going to participate in the tuition-funded side. There's no income basis for the families. It's not like Head Start where there's an income criteria.
Sure.
So any family that has a child that is, in VPK's case, any child that is 4 by September 1st.
So in some sense, we are tilting the playing field toward us a little bit. The church has to cover all their costs. The private sector, daycare, they have to cover all their costs, and we're not covering all our costs, and we're not even covering on our costs for people that are high-income people, according to the current proposal.
I think you have to like take in consideration that private daycares can open from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So we're not skewing the competition. They already have competitive factors that will make many families choose them over us. But my goal with this item is to bring families here. So respectfully, I don't think this hurts private companies unless they wanted to limit their hours, and that's actually a competitive field.
And how many hours are we going to run this?
So VPK is 8 to about 12. You can do extended day, so then it goes to the end of the school day.
Yeah.
And then only the schools that will accept VPK babies for aftercare is it the full amount. And then that's completely separate. Aftercare is about $230-ish, depending what we found out last time, depending on who's your vendor. But it's about, I paid for my child about $900
a month.
A month. No, every 3 weeks, because the pay period is every 3 weeks. It is not monthly.
$300 a week.
Something like that.
But in some cases, if the conditions are right, it can go from 8 to 5.
If you can participate in the aftercare provided by the school, and if you could participate in the before care, but I haven't seen any schools that take before care.
And I understand that we're not offering the same that others, but the others don't have the subsidy that we have. We're offering a subsidized program in this item, and I get that. I'm just trying to understand and be clear about what this item proposes. Right now, we have 27 classrooms, though. And so this growth is modest. This is a 3-year trial. It's another little bit of money. There's never a little bit of money. It's additional funds to subsidize this. I think it would be incumbent on us I'm not sure how we amend these things, but to make sure we do some kind of analysis to see what the marginal enrollment is. That if and I'm not sure how I would construct that right now. I have to think about it or get the experts to do it. But saying that 94% of them enroll isn't saying that it's 90. That if that number is 18 students, we don't know that 17 of them wouldn't have enrolled anyway because they live down the street, right, in kindergarten, and they would have just gone to a faith-based daycare center and then enrolled. It would be interesting to try and detangle that, though, so that we really know what the ROI is of this program. It could be huge and it could be nice, but I really like this. Tell me about the use of staff for these things. Okay. Would they also get the subsidized care?
If their child is enrolled in our programming.
A staff member works at a school, say they're a speech-language pathologist and they have a 3-year-old. What hours could they enroll normally, and would they get the subsidy?
If it's for a tuition-funded program, if their child is enrolled, it's the normal school hours. The fixed subsidized amount is for the teachers that are working. That fixed fringe would apply to them. It's not a discount per se it will be a discount to the families if it is approved, because that fixed rate would be approved. So if a teacher works at the school and it has a child enrolled in the program, then yes, they would get that rate. It will be applicable to everybody who enrolled at that tuition-funded school.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Alduff?
Yes. So what is our plan to actually make sure that they then become enrolled in kindergarten at our school?
Go ahead, Dr. Crum.
So that's a great question. And so when you have, the benefit of having a VPK program on site in an elementary school is they're part of the family. They're part of the school. So a principal sees a VPK program just like they see a kindergarten through 5th grade classrooms. They hire the teachers, they meet and greet the parents, they form a relationship with the kids. And so there's that relationship that's built automatically where if that culture is there, they automatically enroll into the program. And if I may just add something to what Dr. Zeman said, not in the revised memo, but in the previous memo, the other impact of having this is that the majority of the students who go through a VPK program, our VPK program, and the standards and the assessments, 90% or higher of the students that go from VPK to kindergarten come kindergarten readiness. And when you think about our strategic goal, number 1, which is making sure our 3rd grades are proficient by the time they get there, we are showing our data is much higher than a private provider that is doing that because they don't have the same level of standards that we have in our district. And the second point I want to make is that we compete all the time. We compete with charter schools. Charter schools still are students, and other districts still are students. So we have to be competitive, our programs have to be rigorous, and we have to show quality impact services that we deliver. So we do that all the time, and we liken this very similar to a charter school experience.
Do we have the data that shows the current VPK classes that we have? What percentage of the VPK students then attend our kindergarten?
That's what we based it on.
Yeah, I think what you're asking is the percentage of kids that complete VPK, do they come, what percentage come to kindergarten with us?
Correct.
And that's the 94%, which is, it's roughly 18 kids. It's actually 18.8 kids. So
Per school?
per class, so per class of children. So our VPK class has 20 babies, and 18 of those return to us for kindergarten the next year.
And that's based on how many schools, that data? 20?
That's actually based on.
Can you talk in the mic? I can't hear you.
Sorry. That's based on all of our programs, so Head Start and VPK. We're at 88 schools with Head Start and VPK. Some of our classes on the VPK side are tuition supported. So this year, those the 27. And some of them, 49 of the VPK classes are funded with Title I dollars.
Okay, so
And
88
so 18 of those
classes.
children from each of those classes statistically are returning to us.
So we're saying on average of all the VPK programs, 94% are retained, stay in the Broward County Public Schools.
So why, I know Ms. Thompson brought this item forward, Dr. Hepburn, why didn't you bring this item forward, and why not quadruple this?
No, it's been part of a discussion since early summer as far as analyzing opportunities. Ms. Thompson saw it fit to, go ahead.
Just respectfully, the staff did bring this. So we had a workshop about VPK items. They were going to propose this whole expansion, and then we talked so much that no one decided. I wasn't looking specifically at
Because it went straight to discussion, right?
It went straight to discussion, and the only thing that they needed an answer on was like Head Start. So to respectfully, this came from staff. This came from Hepburn. This was just I didn't want it to go next to another workshop. So that's where this idea stemmed from, is me working with staff and their presentation. Okay. Sorry, Hepburn, you can keep going, but it wasn't my idea.
Thank you for the summary.
Okay, but I go back to my question, though, Dr. Hepburn. Why not quadruple this, the number that she's suggesting, to do more than what we're doing?
We have to invest wisely in the midst of financial pressures as well, right? So we just don't have funds to put front to front investments as large as we want because we have a lot of other compression issues financially that we got to deal with.
And I'm sorry, what is the number of schools we're doing this in?
So the recommendation is that we increase it by 4 each year, so it comes out to 12. If the board says, well, let's just focus on increasing it by 4 or 1 or 2 or 3, that's totally up to the board, but we just wanted to put some options out there for the board to consider.
Okay, so 12 schools next year.
It's
12
classes.
Oh, 12 classes, but at 12 different schools,
Yeah, spread out,
spread out.
based on the wait list, based on where we see the need is, where we can attract that.
Yeah, okay, so I get it's, you have to balance it, but if this is a win, we're getting 98% of our students are going into our kindergarten, I think we need to be more aggressive. I
Yeah,
would like to see a more aggressive plan.
And one of the things Dr. Cohn just mentioned too, we have to address it by need. We can put programs all over the place, but there may not be a specific need in certain communities. We already know what communities actually have a waiting list, so we know the areas to expand appropriately, knowing we will get a return on investment the following year. So following year's return on investment can continue to invest in additional programs and so forth and so forth.
Okay, I'm going to approve the item, but I think, Dr. Hepburn, that you need to maybe have a more aggressive approach now so we can get more students back into our schools now because we're losing students. We have to, we're like treading water and we're drowning. We need to figure a way to get on top of the water. Thank you.
Thank you. Just real quick, I wanted to thank Ms. Thompson and staff for bringing this forward. This is solving a big problem for the families of Broward County. This is good for kids. It's good for the district. So I hope we can just move forward with this win and be proud of the work that we continue to do. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Just really quickly, first I want to say, I'm sorry, Ms. Bailey, I said the wrong name. So thank you again for all of that. There were two different things said, and so I just want to be really clear because Ms. Thompson said that we would start it this year, and Ms. Bailey said, as I understood staff to say, it would actually start next year. We're just getting ready for it to start this year, so I just want to be clear on that. So it's the 27-28 school year. And although I don't disagree with Mrs. Al-Hadef in terms of, if it's a win, we should do more, the problem is it's going to cost us almost $1 million. And we've given the superintendent a directive to do a 4% raise for our staff. So we can't keep throwing more things. I think let's see how it works for the first school year, and once we see the returns of the $9,000 per student as they enter, then we can look at growing it. But I just, we have a lot of things and a very little bit of money, so I don't disagree, but I don't know that right now is the time to say, because it's costing us a lot up front before we get any money back, so thank you.
All right, and Ms. Bowman?
Well, I guess to that point is that can we just, and I apologize if this is already laid out, but are we incrementally analyzing this? Okay, so.
Yes,
then-
we know the data based on demand and waiting list at the specific schools that have the ask. So, naturally, just like any business, restaurant, service industry, you're going to go where the demand is. And
Well, right, and then, but to that point too, if hopefully we'll be successful,
Yep.
and then we'll continue to grow it.
Correct. So-
Not outrageously, so that when there's like a birth rate decline or something, that we don't get
Correct.
caught.
And there is a
say.
birth rate decline.
Right.
Largest birth rate decline in probably like 20 years is going on right now, so.
I think it's getting a little better.
Yeah. No.
Right, so I mean, we have.
Yeah, I pay attention to the data all the time, Frank, and it's not getting
I
any
was
better.
hopeful. I know some people.
Yeah. And there's more discussion. I'll leave it for next week's workshop on redefining as far as early learning opportunities through partnerships. So I'll leave that discussion for next week. I don't want to conflate the two, but yeah.
All right, anyone else on this item? All in favor of BB3, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed,
Aye.
say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on CC1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Dr. Holness. There's no public comment. As I've been informed by staff, there's no other registered speakers for the day. Ms. Rupert. Item CC1.
Sorry, it's getting funky here. My questions were answered, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? All in favor of CC1, say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item DD1?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. There's no public comment. Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. You know, I appreciate the audit, and I appreciate staff having the one-on-one conversations to explain how we are resolving a lot of the issues. I think, you know, there was a big discussion about the issues that might come up when we switched from the other system to Focus, and I think this audit showed all of those issues come to light. So change is hard, things happen all the time. But I think there are a few things that I just would like staff to explain what we're doing, because it's, I think, very, very important. And one of them is about the documentation of parent comment. So that was one of the bigger findings. So can you share with us how we're resolving that finding, like, immediately?
Go ahead, Dr. Washington.
Good afternoon, Jody Washington, Director, School Culture and Student Support. To rectify that finding in the Focus Discipline module, when a administrator processes a referral, they have to enter notes next to the date of parent contact being made. And in those notes that they enter, they have to put whether they have contacted them via phone, email, and the attempts that they've made to speak to the parent.
Okay, so, and I think you explained to me that Focus allows you the opportunity to give more detailed notes than the other system did. So it's just a matter of maybe explaining, so how do we, like, what happens where you're giving staff, I guess administrators, the information they need to know how to do that in a more efficient way?
Yes, so in the previous system, administrators simply had to click a checkbox and enter the date that parent contact was made. In Focus, they have to enter notes next to the parent contact. That has been covered in our training that we revamped this summer, and all administrators are attending that training. It is also being monitored on a daily basis by members of my team. We're going into the referrals to make sure that notes are being added to every single referral. And when that isn't happening, we are sending notification to the schools. And if we have to send more than one notification, then we are including the regional office as part of the communication.
Okay, thank you. So finding number 9, so it was, oh, sorry, I'm looking at 8. Finding number 9 was deficient documentation of referrals to support services. So can you explain to us how this is being addressed?
Yes, so when it comes to finding number 9, in the previous system, when a referral required, when a disciplinary referral required a referral to mental health services or a substance use counselor, there was an automatic trigger that generated a referral in basis that the school social worker was notified of. That same notification does not happen in Focus. And so now we are not only using email to track the referrals to mental health services, but also we have a shared spreadsheet with the substance use case managers, and there's a drop down in that shared spreadsheet where they show that it's in progress or it's completed, that is monitored on a daily basis. And so we're monitoring it in those ways to make sure that referrals are made. But it's also mental health services is not just a social worker. It could be the school counselor. It could be a minor infraction that requires them to refer the student to a school counselor. And I know I was a principal of an elementary school, and oftentimes when you have the little ones, you physically walk them over to the counselor. And so we're asking our administrators to document that in the notes. You know, I processed this referral and I walked Jody over to the school counselor to receive support and services.
And is there a way, I know we work with Focus and we're tweaking it as we go, so are we trying to work with Focus to make that a less cumbersome process?
That is one of the things that we're working on to see if they have the ability to generate the automatic referral or at least generate a notification to the assigned substance use case manager. In some of the other cases for minor referrals, like I said before, younger students that would benefit from seeing a school counselor, we still that soft handoff of actually walking the student to that school counselor and then documenting that that happened will still be done.
Okay, thank you. Another medium finding was finding 11, failure to initiate required BIP recommendations, which is behavior intervention programs. So clearly that needs to be more timely. I understand the issue was they went somewhere and people weren't sure who was taking attendance. So can you just address how we're making that more timely?
So actually finding 11 is for the one case that did not have a packet for a behavior intervention program was because the alternative probationary contract had not been issued by the prior incident, which happened within the year. And so because that contract had not been issued, they couldn't violate a contract they were not on. And so the student was put on the contract instead of a referral packet being entered. I think the one that you were referring to was the attendance one in Focus. And so we offer alternative to external suspension when a student is externally suspended from school. Under the previous system, we didn't have a way for the behavior intervention program schools to take attendance, and so they would do it paper-based, and they would actually email it, or, you know, back in the day, they would fax it to the schools, and the home school would have to take attendance. In Focus now, we can assign a second school, which allows the behavior intervention program school to access all the records of the student, as well as take attendance. It is a new process. It's not something that had to be done before. And so if a second school is not assigned, they aren't able to take attendance in the system. And so that is another thing that we're checking on a daily basis to make sure that every student that has AES assigned has a second school assigned as well.
Thank you. And the last question I have is finding 12, because this was high, the assessor incident numbering errors, and that will look bad if somebody just reads that, but I will say it was because we over-reported, but we shouldn't be over or under-reporting, so as we need to be accurate. So what are we changing to make sure that we are accurate for this?
Finding number 12 is related to the linking of incidents. So if two students are involved in a fight, they each get their separate referral, but you have to, once a assessor record is created for one student, you have to link the second student to that same assessor record. Because when you're processing a referral for assessor level incident, you cannot move on without creating the assessor record or linking it to a prior one. And so what was happening is they would just process both of them to move on instead of actually linking the referrals. What we're doing now, again, that daily review of all of our referrals, we're prioritizing our assessor level incidents every single day, making sure that somebody has eyes on those, and any issues that we're seeing with linking, we are going back and addressing those, calling the principals or the assistant principals, whoever the processing administrator is, into our daily discipline hot lab, and we're having them share their screen, and we're correcting them on the spot.
Great, thank you. And some people looked at this and just saw there were assessor errors, and I want to be clear, it was we over-reported, not under, but again, that's really important to be accurate on. So I appreciate all the work that you're putting into making sure we don't see an audit that looks like this again. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn, our training didn't work, right? We trained people on Focus. We asked them to type it in. They were used to the drop-down click box stuff, and they didn't do it. I always find it fascinating when a training organization doesn't train well, so I'm sure you'll be doing some work on figuring out how to do it better in the future. But what I'm really concerned about is two things. One, can we correct the data that is inaccurate about last year, or are we moving on and just living with a database that isn't complete in some ways in big
No, absolutely. We can correct that data, and the training has already started as of this summer to get the the team up to speed in the new capabilities and focus.
Yeah, terrific. And the other thing is, because I understand audits like this one, very, very good audit, thorough, deep audit, giving us critical information on the management team, because we're part of that, really, found these things. It isn't easy on the community to think about discipline data not being accurate. So I'm curious if there isn't some kind of audit-like procedure you're going through to check like monthly to see how we're doing on the improvement plan.
Correct. So first of all, thanks to Mr. Magley and his audit team. When you implement an enterprise-wide system, timely audits are essential to ensure they're implemented correctly, especially after that first year. We're going to have to depend on this team when we actually implement the ERP system as well to find, because you just can't identify all the gaps during implementation. So absolutely, we're actually taking some of the audit strategies that Dave used and replicating them on a monthly basis, and in some instances more frequently, as you heard Dr. Washington says, on a daily basis, just to continue to provide that level of assurance that the training that our administrators are receiving is actually taking hold and they're following the right procedures and protocols.
Terrific. And I suspect you meant Mark and not David.
Did I say David?
You said Dave, but
Mark Magley, not Dave
past
Madden.
that. For those of you that are still awake today.
Yeah.
The last point, though, I would be interested in receiving that data. If you do it on a monthly basis and you can just track us from what the audit found on the findings in particular. I know Ms. Hickson and I, but I think other board members are very, very interested in this. Just tracking how it's gotten better month by month would be a big relief, so that when we hear from people like, wait, on this one you missed 89% of the data, like, this is discipline, we don't want to miss 89% of discipline data. If we could get some tracking numbers, at least from now until the end of December, like monthly, is that reasonable?
Yeah, we could add some progress monitoring information.
Just by email would be fine. I don't think we need to take up time on the meeting.
Cool.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you, Board Member Zeman. We had 250, 850, Mark, David. We must be tired. Anyway, Board Member Thompson.
For the record, sir, I do want to say that I have a brother with that name, so it's important to make
There
we're
you
clear
go.
on that.
He must have met your brother. Board Member Thompson.
Thank you, Vice Chair. My questions were answered during the meeting. I want to just thank staff for taking the time to actually walk through all that. I think sometimes when you see an audit that could be interpreted as not great, I just really appreciate the time to walk through. Thank you.
Some Board Member Al-Hadaf.
Yes, thank you. So in Focus, when they're filling out the form, are we able to get to a point where they cannot move to the next step until they have put in the details and information as an attachment to whatever question that is?
That's one of the questions, or one of the requests that we have of the team, to make that as one of the required elements. There are some other required elements that they can't move on. For example, if it is assessor level incident, they must enter in what law enforcement action was taken. So it's another one of those areas that we're requesting to be required.
Great. So Dr. Hepburn, when do you think we'll have that in place?
So we'll continue to press the Focus team, and we can add that in part of our monthly update to the board.
Okay, great. And then when a student enters BCPS or leaves BCPS, how much time does it take for us to get the student's records, either coming into it or leaving?
Go ahead, Dr. Washington. I can tell you from school to school, it's instant because of the Focus just changes the child's school. As far as records coming in, if they're coming from another school district that does not have Focus or other capabilities, we have to depend on sometimes a physical CUME folder coming over as well. But I know the state, I think the state has adopted something to kind of help us close that gap a bit. Go ahead, Dr. Washington.
Yeah, we were just informed today that we're actually in the October wave of the statewide assessor portal, similar to the threat management portal. So we will be in that I think it's the first wave, unless there's a September wave, but we're in the October wave for that. The other thing is, when we have students who come from other counties, we do watch the registration paperwork, and if there is a parent or a student indicates that they had a prior arrest or a prior expulsion or something like that, we immediately reach out to the other county, my counterparts in the other counties, and we share information very quickly back and forth. We have a lot of students that transition between Broward and Miami-Dade County, and we leverage that relationship because if they're in an expulsion or behavior intervention program in Miami-Dade County, we honor that assignment here as well, and vice versa.
Do we have a policy in regards to focus on, because if that student has a safety plan and they're coming and now from Miami-Dade to BCPS, there should be a very timely, like, day one, we should know if that child needs or has a safety plan.
So I think Dr. Lozano probably has that answer a little bit better because the safety plans are housed in the threat management portal, and that is a statewide portal.
Yeah, and that access is immediate upon registration. So this incoming and receiving schools receive that information instantaneously for students who are on a student support management plan, and then even through students who may have a safety plan in their IEPs as well.
Okay, great. And then with the new state law that passed where the students from a K through 12 Florida school going to the college or university, are we in compliance with that law or will be this year?
We are in compliance with that law. We actually have all of the municipalities have a form that they fill out when a qualifying arrest occurs, and they send it to an email box that Chief Gregory's team monitors, and they send those notifications out to the school principals, any colleges and universities that are, then the school principal then has to notify any dual enrolled colleges or universities of that qualifying arrest. My team gets notified of it, and my court liaison gets notified of it as well, so that we are able to provide those wraparound supports and services.
Okay, great. And my last comment is just that we need to make sure that we continue to train, and that nothing is swept under the rug so we don't have another tragedy from happening again.
Thank you, Board Member Al-Hadaf. Board Member Bullman?
Thank you. Jeff Magawon list.
Yes.
Thanks.
I think this was a great example of how the system's actually working. I think the audit was great, and then I really appreciate the team meeting with each of us. So that we understand really what's happening, which is that, and as Dr. Washington said, this is an opportunity to understand where we need to improve, and they've spent the entire summer doing that. So by the time we're talking about it now, the corrections have been put into place, and we're moving forward, learning from that. So I just want to commend your work. I think you guys are doing a great job, and you are really on top of it and very thoughtful about how you're approaching all of this and any challenges that you have. So thank you, and I feel confident that, and it's the same with the audit. I appreciate the work on that, so that we can make sure that we don't have major problems going forward. So working together, all of us like this, the way that you guys did it, I just really appreciate that. That's the way it's supposed to go. So thank you.
Great. Board Member Hickson?
Thank you. I know I asked this question, but somebody texted me, so I'm going to ask. Social workers, they are not getting any notifications about referrals. So how does that, do they have to go in and find it? Or I know I asked about Focus making this easier for them, but clearly we're working on it's not going to solve the fact that they don't get notification for referrals. So can you walk us through that one more time?
Yes, so there are several infractions within the discipline matrix that require a referral to a mental health provider. It does not necessarily have to be the social worker. Based on what has happened and what prior interventions have been implemented, the school administrator will make a decision in terms of which mental health provider they're going to refer that student to. If it's a student that is already has family therapy, they might refer it to the family therapist who's already working with the student. If it's a first infraction, they may start with the school counselor. And so it doesn't always go to the social worker. What does go to the social worker are substance use infractions, And we have district case managers for substance use, and it goes specifically to them. They have a spreadsheet, like I said, that is monitored on a daily basis. It's monitored by my team to see if they have those cases in progress or if they've been completed. If we see that they haven't seen that referral after a day, then we reach out to them, hey, you have a referral that needs processing. So a school-based social worker is not going to get alerted of every referral, every behavioral referral. They will get alerted of them if a school-based administrator says, hey, this is what's going on with this student. Can you work with them?
Right, so that's my question. I'm not making the assumption, but if I'm a school social worker, Debbie Hickson, and I get a referral assigned to me, how do I know I have a referral assigned to me?
Right now, there's not a way to assign the referral in focus. You would get an email, you would get a school administrator walking a child over to you, but there's not a notice, a referral sent through focus for social work right now.
So if, let's say the administrator forgets to send me the email and I'm supposed to be assigned a student, how would I ever be able to find that? I know you mentioned something about a spreadsheet, but that's something you have. It's not something that social workers would have access to, I'm guessing.
So the school-based social workers would not be the ones that would be accessing that spreadsheet. Those are for the substance use referrals only. And those are handled by our district case managers. The only way you would know if, as a school-based social worker, of a referral that you need to meet with the student, social workers don't handle the referrals, administrators do. And as they're processing it, they would pick up the phone and call, they would send an email, or they would physically walk the student over. The way we're monitoring that is by the notes that they're entering into the behavioral referral to see how they made the referral to mental health services.
But in the old system we had, they were notified, am I correct in that?
If it was a substance use referral.
Okay, so when can we expect Focus to be able to have that feature?
We haven't been given a timeline, but that is one of the things that we have on our list to work with Focus. Okay. Again, until that time, we have put in place the substance, particularly this finding was related to the substance use referrals, and we have a system in place to monitor that.
Okay. As you can imagine, it's very frustrating. So I don't know, Dr. Hepburn, who's in charge of, like, it might be Mr. Bradford, like having the conversation with Focus to move along the issues that we have, because, you know, I'm sure we've identified a number of features that we'd like to have. What is the timeline for that?
Yeah, and it is the IT team working with all divisions and departments about specific needs, and Focus working with us to make any updates. But again, it's an enterprise system, and it's not new to education. It's been in other school districts for, almost 20 years. And so some of the processes are different. Some of the old processes were probably too automatic, right? Which people aren't thinking about what they're pressing and what they're sending. And so some of the new processes requires more thorough information and thought just to make sure we're following the right protocols. So as far as some of the asks, the IT teams works with Focus and all the departments and division for specific needs, but some things don't need to be prioritized. We just need to adapt to a better way to make sure we're documenting and providing as much information as possible instead of being so automatic. And sometimes you're taking the human aspect of what you should be following up on because you're being so automatic and pressing a button, getting a response.
So I would agree on that with some things, but I would think that there should be some kind of notification to a social worker that they have something assigned to them. So if Mr. Bradford could maybe tell us, is that something you're working with Focus? Because I think what they've been told is it's being worked on, or they're working on it. And we say that a lot, and it doesn't mean anything anymore, because what does that mean, you're working on it? So could we be more specific on that?
To echo the superintendent's statements, at the end of the day, we'll work with the vendor. I can't give you a specific time frame as far as any change that would happen with the tool, we'll work with them when it comes to getting as much of a requirement perspective with them to actually understand what they can and can't do, and give that time frame back once we understand what that looks like.
Okay, great. So if we could have a follow-up, because it seems like it's an issue with the social workers, and I mean, it's just really a matter of notification, and our district staff shouldn't have to be looking at a spreadsheet and then checking on them daily. If there's a way, I agree with you, something shouldn't be automated, but something like that, I think, would save a lot of time for our district staff as well. So if you could give us a follow-up on what that's going to look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hickson. Board Member Rupert?
Thank you, Dr. Holness.
You're welcome.
This is an example of how incredibly important our parent voices are, especially our ESE parents. We were warned from other district parents via ESE advisory of these very same examples of the findings. Sometimes we make things a little too hard for us, and I have great trust in what we're doing moving forward and remediating these things. But sometimes just having an active listening process when it comes to maybe people, staff attending ESE advisory, I think it would be like the full circle. You've got happy parents, happy people, and you've got less findings because everybody's on the same page about it. So I would just, for me, it's very important to have that parent voice. And if there's a lot of situations going on in other districts for the same thing, the same conversion, we should have been a little bit, I don't know. I know it was bad timing because of, we lost data people, et cetera, but sometimes you can't just blame it on people leaving. You have to be sure that you're doing what's best by kids. So that's my only hesitance, moving forward. I think we can prevent a lot of things, and sometimes we make it more difficult for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Rupert. Any further board member comments? Okay, those in favor of item DD1 say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Okay, the ayes have it. May I have a motion and a second on item HH2? Motion by Dr. Zeman, second by Board Member Al-Hadaf. Any public comments?
No, Vice Chair, they already spoke on this item.
Okay, board member discussion? Board Member Cervera?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'd like some clarification as to, we heard from the two young ladies who came in and spoke, Ms. Boyer and Ms. Williams. Mr. Superintendent, if this item were to pass, what would be the status of their positions within the Public Records Department?
Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, so just a couple of things. So this was management making the request from the General Counsel's office to take this function. We believe that's where it belongs due to the complexity of many of the requests and their involvement with it as is. As it relates to the two positions that currently do it, as with everyone who gets reappointed, they're guaranteed employment until June 30th. So if this were to pass, they would have positions within the district until June 30th per our contracts, and we would work to find them homes in other areas within the district.
The job that is being proposed here, this is a single individual?
Yes.
Okay, so we currently have two individuals doing the public records job, and I'm not sure exactly what their salaries are, but I believe they indicated that their salaries combined would be less than the salary that's being proposed for this prospective applicant for this newly created position, correct?
I haven't looked at it like that, so I can't answer definitively, but I have no reason to doubt what they said.
Well, let's do this. What is the proposed salary of for the individual who would be hired if HH2 were to be passed?
Dr. Lozano can speak about what the range would be, and it is a range because it would be dependent on the candidate and negotiations on salary.
Correct.
Through the chair, if I may clarify one thing.
Sure.
Go ahead, Ms. Brown.
Just for clarification. So the ladies shared that at one point there were 5 individuals doing public records. Last year we had about 1,300 records that came in. There are 2 individuals that are processing the public records, but they also have a supervisor. This position is to be able to have a systems person in place who can handle the public records. We have subpoenas all over the place to handle government compliance and other things that relate to records that need to be provided by the district. Then you will have some support to be able to process all of those records that are coming in. That's what it is. So instead of having the supervisor in communications or legislative affairs, that person will be in legal, and that person will take on more than just supervising public records, because they're doing subpoenas, litigation holds, and different other functions, as well as supervising public records.
Okay, I want to make sure I understand. Ms. Boyer and Ms. Williams have a supervisor right now, yes? Okay, who is that individual?
Their immediate supervisor is Mr. Hill.
Is Andre Hill. Okay, so Andre's not leaving the district, right? So this would just be, well, at least I hope he's not. This would just be one less task that Mr. Hill would be responsible for if we were to hire this Band C position, which I'm looking is approximately $136,000 a year, salary and fringe. If we were to hire this individual, Mr. Hill just would no longer have to oversee Ms. Boyer and Ms. Williams.
Correct.
Okay. So Mr. Hill's salary is not going to change, presumably, because of one less thing that he has to do, right?
Correct.
Okay, so this is a true cost to the district if we were in fact to hire this individual, this pay band C individual, for approximately $136,000 all in per year, right?
Yes, some of the cost would be absorbed on the 2 positions.
I don't understand that. Explain that to me.
So some of it will be absorbed because the 2 positions within the public records, although there would be additional support for the new position, some of it will be captured with the 2 current positions within public records.
Okay, but I'm trying to run the cost benefit analysis in my head, right? And I'm doing this solely on numbers from what we're seeing in the executive summary. We have 2 ladies who I said, if memory serves correct, I think they were making 50-something thousand a year each, right? So the 2 of them, their combined salary would be less than the 136 that we're offering. So if we were to hire this person, they would come in, they would relieve Mr. Hill of one of his obligations that he has to do. Now we have an individual that we have to pay $136,000 a year, so that Mr. Hill has to supervise basically one less department.
Just to be clear, this is not a cost savings to the district in the sense of a financial. It is not. What it is to make public records, 1, more efficient, but 2, to ensure there's more compliance, and which would limit potential future issues with litigation or that. So it's not an investment in the sense that we're going to be saving money. It's an investment of closing gaps and preventing potential issues with public records.
Well, we're certainly not saving money if we have to now pay another employee $136,000 a year, right? I think we can all agree on that. So let me ask Ms. Bruno, would Ms. Boyer and Ms. Boyer and Ms. Williams would have nothing to do with public records anymore? They would be sent off to another portion of the district apparently till June, as Mr. Sullivan indicated, or would they still be in public records?
I can help answer that, and then if General Counsel wants to jump in, of course she can. So it wouldn't be immediate. There would be some transition, but yes, at the end goal of it, they would not be within the Department of Public Records.
So who's going to help this new position person who's making $136,000? Are they by themselves?
So 137 is with the fringe, and then those, any additional support, those individuals have not been identified.
Okay, so if we have 2 people right now, we want to move those 2 people and have 1 person do the job of 2 people right now. What am I missing?
No, as the general counsel said, the individual would be assuming supervision of public records along with other duties.
Okay, but you just told me that Ms. Boyer and Ms. Williams are moving.
Correct.
Okay, so who's this new person going to supervise if they're gone?
They haven't been identified yet.
Would these be 2 individuals that we would have to hire, or would they be coming from the district already?
We would have to hire, but they could be internal candidates.
Okay, but that means so internal candidates. So that means that if we took them from the job that they're at now and put them in public records, we would have to pay to get them replaced. So the way I'm hearing this is essentially if we make this, we have to hire 3 new people.
Not necessarily, because 2 of those positions already exist, and the 2 individuals who are currently in the role would be filling existing vacancies.
But if we just shift them over, who's going to take their old job?
We haven't identified those individuals.
Okay, so the way I'm hearing on this is sound like this is not like a 1-person thing. I don't like what I'm hearing. I think you have good intentions on this. I'm not sure that the execution on this is going to come to the way we need. Incidentally, $136,000 for this I think is a bit high, especially considering how the department is being run right now. Mr. Pre-Bruno, are we in active litigation for any of our failures to comply with public records requests for the last year?
So let me explain.
Can I get an answer to the question first, though?
In terms of a public records.
Have we been sued for not complying with any public records requests for the last 2 years?
So I can't answer the last 2 years. I can only answer from since I've been here. I know that there have been public records suits in the past, and I know that things have escalated to the state with regards to concerns regarding our public records processes.
Okay, but I'm talking about physical lawsuits. I mean, if people complain to the state, I get it, but have we physically been sued?
Not that I am aware of.
Okay, since your tenure
my
at the district?
Yes.
Okay, I cut you off before. I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I wanted to do is just to make sure that I clarify something in terms of what this position is supposed to accomplish. We have a decentralized process in some of our legal documents, such as subpoenas, for example, that are being served throughout the organizations, from school to public records to HR to all over the place. We have issues with regards to public records as well. We have issues as regards to litigation holds that are going throughout the organization. So this person's function would be to centralize that entire process, all of that legal documentation process under the Office of General Counsel. And as part of that responsibility would be public records as well. We even have OIG requests that are going through different places that really they should be coming through the Office of the General Counsel. So this is not only to centralize and protect us, but also to make sure that we are in compliance and to prevent future problems, both from the state level as well as from a just a procedural or litigation problem.
Who handles that stuff now?
It's all over the place. It's throughout the organization.
Does Ms. Boyer or Ms. Williams handle subpoenas, litigation holds, or OIG requests?
There are some of the individuals and there are others.
Okay. The salary of 136. What is the starting salary for our assistant general counsels in the district start at?
Those are ranges, and it can go anywhere from 120 to 160.
Okay, this individual on HH2, would it be required that they be a member of the Florida Bar?
They have to have, looking at, not a member of the Florida Bar necessarily.
Do they need a Juris Doctorate?
No, they don't need a Juris Doctorate, but they do need to have a bachelor's degree, a minimum of 5 years in terms of experience. They need to have worked in a government entity prior to with regards to regulatory compliance and some other things. It's a different position than, for example, a clerk specialist B position. This person is a systems person who is supervising systems to ensure that we are in legal compliance.
Okay, and you need a Juris Doctorate, just to be clear, you need a Juris Doctorate to be Assistant General Counsel in this district, correct?
You do?
Okay, so we have potentially lawyers in this district working right now, I don't know everybody's salary, that are making less money if we start at 120 than the offering salary for this position.
Well, the cost that you're seeing, I believe, and Dr. Lozano can correct me, includes fringe.
That is correct. And that C band, which this job description is in SMAP salary band C. So the range for that band is $76,000 to $137,000. When you see that 137, we're giving you basically the midpoint, which is 107,000, plus the fringe would be about the cost you're referring to, the 137. Of the midpoint of the band plus fringe is the 137.
Okay, but you're asking this board for budget authority for $136,493. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And I'm now being told that apparently there's lawyers, trained legal lawyers, trained legal experts who are members of the Florida Bar with Juris Doctorates that could potentially come in here for $120,000.
If they accept that contract.
Fair. But at least it's a starting pay range. So what I'm getting at is, not only do I not like the idea of having to completely rearrange this department and potentially hire two other people to help this individual who we'd pay $136,000 to. They're making money, they're making more money than perhaps some of the people in our general counsel's office, which I don't think is equitable, nor do I think is fair.
If I may, Mr. Vera,
I want to make one more point, and then I think I finish. I think I've been able to touch on all my points here. Obviously, I don't have to make public records requests. I don't have to go through some of the parameters that folks do who keep tabs on the district. I'm able to access information through perhaps other means that those don't have access to. That being said, Ms. Williams, I know you have your hands full from times to time, but for those people who have interacted with you, the feedback that I have gotten has always been positive. And I'm not suggesting that should mean anything to anybody. I'm just telling you how this has been approached to me when people have talked to me about this. So I do thank you ladies, for the work that you are doing. I know this can be overwhelming at times. I have concerns about this for several reasons, which I think I've articulated, mostly with the amount of the salary coupled with the fact that it sounds like we're going to have to essentially hire two other people, whether we shift them around from other departments and then have to hire their replacements in the departments they're at now. This is going to be an ongoing thing, and this is going to cost us more money. So I'm done, but Dr. Superintendent, please, whatever you need to inform me.
No, I was just going to clarify, there's a $50,000 difference between the starting salary of the lawyers and the starting salary of this position. And I hear you quoting a higher amount, and I just want the public to understand that there is a range. And oftentimes we're not going past the midpoint, but there is a $50,000 difference between the starting salary of the position that's on this item and also the position that you're referencing with the general counsel about the lawyers. I just want to make that clear.
Board Member Silver, are you done? Thank you. Board Member Hickson.
Thank you. So I'm still confused also on some of it because we're hiring someone new to be a supervisor. We have two ladies that are doing the job who have a supervisor, but this person's going to become that supervisor. What happens to these nice two ladies?
As Mr. Sullivan stated earlier, we will find them a home in other positions around the district, as we do with other personnel.
But my confusion is I don't understand why we would need to do that. If the idea is this person's going to be a supervisor, why aren't the ladies going to just keep the job that they're doing? Like, I don't understand why there's a movement of of the employees that are already in this spot? That's the piece that's very.
Well, what I can say is we will evaluate the needs as we continue to enhance the Office of Public Records. We've heard the concerns from constituents that are trying to get information, and we'll evaluate our needs as we continue to enhance that department. And if those ladies fit that need, they may have that opportunity. If not, there may be a decision to open it up to see if we can find some people in the district that can fit that need. So I can't give you a concrete answer on that, Ms.
Okay,
Dixon.
so, fair. The other question was, so we know that they'll be found a position and they'll be good because we do annual contracts, but if I'm not mistaken, one or both of them had mentioned that they've been here quite a number of years. So if they fall under that directive that we gave before, that if you're so many years to the retirement piece, you have to keep them and find them a job, we're going to continue to do that. I don't know whether they fit in that or not. I just want to be clear, that was a directive we gave, which was when we were downsizing, but I think that they would fall under that as well. So that if they're close to the retirement, needed to get invested in retirement, we should have to find them and help find a position. Whether they accept it or not is up to them. But, and I also have a huge concern with the salary. I guess I just maybe don't understand the position. I'm just looking at all the other things, and it just seems a very high salary based on the fact that we are downsizing and that we are doing a lot of other things. I know public records is really important, but can you maybe tell us how we came to the decision that they were going to be in the Band C, especially with the requirements for the position?
I'll lean on the general counsel to kind of specify the strategy, which after my brief seems like it's something that's going to actually propel us in the direction we want to be in, being more efficient, effective, and enhancing that department so we can be way more responsive in the future as well.
So the position, again, is someone who does more than public records. So public records, you have 1,300 records that are being processed within the district. That's quite a bit. Then you add all of the subpoenas that are coming in all over the district. There's absolutely no control at this point in terms of understanding and knowing where subpoenas are. There's quite a few that go through public records. There are some that are going to risk management. There are some that are going to schools. There are some that are going to HR. And these subpoenas are court orders with significant legal consequences. And we're lucky that we have not gotten into any trouble with regards to subpoenas. There's nobody that's really monitoring the responses and doing any strategy with regards to the subpoenas that are coming in. We have litigation holds. There's just a lot of lax in terms of these legal documents that are coming into the district without it being funneled to the Office of General Counsel. So that is a big concern that I have. The second thing, of course, is the public records itself. There's been lots of questions that have been raised and posed in terms of the timeliness, the responsiveness, what is an accurate response, what is not a response, when should a public records be closed. I mean, there's some legal questions, and then on top of that, based on not only the experience that we've had here, but also throughout the state, because the attorneys, school board attorneys met last weekend in their conference, there is something called ChatGPT lawyering, where we are now getting more complicated public records requests, more complicated requests from parents. So things are elevated to a different level when it comes to public records and just legal documents as a whole. In addition, we have OIG requests that are being responded to. All of that takes some analysis and legal strategy. It's not just getting the records and sending them, or just getting the documents from ISD and just sending them out without it being processed, reviewed, and to ensure accuracy. Because sometimes, one, they're not filling the documents properly, or two, they're not responding to the request, and three, we may get ourselves in trouble by what is being filtered because there's no legal review. So I will say that legal was asked to take on this responsibility. It is, as you can tell, a massive responsibility. I am more than happy to do that. I will tell you that my office is not 100% on board with taking this responsibility because they know the consequences of it. But to help the organization, we will be able to do that. But in order to do that, we need to have the support necessary to be successful. And if we cannot have the support necessary to be successful, then we cannot take on that responsibility. And with regards to the salary, we just put down what we think that position is required, and then HR does its analysis in terms of where it falls.
Thank you. So, Mr. Lozano, could you speak to that? Because I mean, the requirement is a bachelor's degree. I had this when we were doing the org chart. I had the same issue with the levels where we were and the requirement of education that we had. So can you tell us how we landed in a band C for this position?
So when you look at the job responsibilities and all the bullets listed on the job description, plus when you look at that it's a supervisory position as well, and you look at the what the position does and the position goal, HR does its analysis of the job description. It does a comparative analysis to our other job descriptions as well. And then we also send it to, we have outside counsel assigned to HR who does a legal review to also ensure that it fits and is consistent with how we place job descriptions into bands. And after we go through that process, it was determined that for this job description, the salary band that was appropriate for the work this individual would do, plus the experience, minimum and preferred, it would be a salary band C level position.
Okay, and do you also determine the minimum qualifications in terms of like a bachelor's as opposed to a master's or a doctorate degree, or?
Yeah, we lean on the hiring manager to work on what needs to be the minimum qualifications. And then HR will also vet to sign off on their recommendations.
Okay. I'm still struggling. I mean, just thinking about the idea that we have teachers in a classroom who have a master's or doctorate degree and are making nowhere close to this amount of money. So it's very hard as a public servant to explain that out to people. And I know it's just one job and it's a very important job, but I struggle every time we have, I come from a teacher perspective, right? So I'm not going to necessarily not support this, but I definitely have huge concerns. And I'm still confused as to why, if there's two people already doing the job, they don't just get absorbed. But thank you.
Okay, Board Member Bowman.
Thank you. So first of all, I'd like to commend our general counsel, because I think that something that we had prior to her being here, there was a lot of complaints about contracts and bottlenecking and where is this and the time that it's taking to do things. And so she has come in and put systems into place and reorganized her office and changed her organizational chart on multiple occasions to implement the systems that are going to make our school district run the best. And so I have great faith in her ability to take on this responsibility, and it is a huge responsibility. Dealing with subpoenas, dealing with public records requests, giving the wrong documents without the proper supervision really opens us up for a lot of liability. And so maybe we've been lucky so far and we haven't gotten caught in a way that, we could have in a particular set of circumstances. But now identifying that gap, we're putting into place a new system that will stop that. And so what we're putting into a position that I have faith in our HR and our general counsel will identify the correct person who's going to take on the responsibility to do that, will ultimately save us money, because if we get sued, if we have a huge problem, it's going to cost us a heck of a lot more than what it's going to cost to have this person employed. And so, and I mean, I've had my own experience with this where it's like, you get some kind of request, it's not going to legal. Legal should be looking at all of this because otherwise you know, like, that's who needs to be making a legal determination of how we're supposed to proceed. And so if that's not happening right now, that needs to be fixed immediately. So I support this. I appreciate that you're being so proactive with it. And I think we need to separate this from the job that our public records is doing now, because I think they're doing a fine job, but we just need to have that supervision and the way that, and I trust the way that you decide to structure that. But two things can be true at the same time. Our public records people can be doing a great job right now and be very responsive, and we could also be open to potential liability that we need to resolve as soon as possible. So I don't think that we have, I don't think it's, I don't know what I'm trying to say at this point, but anyway, I support this, and thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Al-Hadaf.
I call the question.
Okay, Board Member Al-Hadaf call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
No.
Did we hear a no?
Yes, no, Nora.
No from Ms. Rupert. I believe the yeas have it.
Okay. All right. Those in favor of item HH2 say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Aye.
Okay.
No.
No.
Okay, 2 noes.
2 dissenting votes from Ms. Rupert and Mr. Cervera.
Great. Okay, may I have a motion and a second on item FF1? Okay, any public comments?
No, sir.
Okay, board discussion. Hickson?
Thank you. I always pull this item. We have only 2 grants this month, but just want to say congratulations to Millennium 6 through 12. They received a $50,000 grant for their aviation project, and Coconut Creek K through 8 Academy received a $2,000 grant for water science and stewardship. So again, thank you to everyone who puts in the extra time to get these funds for our students.
Thank you. All right, any other board member discussion? Okay, those in favor of item FF1 say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Mr. Sullivan, it shows that we should have 4 p.m. speakers. Do we have any evening speakers?
No, sir.
Okay, good. All right, may I have a motion and a second on item JJ1? Okay, motion by Dr. Zeman, second by Board Member Hickson. Any public comment?
No, sir.
Board discussion? We have Board Member Hickson.
Thank you. I just have a quick question that I want to clear up, because there was a newspaper article that came out that said something different than what I believe that we did. So we talked about Margate Middle School, and if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Dorsett brought to us that we should halt the construction that was happening there, and the superintendent, along with Mr. Dorsett, mentioned that we might be moving forward with putting a whole new building there on that. So is that, the board agreed to that, right? That was
That's
something we
correct.
voted on?
The board came to consensus in halting the construction there to review possibilities of building a brand-new middle school on the adjacent property of the school.
Perfect. So we didn't vote on actually doing a new building, but we did agree with looking into
Correct, and we'll bring
what that is.
bring the
So
board back in.
I just wanted to clear up some of the issues that we saw that came out in the newspaper, because they made it seem like that was something somebody made up. But I wanted to be clear that we had this discussion, and we did vote on it on the board. We just haven't done a final vote on whether that's actually what, because you're going to bring it back to us.
Going to bring information back to the board.
Perfect. Thank you.
If
That's
you let me
all I
know
had.
which media could be offline, we would love to request a correction.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Board Member Rupert.
Thank you. It's actually on that same conversation. I understand that there was consensus, and hopefully soon we'll be able to vote on the actual process. So that is, I want to be very clear, is that the board definitely gave consensus, and I think it was complete consensus, like everybody. and I'm hoping to still be here when we vote on that, hopefully. So thank you for that. And update on item is great. And then I'm going to talk on, I think, JJ7, if you can put me on the list. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Board Member Rupert. I don't have JJ7 here.
Yep, it's coming up. Mark.
Those are two added, JJ6 and JJ7.
Okay, okay. No problem. Okay, any further board discussion on JJ1? Those in favor of JJ1 say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. May I have a motion and a second on PP1?
So moved.
Okay, Board Member Zeman moved and second by Board Member Hickson. Any public comment? Okay.
sir.
This is going to be a vote down, so any board discussion? Okay, those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Nay, there we go.
Nay.
All right, good. May I have a motion and a second on item 0015?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Board Member Hickson. Any public comment? Okay, board member discussion? 0015? Nope. Okay, those in favor of 0015 say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Okay, the ayes have it. May I have a motion and a second on 05?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Board Member Hickson. Any public comment? Okay, board member discussion? 05? Okay, good. No board discussion. Those in favor of 05 say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Aye.
Okay, the ayes have it. May I have a motion and a second on JJ6?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Board Member Bullman. Any public comment? Board discussion? Okay, those in favor, Dr. Zeman?
I just want to thank all the people that worked so hard. This was a tough one to squeeze in here, but it is awesome to get this done and get it out and get them all back to work, because it would be terrific to see Parkway open and finished with this project as soon as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman. Those in favor of JJ6 say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say
Aye.
nay. Okay, the ayes have it. May I have a motion and second on JJ7?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Board Member Rupert. Any public comments? Okay, board discussion? Board Member Hickson?
Rupert, too.
Board Member Rupert?
Oh, I was waiting for Ms. Hickson, or do you want me to go?
No, you can go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I support this. A long time coming. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Rupert. Board Member Hickson?
Thank you. I would say the same thing. Thank you so much to General Counsel. I called her on Thursday or Friday and said, what the heck's happening here? Because the community had reached out, and here it is on the agenda for today. So we've talked a lot about Markham. I know Dr. Zeman has said many times that we owe this community to get this project done as soon as possible. So I do appreciate the General Counsel getting this to us so that they can get back to work, because if I'm not mistaken, work has stopped on this project for a little bit of time. So with that, to either Mr. Dorsett or Dr. Hepburn, once we pass this, how soon can the community see work continue at Markham?
Go ahead, Mr. Dorsett.
Okay, good afternoon, Mark Dorsett, Chief Facility Task Assigned. I'm going to ask Mike McIntyre to come up and give us a statement as to when work can resume.
Good afternoon, Chair, members. Mike McIntyre, AECom. We're anticipating 30 days to notice to proceed, and then 30 days to mobilization, which is basically getting on the site. So moving ground, 60 days, but it generally has been taking 30 days to get a notice to proceed out the door.
So why does it take that long? Excuse my ignorance.
It's just the process.
Is there a way to speed that process up?
We're always looking for that.
Okay.
And we will continue to look for that.
Awesome. Well, I hope you're successful in this event, because that 2 months is too long.
It's forever. It was forever getting it here. We want to get it out the door and into the ground.
Okay, any further board discussion on JJ7? Those in favor of JJ7 say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Okay, the ayes have it. Mr. Sullivan, did we exhaust all the items?
You have, sir.
Okay, great. At this time, do any of my colleagues have any update or student successes to bring forward to the superintendent for consideration? Board Member Hickson?
I'm sorry, I'm busy today. So Dr. Hepburn, I received a couple of calls and texts with concerns about safety during the voting, the primary voting. For example, if there's a school that the voting is happening in the cafeteria, the students are eating lunch in the cafeteria, and the voters are walking past them onto the stage to vote. And apparently, we can't ask anybody to go through single point of entry for an ID. So I guess the question, I mean, it's over, so obviously for not now, but who decides what schools? Like, there are some schools, there's no way to separate them there. Is there a way we could talk with the SOE and try to make sure that the schools that they use as polling stations don't have this security risk?
Yep, go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, so we do work with the supervisor of election as best we can. We do have to make our facilities available upon their request. There are some concerns about using our sites, especially when our students are on campus. It's not unique to Broward, though. This takes place across the state of Florida, just the number of schools and sites versus non-school sites. But we do walkthroughs with them. At the vast majority of the schools, there is a great deal of separations, entrances. Obviously, not every school has that same makeup. We do also work closely with, we provide the list of sites to our safety and security, so they're also aware. So we try to mitigate the best we can, but no matter what we do, there always will be some concerns when we have the general public coming in and no real mechanism to stop them as it relates to voting.
Well, so I appreciate that answer, but like if we identify schools, for example, the one I just mentioned, is there a possibility of
We can, of course,
reassessing with the SOE? Like, listen, this really isn't working for our staff and students. Is there?
If you have the name of that school, I'm not. I don't have any knowledge of a school's cafeteria being
It was Sheridan
utilized.
Park Elementary.
Okay, so we'll make that request for the, well, good news is I believe there's no school for the general, but going forward in the next primary, we'll address that concern with that specific school or any other specific schools with the supervisor of election.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think there was a couple of them. That's the name that was given to me. Two more things. I know you mentioned already about class size, but could you just tell us again the update for the class size?
Yeah, so again, if the school has the ability to balance their class sizes internally by shifting their own staff around, shifting students from high classes to lower classes, they'll do that, and they've been doing that last week, and they're doing that this week as well. For additional support, meaning we would have to shift teachers around a district like we do normally. And so that's going to happen real soon once we finalize our benchmark attendance or enrollment. And then we'll start working based on collective bargaining contract of shifting teachers around.
So, because the 10 days this Friday, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yep, so yes.
Start next week looking at.
We're trying to start as early as possible versus in previous, because we know we've heard about the increase in certain schools, but certainly the significant decreases in other schools.
And then, sir, if you want to add, you did send a note to all the parents.
Yep, I did send. I actually recorded. I haven't in a long time. Yeah, you got it. I recorded a parent link myself.
Good job.
Just to kind of let the families know what's going on and have some patience with us as we make those shifts.
Great, thank you. And my last thing, at our last meeting, we directed you and you directed staff to upload the school funding allocations and guideline in the Budget Resource Center so that our SAC could have it. That has not happened yet.
It has not.
And we were told it would be done ASAP.
Okay. We will follow up with the team.
When can we expect, like, I think we need to have a date then, because we said ASAP and it still hasn't happened.
We can have it done by, at the latest, next Friday.
Okay, why doesn't, why is it?
Our hope is to get it done sooner, but we want to make sure we're giving you
accurate,
reasonable expectations.
Is it that the form, the document isn't completed? Because I mean, if you're just uploading it, I don't understand why it's going to take a week and a half. Plus the 2 weeks or so that we already haven't done it.
We can follow up. Let me dig into that for you, Ms. Hickson, and I'll follow up with you ASAP.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Anyone else? Okay, great. The scheduled order of business for this regular school board.
Dr. Holness?
I
Dr.
am-
Holness?
I'm so sorry. Go ahead,
Sorry.
Ms. Rupert.
You're good, you're good. No, this is Ms. Leonardi. I texted you earlier. There were a few things that I wanted to bring up. To Ms. Hickson's point, and this is something that I've been asking about for years because I know there's other school districts that don't necessarily use our schools or their schools for polling sites, but I was actually in another school, not the school that Ms. Hickson identified, where there was voting happening in the cafeteria. And even though the kids were partitioned away, there was still some like mingling of adults and children. So that's a concern. I know I brought it up with Dr. Hepburn, and because in previous years we had done a teacher planning day for the primary, but we're pretty tight with the fall semester schedule. So again, I would like us to explore different ways to avoid that from happening. But this is not like an isolated experience, to Ms. Hickson's point. But on another note, I do want to recognize Attorney Dupree Bruno, our general counsel. She was just named a notable woman leader in law by Florida Trends Legal Elite. So I know that we know and love her and recognize her every day in Broward County Public Schools, but I think it's amazing that she is recognized statewide as well. So congratulations to our general counsel.
Thank you. Is that it, Chair Leonardi?
Yes.
Okay, is Ms. Rupert on the line? Board Member Rupert?
I'm on the line, but I'm okay.
You're good. All right, is there anyone else? Okay, good.
Me, sorry. Board Member Thompson. I'm on
Board
the
Member Thompson, go ahead.
I just wanted to shout out the 16 schools that were named best in the nation by the U.S. News and World Report, and especially the 3 in District 2, West Broward, Everglades, and Flanagan High School. And also, the list was sent in an email, so everyone can shout out their schools, but there were 16 of our schools that were named best in the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Thompson. Anyone else? Okay, the scheduled order of business for this regular school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no objection, I now adjourn the meeting. Thank you.